Hello everybody, opening remarks start in track 1 in exactly 2 minutes. Everybody in the registration desk, please move on to track 1. Thank you. Announcement, can I have everybody in track 1 please? That's the main auditorium on the 4th floor. Can I have everybody inside track 1? We are starting the opening remarks shortly. Thank you. Attention folks, opening remarks start in exactly 1 minute. Please come over to the main stage, track 1. Thank you. Good morning, Kochi. Good morning. How's everybody today? Silence. Why are you all silent? How are you today? You folks have not had breakfast. I'm sorry, we didn't have breakfast at WordCamp Kerala this time, but welcome to Kochi once again, and welcome to WordCamp Kerala. So, WordCamp Kerala, it's been a dream, and it's so exciting to see all of you here at the first regional WordCamp in Kerala. WordCamp Kerala is a continuation of a dream of the different meetup groups in Kerala, different WordPress meetup groups in Kerala. We've had Trivandrum, Kochi, Kozhikode, Palakkad. We've organized WordCamp Kochi in the city of Kochi for the past 3 years, from 2017 to 2019. And the culmination of all our efforts have brought us to WordCamp Kerala 2023. This is a regional WordCamp. And before we get to WordCamps, I just want to quickly talk about what WordPress is and what WordCamps are. Who here does not know what WordPress is? Okay. I see one person raising their hand, but I know that they're trolling me. But for everybody who doesn't know, it's an open source software that powers 40% plus of all the websites in the world. And here we are at WordCamp Kerala, which is an informal conference that celebrates WordPress. That's it. We have something for everybody. If you use WordPress as a developer, as a user, if you use WordPress in any way, we have something for you. We have workshops, we have sessions, we have so many sponsors, we have swag. We have a lot of cool things lined up for all of you today. All right, so before further ado, I want to get on to my slides. Can I have the slides on screen, please? AV team, can I have the slides on the screen, please? Right, so the reason why I asked for slides is, so this event here today would not be possible without the efforts of so many people. And as you all know, over the past 2 years, we've faced the COVID-19 pandemic, which was raging all over the world. And the pandemic, it hit us hard. So the community, the event that you see here today, it's a non-profit event. It is organized by, it is supported by volunteers, people who are not paid to do it. So like, none of us organizers, we're not paid to do this, right? So this event is supported by so many volunteers. And we lost a few of them in the past 3 years. So we'd like to take a moment to remember these kind folks. Jayesh, you must have heard about this person, Jayesh. Jayesh is a very, very close part of WordCamp Kerala. He was one of the first volunteers. He's the locale manager of the WordPress Malayalam locale. And we lost him last week. We've been trying to support him. He was going through a rough phase. It was a very sad moment for all of us. And Puneet Sahalot of the Udaipur community and Mayur Dutasia. So these are not the only folks. These are WordPress users, WordPress community members all over India. And the reason why you have events like this today is because of the contributions of all these people. So before we start an August event like WordCamp Kerala, we would like to take a moment to remember the contributions of these amazing people. All right, so I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hari Shankar. I am one of the organizers of WordCamp Kerala. Now, I would like to pass on the baton to the lead organizer of WordCamp Kerala, Bigul Malai, for the rest of the opening remarks. Over to you, Bigul.
Good morning, all. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. How are you all? How many of attending WordCamp for the first time? Wow. Alex, you don't. Okay. So, there will be an interesting story behind everything. And our story begins from Mumbai. 9 years ago, there was WordCamps before 2014. But what to say? 2014 is a special year for WordPress India community because WordPress Mumbai community, they started 2013 and they organized many meetups and they become a first matured WordPress community in India. And they started many meetups and the two guys, the big two guys of Indian WordPress community, Alex and Aditya, okay? And they start also in 2014, they organized the first WordCamp in Mumbai. That was not the first WordCamp Mumbai, but as part of the community, that was the first WordCamp for Mumbai. And 2014, I was fortunate to be a speaker there, and this gave me a great opportunity to meet pan-Indian WordPress community enthusiasts, like, as I mentioned before, Aditya, Alex, Saurabh, Amit, then who else? Sorry if I missed some names. Abhishek, Rahul Bansal, Sahil, Vachan, and most of them are here as speaker or sponsor. Okay, and this gave me a very good opportunity to interact with these people, and I see a passion in their eyes and the way we communicate. That inspired me to start a WordPress community in Kerala. That gave me a thought, why can't I start a community in my place? Okay, then I selected Kochi because it's in the middle of Kerala, and I have been here. There are many IT companies. Okay, then I started WordPress Kochi community here in 2014. Aditya has created a meetup group for us, and to get more people involved to the WordPress community, I contacted a few of my friends. Then I invited many of the friends who are working in PHP, because that time people are a little confused about WordPress. It will win or not, because that time it was toughly competing with other CMS. So in November 2014, we were able to organize the first meetup in one of my friends' firm, that is Bharati Infotech. But we organized 2-3 meetups there, but unfortunately they have to move the place, so we lost our free venue. And that was a tough time for us, because most of the people that time, the meetup culture is not that much popular here. So most of the companies are not willing to have to give their office for the meetups. So it took another 1 year. What we do that, we will meet in somewhere in Lulu or Oberon, have a coffee, and we will be interacting with one or two or three or four. Most of the time, there will be 2 or 3 people apart from the organizers. And actually, the thing is that till from the first meetup group, there are 2 members. I would like to invite them to stage. Nidin, Nebu, please come to the stage. Because these 2 guys are with me till the first WordPress meetup we had in Kochi. And I think at least 3 or 4 meetups we organized, in the coffee shops. Only we 3 came up, and we were looking through each other, and we were saying, what we will do, how we will get more people. And that time, the first WordPress Central community was hosting the translation day, and we organized a meetup that was in Oberon Mall, and you can see 2 guys there, especially Jagadeep and Abhilash. These 2 guys come, and they having the same enthusiasm and towards WordPress, and they also want to contribute back to WordPress. So they give us an opportunity to give their office spaces for our next upcoming meetups. And that gives us more confidence, and we organized a kind of a full-fledged first meetup in case Jagadeep's office. And there we released our first logo for WordPress Kochi community, and we had around 50 people gathering for the meetup, and we contributed to WordPress Malayalam translation in a large scale. And that was the first successful meetup we had, and that gave us courage to organize the first ever WordCamp in South India. And we were looking for the venue, and we were looking for the venue for many times, but we were missing one more person. And finally, the best thing happened. Hari came to the scene, and he moved to Kochi from Trivandrum, his native, and that gave us a full energy. And we we seriously started to look for the the venue for the WordCamp. And finally, we were able to organize the first WordCamp in Kochi in 2017. And you can see most of the attendees here. And This was our first WordCamp in South India also. And that gave us more courage, and we organized 2 more WordCamps in Kochi, 2018 and 19. In between, we started 3 more meetups group in Kerala, one in my native, Kozhikode, Calicut, and one in our capital, Trivandrum, Thiruvananthapuram, then in Palakkad. And we organized many meetups, and many new members came up, and we had a very active 3-4 meetup WhatsApp community for meetup groups. So many people came up, and we had many meetups, many interactions going on, many contributions happened, and we become a kind of a mature community, somewhat like Mumbai or Pune. Okay, that gives us another, and in between we lost 2-3 years because of the pandemic, as everyone know. So then we go for, and we are here. The first WordCamp Kerala is here. Okay, thank you for coming here. Thank you for being part of the WordPress community. You will be, many interesting sessions are happening, and you will be getting more insight of WordPress community. A couple of sessions are happening. Okay, see you around. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, hello everyone. So there's a small announcement. Those who didn't get tags, it's ready at the registration counter. You guys can go get it. So thank you so much, Hari and Bigul. It was so nice to see, the story, how it all started, what all they did to make this day happen. So here we are at WordCamp Kerala 2023. Woo! Yeah. Okay, so this day wouldn't happen if there weren't the volunteers, sponsors, organizers, and of course, the attendees. So a big round of applause for everyone. Come on. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to read out the sponsors. So what I want you guys to do is, you can see the wonderful, the colorful logos here, right? Yeah? Yeah? Yes, okay. So you guys need to run your eyes through the logos and make sure I don't miss a name. Deal? Deal. Cool. Okay, so we have the platinum sponsors here. Bluehost, Jetpack, GoDaddy, Hostinger, Flying Press, MilesWeb, One.com, Mozilla, Support Sages, Weglot. Now, gold sponsors, Awesome Innovations, Yoast, WP Remote. Moving on to the silver sponsors, EchoWebs, WooCommerce, Impeters, FlexiCloud, GenX Web Hosting, RunCloud, UCards, TechBrain. So far, so good. Bronze sponsors, Aku Web Hosting, KnitPay, Christian Tibor, Matt Popo, Hosting Seekers, Web and Crafts, Retainful, Cube WP, C Media. Okay, now moving on to the contributors. PNAC, Web SEO Tools, Sangamam, WP Poets, Softspace. Okay? Okay, cool. So that part is done. So the next thing, as Hari said, we have an amazing line of speakers, sessions, workshops arranged for you guys. And it's evident that WordPress is not just a software, but a community. Yeah? It's an effort of thousands of individuals to learn, to inspire, to get inspired, to share a common passion for open source and what to say, everything about online publishing. Okay, so I'm going to get it started with the first speaker of the day. Excited, right? Yeah, okay. I'm going to invite the first speaker, a marketing professional, a community builder for 13 years in WordPress ecosystem, and he has worked as a community team deputy for WordPress since 2015. Wow. Okay, so what he is going to say about? He's going to talk about why, how, and where, and what do you get of contributing. Okay, where do you start contributing? What do you get by contributing? So here we have Aditya Kane on speaking for the topic, why should I contribute to WordPress.org? Aditya, over to you.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah. So first of all, my name is Aditya Kane. Just clarifying. And thanks for having me here. Thanks for making me the first speaker of the inaugural WordCamp Kerala. And today I'm talking about, I'll start this session with why should I contribute to WordPress.org. I want to ask a couple of questions before we get started. I want to know how many of you have been in a college in the last 7 years. When I say in college, as in as students. Okay, quite a few. That's nice. And how many of you have not used WordPress before 2020? I don't. Yeah, there's one hand. That's nice. So I want to focus on. I want to focus today on the word I. Obviously, WordPress is requiring contributions. It requires a lot of participation. It requires people to contribute their time. But what do we get out of it? What do I get out of it? And hopefully, that sort of. So my focus right now is on asking you to figure out why you should contribute and what you would get out of it. Obviously, contribution is a little complicated in the sense if you write or help a friend to use WordPress or help a friend to find out what WordPress is like, that's also contributing to the greater project. But here I'm talking about the more formal way of contributing, which is here on make.wordpress.org, where the WordPress software is made. There are various teams. If you visit this URL, you'll find all the teams listed there. So the question again, why? And so obvious question is, you come to such events. So obvious answer is that you come to such events or you take part in contributing to WordPress, you go on Slack, you meet people, and you start networking. When you start networking, you meet people who will help you out, which comes to my next slide, which is you get a lot of help. So you'll find mentors, you'll find people who will tell you how to approach a certain thing, how to use WordPress in different ways. When you're contributing core code, for instance, you will get people helping you with the level of code that you're writing or giving you better perspectives. With help, obviously, things open up. Networking leads to getting help, helping out people. Then things open up, you get jobs, you get people who hire you. Your work is in the open, especially if you're working in open source. And very often you get a lot of opportunities. There are a lot of people out there in the first couple of rows who are making a living off WordPress and also are contributing their time to the project. And of course, all this means that WordPress becomes your place. You feel a sense of belonging to it. You feel like this is your place, this is your people. You don't necessarily like everyone or everything in WordPress, but you still stick on with it because you feel you belong there. All this is great, but there has to be something deeper out here, which is what I want to let you go with. So this is for representation purpose. But yeah, so is there a deeper meaning to actually contributing to an open source project or something like WordPress.org? So when we talk of open source, what comes in your mind? The first thing you think about is GPL license, code that you can see, software that you love. You can probably write a song like this. But that's not actually all of it. Open source is a lot more around us. It's not just about tech. For instance, last month I was in Chennai. I spent about a month in Chennai. And I was drinking this every day in the morning. It's very easy to get there. This is filter coffee. And everything that goes in making this coffee, from the tumbler, all the processes, all the technology that goes in building the steel tumbler to growing the coffee, to storing it, to warehousing, it's all open. If you ever actually think about it, the reason why we consume and the way we live are all open ideas, including the language that we speak, including the language I'm speaking right now. So these are all open source projects. And it seems, at least to me, that open source is really an authentic way, or rather our world is actually open source around us, but we don't realize that. And so being alive is why I actually like to contribute my time to the WordPress project. And I'm actually done with that. Thanks. You can read more about this on my blog, bombaypirate.com, and you can reach out to me on Twitter at Aditya Kane. Before I go, I talked about the why. There is also a session by Alexander Gounder, or Alex as we call him. He'll be covering the how about contributing, how to go about contributing to WordPress. I think that's at 11:30 in room 2, track 2. Yeah, and and he doesn't need elephants to make his points. He's got a better personality. Thank you.
Wow, that was so sweet of Aditya. So here is a memento giving ceremony to Aditya by Bikul. Yay! Okay, cool. It was so nice to see him staying so calm while he was having all those meme-like slides. I was so amazed, like how could he stay so calm, you know? Explains guy. So thank you, Aditya, so great. Okay, so there's one more announcement. Those who have registered for workshops, it's happening at track 3, so you guys should be there. Those who have registered for workshops can go there, okay? Okay, so far so good. I'm moving on to the next speaker. Next session is titled as Fasten Your Seatbelts, a journey to faster WordPress websites. And it's taken by Jijo Verghese. I just quick intro about him. He's a web performance enthusiast and the founder of Flying Press. Wow. And he also writes on wpspeedmatters.com. Great. So over to you, Jijo. All the best.
Okay, everyone can hear me? Okay, so thanks for the amazing intro. My name is Jijo Verghese. I'm the founder of Flying Web Solutions. If you are active in many social medias, you will find me with this profile picture. And at Flying Web, we build products to speed up WordPress website. We only focus on WordPress website just for speeding up. And two of our main products include Flying Press and Flying Proxy. Flying Press is a speed optimization plugin for WordPress. We do almost 20 plus optimizations for speeding up WordPress. And Flying Proxy is a CDN service. It's a cloud-based service, same speed optimization. We also have a few free plugins in the official repository. Some of the popular ones include Flying Scripts and Flying Pages. In total, we speed up more than 1 lakh plus WordPress website. And some of our customers include Elementor.com, WP Beginner, and Colorlib. So before I talk about how to speed up WordPress website, I just want to give you a mention about what is Core Web Vitals and the importance of it. How many of you have heard about Core Web Vitals? Okay, good. I think you already have some info, but I'll just give a brief. So Core Web Vitals is like kind of a set of metrics introduced by Google. Remember the good old days where we used to measure speed of a website by measuring the fully loaded time. So we say like this website loaded in like 3 seconds, 7 seconds, 10 seconds, etc. Like, but that has changed since Google introduced this Core Web Vitals. So basically, Core Web Vitals includes few metrics like FCP, LCP, TBT, CLS, and speed index. Don't worry about all these metrics, it's simple. So the first one, largest contentful paint. It basically means how fast your website becomes visible to the users. And TBT, or the total blocking time, it basically means how fast your website becomes interactive to the users. And the other one, CLS, cumulative layout shift. You may have noticed, like in some website, when you try to click on a button, immediately the button may go down or it jumps around. And that kind of shift in page is called cumulative layout shift. We will get into that in detail. So basically, this is how this Core Web Vitals is calculated. The more weightage is given to LCP, the largest contentful paint, TBT, and CLS, cumulative layout shift. If you can improve these, your Core Web Vitals will be great, like almost 100. So why Core Web Vitals? Why should you focus on? So Google has officially confirmed that they are looking into this Core Web Vitals as a kind of page experience, and they are using it for their rankings. So if you go to your Search Console, Google Search Console page, under Experience tab, there is something called Core Web Vitals, and you will see the detailed report. So how Google gets this data? They are not getting the data when you analyze it. It is collected from the real users. Whenever you browse your internet through Google Chrome, they randomly check the Core Web Vitals of each website, and they send it to their servers and generate a report on it. And this report is called Chrome User Experience Report, or CRUX data. You can, there are many APIs you can fetch it, but it is easily visible for your own website in Search Console. Basically, Google categorizes the score based on your website score. It will categorize into poor, need improvement, and good. So if you got good scores, there's a chance that you get better in ranking. As you know, Google has different metrics for collections. So just because you have a great score, it's not going to speed up, get you in the first place, but it's a metric. So this is a sample page by my friend Suresh Kumar. It's not his web page, he optimized it. So this is a screenshot in Search Console before optimization. This is a page website containing almost 4 million pages. And you can see Google has already mentioned that this website, almost 600K plus pages are failing in Core Web Vitals. And you can take a look at the impressions over here. And this is the exact same web page after optimization. You can see how much impressions this website is getting. And if you think the previous one was a coincidence or kind of a Google core update or algorithm update or something, here is another one where this website switched from one ad network to another one. I can't mention the ad network, but they switched from one to another, and see the difference in Core Web Vitals and how impressions got affected here. So we looked into Core Web Vitals and see what's the importance of Core Web Vitals. Now let's look into how we can speed up WordPress website. So if you are in the WordPress website ecosystem for a long time, you might have already know how to speed up the basics. You might be already aware that you need to cache pages, you need to minify your CSS, JS, choose a faster hosting, use a CDN, compress images, use WebP, latest PHP, HTTP3, update themes and plugins, and everything. You probably already know this. And there are different plugins to do this. There are like hundreds of plugins that can do the same. But even if you do everything, your core web vitals still may getting, it is still not passing core web vitals. It's like around 70, 80, and if it's a simple website, yeah, maybe 90 plus. But you still lack that core web vitals. So how do you fix this? So fasten your seatbelts. I'm going to give you a different perspective on how to do WordPress website. It's not, I'm not going to suggest you which plugins to use or which theme you have to use or which page builder you have to use. Of course, I'll be mentioning some of the plugins, but this is not the focus here. I'll be giving you some concepts and techniques that we use at Flying Press that optimize WordPress sites for speed. So take a closer look. This is a sample web page from a WooCommerce product page. It's using the default 2023 theme. Now, take a look at the page, the design, and everything, and just think about which resources should the browser load first. Obviously, it has to load the HTML first. Then it requires some layout or the styling. Then which one do you think should load next? It's the product image, right? That's the thing that is most important to the users. That's the thing that is immediately visible to the users. And if you check the network tab, you can see that the HTML is loaded first, then it loaded a bunch of CSS files, then a bunch of JS file, and almost at the end, it loaded that product image. And in between, it loaded JS files for adding products to cart, swiping the gallery, emoji JS files. Do you think that's all needed before loading that image? So that's our issue here. We need to prioritize things. We need to tell which resources should be loaded in the correct order. Ideally, this image should be loaded over here. So how do we fix this? So there is a bottleneck in the browser. You can cache your pages. You can use a CDN. You can compress images. You can make these files reach browser very fast using server close to your location, etc. But still, there is a bottleneck in the browser. So every website will contain like a different files, like there is HTML, JS, CSS, images, font files. Then you got all these third-party scripts like Google Analytics, Google Tag Manager, then what else? Yeah, Facebook Pixel, Hotjar, everything. So all these are running a race on how to execute first. And browser is like really bad at prioritizing things, and it doesn't know which is the important one, and which one to execute first. So what is the solution here? It's pretty simple. This is how we speed up WordPress website. The solution is just lazy load everything, but except the above fold. So what's the above fold? Above fold is basically the portion of the web page that is immediately visible to the user. The portion that is user doesn't have to scroll on to see. So that's the above fold. So we are going to focus on this above fold, how to make it faster, how to load it faster, and lazy load everything. So ideally, this should the previous network thing should look like this. We should tell the browser that what are the files that should be loaded fast, and we will delay everything. Otherwise, they are all committing to execute first. We just need to tell the browser which files to execute first. That's it. So here we are telling the browser to load the contents for above fold. So we'll get into that in detail. So we'll look into how to optimize each of them, the main aspects of a website like HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and images and fonts. So the first one is HTML. So you might already know you can lazy load images, right? You can load the images only when the browser is exactly required. But did you know you can actually lazy render elements in a HTML? So you got gallery in the HTML page, and you can actually lazy load it. So we are telling the browser that okay, we have a gallery, but it is not required to render immediately. So we can let's see how we can achieve that. I'll be explaining a little bit of code here, but don't worry, it's simple. So basically, we write 3 lines of code. We declare a CSS class name named lazy content. You can give it any name as you wish. And we are declaring 2 things, content visibility and contain intrinsic size. So content visibility basically tells browser that this content is not required immediately. You can lazy render it. And contain intrinsic size basically tells how long is this element, what is the height of this element. So once you have done this, once you have read this, the previous lazy content CSS class, all you have to do is just put this class name on any element you want to lazy render. For example, you have a product image with a long description which contains the images of that product, gallery, etc. All you have to do is just put that class name for that element. And here is the difference before and after lazy rendering. So without lazy rendering, a web page have almost, this sample website have almost 230 milliseconds for rendering time. And here is the exact same page after lazy rendering. That's almost 30 milliseconds. That's an improvement of like 80%. You can do this to almost any elements like footer, related products in a web page, related post, comments, or widgets. Like the sidebar widgets you have. Basically, any element that is not in the above fold. So after lazy loading HTML, we'll get into lazy loading JavaScript. So developers love JavaScript. They are very fond of it. Even if it is something that can be done with just HTML and CSS, they will use JavaScript. And they are lazy too. Maybe it's a slider plugin and it's not required in the home page. They will inject it everywhere. On every page, they will inject their JS files. Not just JS, including the CSS files too. So how do we fix this? Removing the page by page is like a manual work. It's a lot of work. So what we can do is like we can tell the browser to lazy load that JS files. It's simple. We just need to add a differ attribute to it. Just by adding the differ attribute, we are telling the browser that download these JS files, but execute it only after the HTML page is complete, like completed parsing. So basically that is kind of lazy loading for JS files, but we still have one issue. There are like probably 10 or hundreds of JS files in a web page. You got all these marketing scripts, plugins, JS files by plugins, themes, and everything. All these plugins get executed immediately after HTML parsing. We don't want to do that. We only want to load the JS files that is required for the above fold. So here is what we can do. You can delay the JS files execution. You are telling the browser to execute it only after a certain time period or only on user interaction. User interaction means you can do it while the user moves around the mouse or scroll it or touch it using mobile, etc. You can delay it using any plugin. This is our own plugin called Flying Script. You can easily lazy load a plugin, any JS file you can using Flying Press. All you have to do is just mention the name of the files you want to delay in that text box. It will lazy load the JS files. Simple as that. And next one is images. There are different plugins to lazy load images. There are hundreds of it. But a few months ago, like almost a year ago, browser introduced native lazy loading. So the lazy loading of images got a much better. And the WordPress core itself have introduced lazy loading images. So this is a typical web page will look like with images. There are different codes other than this, but just the basics. So let's assume we have a web page with the logo, a featured image, and then probably a cat image and a dog image inside the page. Let's say that this logo and feature is in the above fold, and that cat and dog image is in the below fold. So we have to lazy load this cat image and this dog image. Just 2 attributes. Loading is equal to lazy, done. The browser will lazy load the images. It will load the images only when it is near to the above fold. But we are not done yet. We told the browser to lazy load images, but we also need to tell the browser that, hey, this logo and feature image is in the above fold. We need to load it on a high priority because there are a lot of other resources in the browser. All you have to do is add loading is equal to eager. This tells the browser that like, hey, these images are required, so make them available as soon as possible. Again, there is one more issue. All these images are declared or almost like hundreds of lines after the HTML have started. So browser has to parse this entire HTML to figure out which elements that we are using. Remember the previous product image that I have shown you? There was a product image of that Rubik's Cube. So we can actually tell the browser that, hey, this is the most important image in this web page, and you need to load it fast, really fast. So all we have to do is like, we declare that image as preload in the head tag. So just by declaring the preload tag and to the URL of that image, we are telling the browser that, hey, this image is required. It will be downloaded soon declared soon in the HTML, so make it ready fast. So that this is another way of making the images load really, really fast. So after doing this, your images will be loaded almost in the top of the HTML, in the network logs. And here comes the CSS. Again, the developers are a little bit lazy. They will load all these JS files in the almost all HTML pages. How can we fix this? By default, the WordPress have these APIs for injecting CSS files and JS files, like the WP enqueue function. Whenever we use that, it usually inject the CSS files onto the top of the head tag. And the issue is like, whenever we declare these JS files in the top of head tag, it's usually render blocking. So browser can render the page only after these files are getting downloaded. So in most cases, many of these CSS files are not required for the above fold. So what we can do is, we can rearrange the CSS files and move it to bottom of the page. By doing so, the browser can start rendering the page and load the CSS files in background. Again, another issue, we have the styles at the bottom, but browser doesn't know how to render the above fold. So what we have to do is, we have to apply the styles. We have to generate a style that is required for the above fold. It is usually called critical CSS. Basically, the styles required to render the above fold, and we need to inject it on the top of the HTML. Notice it is in a style tag, not in a link tag. So basically, style tag, there is no network request to make it. The style is readily available, so the browser can render immediately. But we have an issue. Generating critical CSS is little hard. There are many tools online to generate it, but generating it for each and every page separately involves a lot of work. So you have to depend on some plugins for this. You can use Flying Press, our own plugin, or you can use any other plugin that can generate CSS. Some free plugins are also coming up. And finally, the last one, optimize fonts. I'm going to talk mostly about Google fonts because that's the most common thing that we have seen. There are different strategies to optimize Google fonts. The first one is simple. All you have to do is add a display equal to SAP to the end of the URL. Just by adding display equal to SAP, Google font will generate a new CSS file that will tell the browser to load the Google font files in a background and display a fallback font, a kind of web safe font in the background. So basically, the web font will be displayed first, and while the Google font gets ready, it will be displayed back. So again, just add a display equal to SAP here. If you are using a theme builder, page builder, anything, they probably might have this option. So just enable this. If you are a developer, you can do that code. And the second optimization that you can do is host the Google fonts locally. The issue with Google fonts is like, first we need to embed their CSS file. It's making a request to fonts.googleapis.com. Then it downloads font files from a different domain called fonts.gstatic.com. So every time you embed a Google font, the browser has to make connection to 2 domains, 2 DSNL lookup, 2 SSL connections. So we can reduce all of them just by self-hosting Google fonts. There are different plugins that can do the same. The free one very popular is OMGF, or my Google fonts. And Flying Press can also do this just by a click of a button. And last but not the least, use system fonts if possible. I'm not recommending it to everyone because you can't use custom fonts, but if you can, use system fonts. So what are system fonts? System fonts are the fonts that is already available in the user's device. The browser doesn't have to make an external request. It's readily available. If you want to code it yourself, you can do it via simple CSS code. If you want to do it via plugin, we have this free plugin called Flying Fonts. Just install it. It will inject the default system fonts, and it will automatically remove Google fonts. So I hope this will help. You can get this core web vitals to 100 by applying all these techniques. And if you think 5G is going to fix this optimization, take a look at this chart. So this is the chart of average web page size in the last 10 years, from 2002 to 2012. Over the last 10 years, the size of an average web page has increased by 600% in mobile. So the better internet we have, the more JS files and the more CSS files the developers will ship to the end users. So don't assume like 5G is going to fix all this. You don't have to do any optimization. You don't have to cache any pages. The web will be still slow. I'm not saying it will be really slow. It will be fast, obviously, but don't assume it's going to make, you don't need to optimize everything. And remember, the bottleneck is in the user's device. It's not always the network. It's the device, the browser, the CPU usage, everything. Yeah. So we also have this amazing community called WSpeed Matters. It's a Facebook group. It's a group of 20,000 members. So if you have any doubts related to speed optimization in your website, feel free to post it. It's completely free, no joining fee. And we have a lot of experts from different hosting providers, plugin developers, everything. So feel free to join. Thank you. If you got any questions, let me know.
If you have any questions, please. Yeah, okay.
Hey, hi. This was really very good presentation. I actually learned a lot from it.
Thank you.
And because I don't have an experience with the font, what you said, maybe it's a silly question, but I wanted to ask. So you said that we should load a font in the background, like by adding the parameter.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, like you said, the browser will first render the default font, and then it will switch to any third party, like the Google one.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know, like, whether it's gonna show the jump from default, like it's a transition,
Yeah.
I have an experience seeing it, like first it shows the different font,
Yeah.
and then it shows the real font, like the one user wants. So do you think that will be the case here, or it will only show the Google font, and there will be no like jump from the default to the Google?
Got it. Excellent question. So this kind of shifting from web safe font or the default system fonts to Google fonts actually create a kind of small shift in the web page. And it can sometimes also cause this CLS issue I mentioned before, the cumulative layout shift. So what you can do is there are different tools that you can compare different fonts. You can put a web safe font in here, and you can select the Google font here. And it will generate a CSS file that will match the size, exact size, length, line height for the two font files. So with that CSS code, you can avoid this layout shift. But still there is a design issue here, like your page is jumping from one font to another font. Again, that's a different design choice. If you want faster website, you can choose that approach. But if you care about lot about the fonts, you can just use the Google fonts. So that's a design choice. But Google recommends in Core Web Vitals, this page speed inside, Google recommends to display a fallback font and swap it. That's what Google recommends. So it's up to you to whether decide like which one to choose. If you know, in India, everyone doesn't have this faster internet. So when you try to load a web page in like a blog post in a mobile from a slow internet, the font is not visible for some seconds. So that's what Google is suggesting. Just display a fallback font, and if the font is ready, then swap it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. So it was a wonderful presentation, and I learned quite a few things from this. So my question is like, you said like on the top four, like above all, you load images. So if there is a hero image, you load the image. So for example, if it is a high quality image that presenting the brand identity, so it might be like a bit more in size than a usual image. So in that case, it will increase the FCP, right? So how do you tackle that?
So if it's like a brand image, if it is a kind of like a drawn image by a graphic designer, what you can do is like use SVG image if possible. If the SVG image is available, use that first. Otherwise, you will have to go with this PNG, JPG, and everything. So if it is SVG, use it. But again, you can do one more optimization here. If it is SVG, instead of uploading the SVG file, what you can do is open that SVG file. It will show you a code. It's like an HTML code, not actually HTML, but a kind of code. You can place that code directly in the editor. So I guess you are from Elementor, right? Yeah. So in the Elementor, you can paste a code block here, and you can paste that SVG code right there. So when the browser starts rendering the HTML, they doesn't have to download that SVG image. Instead, the SVG image is readily available right inside the HTML. So that's one way we can improve the speed of this FCP image, like image in the above fold. Another optimization that you can do is you already do that preloading images, exclude from lazy loading and everything. Another optimization that you can do is you can convert an image to data URI. You can Google it. It's basically converting that image to an inline image. So basically the browser doesn't have to download that image first. The browser can immediately render it. It's basically the core of the image is right inside the HTML. No need to make an external request. It's called data URI.
And I have one more question. So we lazy load all the CSS, JavaScript, everything.
Okay.
But let's say like some portion of it is required on the above four. Like, how do you like not from a developer perspective, from a user perspective, like how do you differentiate that? Like,
okay, got it. So if you are using Google Chrome, there is an inspector. There is an audit inspector in the network tab, right next to network tab. It will show you what all CSS code is actually used in a CSS file. So if you just open the page, and if you go to that audit page, it will show you the list of CSS files and how much percentage of that CSS file is actually used in that page. So based on that, you can get an idea of which CSS files is actually used in that page and which CSS files is not actually used in that page. That's one way you can find the JS files that is required for the above fold and not required for the above fold. And there are also other online tools that you can depend on to find the script that is required for the above fold.
Okay, so great. Thank you, Jijo. Thank you so much. So now we have a memento giving ceremony. It's Hari who is giving the memento.
Thank you.
A round of applause.
Thank you.
All the best to Jijo for his future with Flying Press. Let it make him fly.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So if you have further questions, Jijo will be there in his booth in the above floor. We have a networking session. Our sponsors will be there in the respective booths in the above floor. So what we have arranged is, you guys might have got a sticker, lucky sticker page in your baggage, okay? So what you guys should do is, you should get that sticker page, go to the sponsors, they'll punch it, okay? They'll punch the stickers. After getting it punched, we'll keep a lucky draw box in the tea break afternoon near the registration desk. You have to drop it in. And the first few lucky winners will be getting surprise, like will be getting gifts, okay? And also, sponsors have goodies and promotions. So if you're going there, you can also get more goodies. Okay? So that was one thing. And the other thing is, we also have a track 2. This is track 1. We have track 2 and track 3. Track 2 is in first floor. And there is also a talk happening there. The topic is how to do remote working effortlessly. Yeah? And that's by Akshaya Rain. Okay? So if you guys are interested to attend talk shows happening in track 2, go there. Cool. Now, moving on to the next talk session happening here, I'm going to welcome a highly skilled engineer in product development, web development, and also engineering management. Wow. And he was a part of initial team that built SlideShare, which was later acquired by LinkedIn. So I'm going to welcome Vishnu Gopal, and he is going to talk about importing plugins and WordPress. Vishnu, over to you.
Hi everybody, can you folks hear me? Oh, cool. So I'm going to talk about importing plugins in WordPress. So I think Aditya in the morning talked about why you should contribute to WordPress. My talk is a lot more about a specific way in which you can contribute to WordPress, and that's by contributing to the importing plugins. It's a little bit of a medium to advanced topic, so and it's kind of intended at developers, but I hope that anybody who is interested in WordPress takes something away from this. I work at Automatic. We run this website called WordPress.com, which is a hosting website, and I'm part of this team called Caribou there. Caribou is a team that works entirely on importing and exporting. So this is a quote from the WordPress 1.0 changelog. So does anybody know when WordPress 1.0 was released? Any clue? Except for Hari, maybe. Maybe Hari want to talk about it. It's actually 2004. So it's almost like 20 years ago, like at least 19 years ago. Right? So importing has been in WordPress since a long time, right? Almost from the first version of WordPress. And if you notice here, they mention like competitor tools that were in use then. So they mention Blogger, Movable Type, Text Pattern, B2, and so on. So one of the lesser known facts about the success of WordPress is that it had an importer. So when WordPress was first released, it was not the most popular CMS out there. There were other people who were using other tools for blogging. And the most popular one was actually called Movable Type. It was very popular. Almost every blogger was using it until around when WordPress released version 1.0, they kind of changed their license. So they changed their license from a permissive free license to a paid one, right? So they started charging money for blogging. So at that point in time, because WordPress had this permissive license and WordPress was more actively developed, people started switching from Movable Type to WordPress. And to switch, you need an importer, right? You need some kind of plugin so that people can actually export content from Movable Type and move it to WordPress. So that's why importers are important. They're one of the core features that made WordPress successful. And even today, like we have a bunch of importers live, even in core WordPress. So the core WordPress comes bundled with the WordPress importer. So like I said, it's been there since 1.0. It's one of the key tools that avoids proprietary lock-in. So for example, you're hosting at host A, and host A suddenly decides to increase their charges, or they decide to do something unfair. You can always move to host B, right? And similarly, if you have a site on one of the proprietary competitors that we have, let's say Wix or Squarespace or something, you can use importers to move to WordPress self-hosted or otherwise. So importing plugins are bundled with WordPress. Some of them are bundled with WordPress, and some of them are available on the plugin directory. It's kind of easy to build these importing plugins. It's super easy because the only thing you have to really do is convert it to this format called WXR. I'll speak about WXR later. And then you kind of call into the WordPress importer code base because the WordPress importer knows how to import WXR. So the only work you really have to do is convert your proprietary CMS into WXR, right? I'm going to talk about this in a little bit more detail. When you talk about importing, these are the sort of phases that you go through. First, you have to collect data in terms of all the things that you have to import, right? So you have attachments, you have posts and pages, you have custom post types. Those are interesting things that are used by many plugins. You have block equivalents. So let's say Wix has a template, which is in a structured format. You have to convert it to a block equivalent. You have templates and themes and so on. You have plugins. So as you can imagine, there's a bunch of things that you can import from a competitor or another WordPress installation to WordPress. It's not like just posts and pages. There's a bunch of stuff, right? So, and then you have to do mapping, right? So mapping is when you decide which of these elements that you collected in data have to be mapped to the destination. So the most common types of mapping that you do is owner mapping, right? And that's as simple as like if you have a user on the source site, you have to map it to a user on the destination site. And similarly, you do for blocks, plugins, and themes. For blocks, plugins, and themes, you have to decide which extension capability that you have to use on the destination site. Like, for example, if you have a poll block, you can use multiple plugins to actually render the block on the destination site. So you essentially have to choose between these blocks when you import. And then you convert and validate to WXR. So WXR is the WordPress extended RSS. Have you heard about RSS? Lots of people probably have, yeah. So WXR is an extension to that, sort of standardized. It's been there since a long time, so it's sort of like the standard interchange format for the web. So anybody wants to transfer content from CMS A to CMS B, they kind of go through WXR in between. WXR has validators available, so you can actually check if your generated WXR is valid. And then you end up like importing. So importing is where the bulk of the work happens in transferring those content to your destination site. There are multiple problems with importing. It has to be reliable. It has to work without errors. Lots of WXRs are malformed. They're not really properly formatted. They have encoding issues and so on. So it has to be resilient also in some senses. It has to be resumable because some of this content is quite large. So you can imagine a site which has been there for over 20 years. Like I started my blog like 20 years ago. So you can imagine that it's been like, you have a lot of content there, right? So sometimes it's not possible, especially if you're on shared hosting or on limited hosting, to kind of import all of this at once. So it has to be resumable in some way, right? So import 10% at a time, and then maybe 10% after some time. It has to be efficient, so it has to be as fast as possible because nobody wants to wait a long time to get an import done. And it has to be long running also in some way, right? So the problem with WordPress is most stuff happens in a PHP session, right? So it cannot happen on page load because this is kind of like a long running process. And then finally, something which a lot of people ignore, but it's also important to the experience, is after import, you kind of have to have the ability to tweak certain things. So if people don't like their theme, for example, you ask them to change their theme. If people don't like certain plugins, for example, you ask them to change those plugins. and then you have to retire the old site and move all the assets from the old site to the new one, right? And then you have to launch your new site. So this is the sort of end-to-end experience of importing. It's not just like download an XML file and upload it somewhere else, right? So it's a little bit more complex than that. So there's this framework called jobs to be done. Has somebody heard about it? Jobs to be done. Okay, cool. So jobs to be done is sort of like a customer-centric framework. So instead of thinking about like technical terms, you think about what does the customer actually want from this use case, right? So when somebody talks about importing and exporting, they're mostly talking about, I want to move my WordPress site, or I want to move my website from point A to point B, right? From source to destination. So this is a sort of subtle difference, because when people talk about importing and exporting, they talk in terms of content, like exporting content and importing it somewhere else. But when you talk in terms of move, you know, just to take this example, let's say you're moving from Substack to WordPress, right? And what do people use Substack for? They have newsletters on Substack, right? And they have paid newsletters on Substack. So if you just exported posts and content, but not really those subscribers, not really those paid subscribers, is it actually a move? I mean, it's not really practical, right? So because then this is one of the reasons why it's hard to build importers and exporters in the space, because when WordPress was 1.0, you didn't really have tools like this, right? You didn't really have end-to-end tools like this, which bundled subscribers and newsletters and stuff together. So, but now if you have to consider something to be a practical move, you really have to kind of support these additional orbits around content. So you need to have the ability for people to transfer their subscribers also. If you don't have that, then it's kind of hard to successfully move a customer from a proprietary solution. Sorry. So yeah, in 2004, you kind of talked about posts, pages, and maybe custom posts. But in 2023, we really want to talk about a move perspective, right? So we want to talk about moving subscribers, perhaps moving their social graph, right? So you might have heard that Automatic is investing in Mastodon also in some way. So you want to talk about like investing in moving their social graph. You want to talk about investing in things like store listings. So for example, if you have WooCommerce, so you need to move both the customer entries as well as the store entries. And then most importantly, when normal customers talk about a move, let's say they have a domain somewhere, they want to move their entire domain somewhere else, right? So you need to move the custom domains, you need to move their emails over and stuff. So it's not just like one specific area, like it's also, sorry, it's not just a one specific area, it's also like a bunch of stuff, right? Custom domains and so on. So, so yeah, this distinction between importing and moving is I think what we've realized by working on importers in the last year or so. So I'm just going to like illustrate a few problems, customer-centric problems that happen, especially in these two phases, converting and importing. So if you're building an importer from your custom CMS to WordPress, or if you're building a WordPress to WordPress importer, or any custom solution to WordPress, these are the sort of problems that happen from the conversion perspective. Proprietary platforms, and I'm specifically pointing out Wix, does not have a reliable export, right? So if you have a customer on Wix, it's very, very hard to get them to WordPress because they do not have an export, right? If you actually Google, like, does Wix have an exporter? You know, they will say they do not have an exporter. It's like almost written in the help page, right? So, and they have a moving target, right? So they keep obviously building new features, so it's very hard to support the entire Wix feature set. It's also hard to build mappers for resources. Like, for example, Wix has a menu inbuilt, but how do you really translate that to WordPress menus, right? So the mapping is difficult almost because Wix has a lot of custom features. You might have to map it to a particular plugin on the WordPress end. And yeah, that's the third one, like which plugins or plugin choices do you support in WordPress, right? So it's a little bit more complex than just doing a simple conversion. And on the import end, you have the biggest problem, which is downloading attachments and processing them on the fly. So the way that a lot of people solve this by using database migration solutions like all-in-one import and so on, that is cool. But if you don't use something like that, then downloading attachments and processing them on the fly is quite difficult. It's because for the destination site, it might be resource constrained, so it's kind of hard to like download all of this at once. And so, like I said before, imports may fail, so we kind of need to have robust handling and retries. I think the biggest complaint, if you go to the WordPress.org importing plugin forums and search, is that they keep saying that my import got stuck, right? And everybody keeps complaining about it, and the most common reply that they get is just retry. Right? And you kind of retry multiple times and until it finally goes through. So it's the error handling right now is not really robust. And the last point, sometimes people don't need to import everything. They need to import just a subset. Maybe they just need to import their images. Maybe they just need to import their posts. Maybe they just need to import, something else. So selective imports are sometimes also important, right? So some people might need to import everything, and some people might just need to import content. So I think what I'm boiling down to is the fact that the current WordPress importer is not really fast. It's quite slow, especially if you have a rather large import. It's almost unusable. It's not really reliable or robust. I talked about this, retry multiple times until it succeeds. It can't be used from an API. So what I mean by this is the current importer is kind of tightly coupled to the PHP implementation. So it works inside this PHP page, and it's not really accessible by plugins, or it's not really accessible by some other front end, right? So WP CLI, for example, has a importing front end to it. Like you can do WP import and stuff, but that's like a hack. It's not really like properly implemented. So the API is not really well defined. And it's also not super extensible. So supposing you want to add a functionality to the importer to import a specific piece of content, which only your CMS has, it's not really easy to add that kind of extension. So yeah, there's a bunch of problems, and I'm here to propose like one solution. So just to clarify, this is just a proposal, right? So nothing about this is official or something. I'm just here as another WordPress developer, just proposing one solution to this problem. What I'm here for primarily is help, right? So if anybody is interested in contributing to this effort, that would be awesome, right? Because this is a rather large, long-term effort. So at WordPress.com, right, we build the WP-com importers. So that's what the importers look like. I don't know if it's really visible, but as you can see, it's a React-based application. It looks much better than the standard WordPress.org importers. And it supports like a bunch of importers which we don't support in WordPress.org, like, for example, Wix, which is the most popular WordPress builder, website builder out there, right? So our team also supports a bunch of importing plugins, all of these that are written out here. We kind of release them on the open source plugin repository. But our primary work is actually on the WP-com importer side. So one thing which our team has kind of strongly felt, because Automatic has a very strong open source culture, is that Calypso, which is our front end, it's sort of like an alternative to WP admin. It's also open source. And all of this code is actually open source at Automatic/WP Calypso. So we have a really robust importing plugin front end, which has been well developed over the years, and it's very modern. What I'm proposing is, so this is an example of how different it looks like, right? So this is almost the equivalent screen, which basically asks people to choose a file and upload it and stuff. One is built in React, the other one is built in PHP. This one is more robust, the other one is not, right? So the Calypso importers are API driven. They have a front-end React UI. They are resumable, they are more reliable, they're more efficient. There are obviously minus points to this. It depends on a WP-COM server infrastructure, which is not available on WordPress.org. And it requires like a job system, right? So I talked about long-running jobs before. So it requires a job system, and that's not available on WordPress.org. And because WordPress does not have an API endpoint, it cannot work with like regular WP REST endpoints as well. It works with the server infrastructure. So this is my proposal. Bring the Calypso importers to Gutenberg, right? So I believe this is possible simply because this is kind of how I envision how it will look like once we bring the importers over. So you have the, this is the appearance editor or the editor page that you have there, right? So right now it has sites, templates, template parts and stuff. I envision one more menu entry on the left called import, and it will basically port over the Calypso interface out here. This does not work right now. This is just an idea, but this is what I would love to have happen. So it involves two kinds of work. One is porting the UI over. I believe this is possible because both Gutenberg and Calypso use React. So porting it over is possible. There's a little bit of work because Gutenberg uses a lot of custom components. We may have to port that to the WordPress component library, but that's something that I think can be done. It's probably difficult, but very possible, right? So if anybody is interested in contributing to the React portions in WordPress.org, this is a great project for you to kind of dig your hands on. Like it's quite exciting and quite nice. The second one is building an API-driven importer. The good news is that we have a lot of work here done already because WordPress.com has this infrastructure where we support sites with plugins. And until recently, we couldn't really have the Calypso importers on those kinds of sites. So we did a bunch of work to make this package called importing package inside the Jetpack repository that we have. All of this is open source, by the way, so you can take a look. It currently has a dependency on Jetpack, but I still believe that we can port this to core WordPress, right? So if you manage to do these two bits, like if you manage to, if you manage to port the UI over, and if you manage to build an API-driven importer, both of these two things, then I think we have a good start at getting a much better and more robust importing framework up there, right? So just for context, I think the WordPress importer, the first version, Matt wrote, right? Matt Mullenweg, the founder of WordPress, right? And a lot of the code is still unchanged, right? So it's been like that for over 20 years. So it's time for a change, and I think we can be one of the few teams out there, especially the WordPress Kerala community. I think we can probably rally behind and get this change done. That would be awesome. So I believe these are the next steps. Build a replacement for the WordPress importer that is based off of Calypso. Need to get buy-in from a lot of core committers. It's not easy working in a large open source project. It's possible, especially if you are driven and passionate and you kind of show code instead of talk, right? So that's what we're planning to do. And I would love to talk to people who are interested in developing this and helping us develop this, because this is a rather large project. We have a very small team, like it's just 5 people. So getting more eyes on this, getting more reviewers on this, getting help from anybody who's active in the WordPress.org community would be like super awesome. Yeah, so short recap, WordPress and importing is one of the most impactful areas in WordPress. It's not really hard to build an importer, but there are bigger problems with the current importing framework. Contributing to the code can help you win major kudos from the community. And we have an approach, but we would need help and support and would like to collaborate with all of you, right? So we have this plugin on the store called move to WordPress.com. It uses some of the tech that I talked about here. I have some free credits as well, so if you ping me or Hari somewhere after the call, we can talk about this one as well. But thank you. Do you have any questions?
Wow, thank you so much, Vishnu. That was a lightning talk. Any questions? Okay, cool. No questions. Okay, so now, Hari, can you give over the memento to Vishnu?
In the meantime, I have a question. Can I ask a very quick question? Okay, so is there a possibility where WordPress will someday be able to import from a random site through like a browser extension? I mean, I know I'm like thinking far ahead, but
yeah.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, I think all the problems that we've found using something like that is the fact that WXR is kind of limited in what it can do. So it is possible, but I think it'll require a lot more work. We have like a couple of experiments where we tried doing this for Wix, because like I said, Wix does not have a native.
That is exactly where my question was coming from. Because,
yeah,
Wix, you can't export anything. Right?
Yeah, so we had this browser extension as an experiment where we kind of like use that to get all the Wix assets. But it's something that requires a lot more work, honestly. But it's possible. Like if somebody is interested in contributing, like you can try those approaches. That will be awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, great. A round of applause for Vishnu, please. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so we are having a tea break session now. Water's there. Come on, look. Waters are there. The snacks are kept in the upper floor. As I said before, the networking area, where you have the sponsors booth. You have the sticker sheet. You saw the sheet? It's in a baggage, yeah? You have all those logos there. Get it punched by the sponsors. There will be a box kept here soon in the lunch break, so put it in there. First few winners gets gifts, okay? Huh? Gifts like, I don't know. Even I will also try. So, and one more thing, there is also a talk sessions happening in track 2. Okay, after break, 11:30, track 1 will be having the topic, Secret Ingredient to Content Marketing, How to DIY Your Content by Ranjini Narendranath. And in track 2, we'll be having Contributing to WordPress by Alexander Gaunter. Yeah, so interested people, go to accordingly. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your break.
Building a website can be complex. Choose Hostinger, a simpler place to host your WordPress site. You'll love the quick access, intuitive control panel and its sleek design. The built-in plugin scanner detects security flaws in real time and patches them to protect your WordPress site. The scanner also automatically updates your plugins to prevent malware attacks and secures your site to keep spam away. WordPress has great SEO tools to help people easily find your blog or online store on search engines and drive more traffic to it. Choose freedom. Hostinger 3, 2, online.
अब बिजनेस इंडियन तो होस्टिंग भी इंडियन। जुड़िए भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ वेब होस्टिंग कंपनी माइज वेब के साथ और होस्ट करें अपनी वेबसाइट बड़े आसानी से। साथ ही पाए 24/7 सहायता, सर्वोच्च श्रेणी की सिक्योरिटी और 99.95% अपटाइम जो रखे आपके बिजनेस को हमेशा ऑनलाइन। आज ही चुनिए अपना सही होस्टिंग प्लान और पसंद न आने पर 30 दिन के भीतर पैसे वापस। माइज वेब, आपका भरोसेमंद होस्टिंग पार्टनर। अब बिजनेस इंडियन तो होस्टिंग भी इंडियन। जुड़िए भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ वेब होस्टिंग कंपनी माइज वेब के साथ और होस्ट करें अपनी वेबसाइट बड़े आसानी से। साथ ही पाए 24/7 सहायता, सर्वोच्च श्रेणी की सिक्योरिटी और 99.95% अपटाइम जो रखे आपके बिजनेस को हमेशा ऑनलाइन। आज ही चुनिए अपना सही होस्टिंग प्लान और पसंद न आने पर 30 दिन के भीतर पैसे वापस। माइल्स वेब, आपका भरोसेमंद होस्टिंग पार्टनर।
It could be that special one of many. Maybe you promised one-day delivery. Maybe you just want to share your passion with everyone. Or maybe to make a living by doing the one thing you love. When your one thing really matters, bring it online with one.com.
കേൾക്കണ്ടോ? ഇപ്പം കയറണോ? ഓഫ് ചെയ്യണോ? ഓഫ് ചെയ്യട്ടെ.
Hello, everybody. I hope you all had some good tea and you got some rest. But the good news is WordCamp Kerala is just getting into the groove. So we have an exciting speaker who's coming up next. Her name is Ranjini Narendranath. She's speaking at a WordCamp in Kerala for the second time. We are so excited to have her here. So Ranjini, she's a content marketer. She's a web designer and a linguist. She's a mom to an awesome 13-year-old boy who's also a future WordCamp Kerala speaker, as I reliably hear from Ranjini. And she's a big fan of WordPress, and she earns her living by combining web design, content, and SEO as a major source of income for her freelance agency. So her goal is, she has a very lofty goal. She wants to teach mompreneurs like herself how to earn by working freelance and earn a decent income from the comfort of home. Very ambitious, Ranjini. We're so excited. All right, so I'm not going to talk a lot because Ranjini has a lot more to say. Ranjini is going to deliver an exciting and excellent session on the topic, secret ingredient of content marketing, how to DIY your content. Sounds like a lot of secrets, Ranjini. All right, handing it over to you. All the best for your session.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay. What is WordPress? In very simple terms, what is WordPress? WordPress is a CMS. What is CMS? Content Management System. It's as simple as that. WordPress is the most famous content management system because when I started WordPress design and content writing and content marketing way back in 2017, it was powering 30% of internet. Right now, it is powering 40%. Yeah? So big opportunity, big scaling, and a lot of goodies over there. So right now we are sitting on something called Akshaya Patram. This is actually, WordPress is an Akshaya Patram. Yeah? Because you ask for anything, it will give you on plate, ready to serve. That is how good WordPress is. So when I started learning WordPress, getting trained for WordPress I was 39 years old. And my colleagues used to, make fun of me that, you're nearing 40 and why are you coming to study such a complex subject? But when I started understanding the philosophy behind WordPress, it was very inspiring. And this has been my message also ever since, because building a website is not difficult with WordPress. It's very easy, and we have an amazing community of WordCamp Kerala. How many of you are not yet member of this WhatsApp group of WordPress Kerala? Please raise your hands. Not yet member. Okay, so there is something called WordPress Kochi and WordPress Kerala. Two WhatsApp groups are there. Do join. There are amazing questions being asked over there, and answers are even more amazing. Okay, I've benefited so much from the community, and make sure that you join. Yeah. So that being said, I'm a content marketer. I make use of WordPress as a content management system. I employ content. I do a lot of keyword harvesting, keyword plugins into the content to make it potent. Yeah. So this is what we are going to see today. And how many of you have seen the movie Kung Fu Panda? Please raise your hands. Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is something like that. So have you heard this dialogue called, what is the secret ingredient of the secret ingredient soup? You've heard that, right? So we are going to see what's the secret ingredient, yeah? WordPress, as we know, it's a content management system. And what is content marketing? Why do we need content marketing? People need content, period. It's that simple, okay? Now with the advent of ChatGPT and all those AI writing tools, people still need well-written, well-researched, how do I put this? So there is an architecture for your content, right? Have you seen academic content? It doesn't have good subtitles, yeah? The structure is not, the content is not structured. But in content marketing, while you write a blog, while you write your articles, you can structure it in such a way that it's easy to read. And how easy it should be? It should be easy to read by a 5th grader. Can you believe it? Should be that simple. Use simple language, either Malayalam or English, use simple language. How many Malayalis are here? Please raise your hands. Thank you so much, you can put down. All right. So either in Malayalam or in English, use simple language. We don't need any jargons or big words. We can use simple English. And ChatGPT is a very good tool which gives you simple English, not very complex, not very sophisticated, which you can use. We'll come to that later. So people need content, as simple as that. And here is something that I have written, vox Dei vox populi. It's a Latin verse. It says, vox Dei means voice of God is the voice of the population. Populi means population. Vox is again having a root in root word of voice, the word voice, and we have in Sanskrit we have vak, yeah. So vox Dei vox populi. So your audience would tell you what kind of content you should be preparing, yeah. So that's the main point that I want to drive across. And what is the learning outcome of this talk? We'll be understanding how you can do yourself your content, yeah? That would be the learning outcome. So if you do content marketing, here is a reality fact check. Is the market saturated with content? Yes, we all know. We all have the social media feed, which is so populated by content marketers with so many different products and trying to help us. Some are relevant to us, some are not. But most of the time we find relevant content, yeah? That's the reason we go ahead and purchase the product, because the trust is developed already. So the content, the platform is very saturated, but So do I have a space? If I do my content marketing, if I prepare a lot of content and I stand there with my product or service, do I have a space? No. But the good news is you can make the space. Can I make my own space? Yes. You can do your content yourself. Why do we need content marketing? I've given 2 examples, yeah? We'll come to that. You can do content marketing for your business and your personal branding. Build brand trust, build your brand, and here are a few examples, yeah? What is IKEA? IKEA is a furniture company, and their motto is to do yourself your furniture. So you can buy packets, which are completely, kind of packed and everything, and you can put the nuts and bolts and build your own furniture, yeah? That is DIY furniture for you, IKEA. And Automatic. We all know that Automatic is the parent company of WordPress, yeah? WordPress, of course, is a freely downloadable content management system that you can put on your website. So Automatic is giving us this in the form of do it yourself, do your website yourself, DIY content and DIY website, right? So this is how they are marketing their content. Now, Guy Vaynerchuk has written this book called Jab, 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 Hook. And another way of saying this is give value, give so much of value upfront, and then only pitch your product. That's what it means by Jab, 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 Hook. It's the name of a book. And VVVP is another version of Jab and Hook. So give 3 pieces of content as value and then pitch your product. This is said by one of my mentor. Actually, one of my mentor is here in the last row. He is one of the person who has inspired me a lot. His name is Tony. He is the CEO of Spiderworks in Kakanad. He has inspired me way back in 2017 to start my journey. And with his blessings, I have gone a very long way. I've asked so many questions to him, and he's also there in the WordPress group, which you can be a member of, yeah? So, we just saw how to pitch, yeah? Now, how do you understand who is your buyer? You have to go really niche and find your micro market. There is your buyer, yeah? Understand your target audience. You must have heard of buyer persona, right? Make a buyer persona by asking questions. What are the interests of your buyers? What kind of problems he has? And what are the solutions that you can give to solve that problem? So, analyze the pain points. That is the basic research that goes into your content marketing. So when you analyze, how you can analyze, you can ask the question, how can I help you? What are your problems? And you can do one-to-one sessions. You can take them onto a WhatsApp group or Telegram group or FB group. Just now, previously we had Flying Press associate telling us about a support group for WordPress, speed up plugin, Flying Press. Similarly, you can create your group and ask questions, give value, and build your community over there. There you can find your market, what problems you can solve for your target audience, and have your solutions ready. How? You can scratch. You have to scratch your own itch, right? Now, when you solve your problem, when you scratch your itch and solve a particular problem, then you can give that as a solution to somebody. I have scratched my own itch. I needed to start my own website. I needed to start putting content on it. I needed to, see, this is one of the questions that I asked in the first meetup that happened in Trivandrum. I was asking Hari about how to do SEO on the website, yeah? So, scratch your own itch, and once you find good information, good solutions for the problems, then try to help other people who don't have access to that. Yeah, you don't have to have hundreds of different information or courses to upgrade yourself. There are always people who are who don't know as much as you do, so you can help them. So why should we do this? We can offer solutions to educate them, win trust, and then only offer your product. So first, educate, and then win trust, then offer your solution. So what content strategy? We need both paid and organic content. Organic content is provided by SEO, where you drive organic traffic, and paid content is the amount that you pay for ads, running your ads on various different platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Google. So there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Yeah, your solution is unique because your business model is unique. So you have to. It's a trial and error that you have to do in association with your content marketing agency and find out what is that sweet spot. Give time for trial and error. What are the different kind of content that you can create? Yeah, you have to basically write your own words, write your own content. What are the different contents? These are the different contents. For example, blog posts, long form and short form posts. Then pillar content. Pillar content is something like 2,000, 3,000 words. There's somebody called Ryan Robinson who writes massive 10,000 word posts on his website, and it always ranks because it is so authoritative. Some 10 content writers would write content, would contribute to make that content as massive as 10,000 words. Yeah. So pillar content is very important. Very classic content marketing strategy. Start with pillar content and also with short contents. Then listicles. You all are familiar with listicles, right? So simple list of 10 tips, for example, or 10 myths about something. For example, if you are in hair care industry, 10 tips to reduce hair fall. 10 tips to reduce your skin tan if you are in a skincare industry. So then you can write, take reviews, and you can write content about case studies that you have come across, and you can also market your business on Google My Business page, that is GMB. It's very important for local search, and you should also have the link ready to ask your happy clients to give a positive 5-star review. Ask for 5-star review, they will give it. Yeah. So that is about Google My Business page. And then you can also create ebooks, for example. Yeah, ebooks. Why do you need ebook? So a person who is coming to your website, just a random visitor, you can collect his email by offering this ebook. You can get this email via opt-in plugins. Yeah, WordPress has amazing plugins for lead magnets. So you can use this ebook as a lead magnet. Lead magnet means you give this ebook in return of their email, and that's how you build your email list. Yeah, have you heard this? The rich lies in your list. So if your email list is very big, one shot of an email, when you shoot an email to your email list, you can rest guaranteed that that product, what you are pitching for, would be seen and bought by a few people. Yeah. So email marketing, lead generation, lead magnet would be good for email marketing, and then press releases. For example, in Kerala we have this Innatte programs, yeah, in the newspaper. So if you have an offline event, you can give a press release. That's also, kind of advertisement for your this thing. It's also kind of content marketing where you go out and say in the newspaper that you are here and you are doing this and this. And then YouTube content description, this is where you can, this is also where you can put your content, because wherever your content, wherever you have place to put your content, that's your real estate, online real estate space, and you should put plenty of content. Why should you put plenty of content? Because you have to sow the seeds of goodness on the internet, everywhere on the internet, yeah? It is not just through your website you get leads. It's through all these channels like email marketing, press release, YouTube, and FB, Instagram. These are platforms where you have to put out your content so that you can get a lot of traction, a lot of traffic to your website. So your website, your WordPress website stays in the middle of all these marketing efforts. And you absolutely need a website, even if you're a freelancer, even if you're a new startup, freelance startup, you need your website to let other people know that you exist, you are a legal entity, and you are doing this, yeah? So it's a very, very professional way of going forward with your business. So, and then another aspect of content strategy is that you have all these, you have made all these blog posts and everything, link it back, link it back. Link it to and fro. So an information that you have mentioned in one post has a reference to another post, then give that link over there so that it is linked. All your posts are linked, yeah? So who is your brand's face? The question comes whether I should ask somebody to do video for me or should I do my own video. You are the brand of your face. First, you are the brand of your face. The ideal, see, this is the ideal scenario. Make yourself the face of your brand. You must have seen the movie Pranjayatan, right? Pranjayatan is, shooting for his gold shop, and he is the central figure for that video. And in that he's saying some things that he's directly talking to his customer, yeah? So be the brand, be the face of your brand. And there is something called logo versus logo. In Hindi, you have logo, right? So people associate with people. People don't associate with logo, because logo is a very virtual and very abstract thing. But if you can connect with your audience, then that is the best way you can get right into the heart of your target audience, yeah? You can make all the difference. So my mentor always says, choose your market wisely and the market will choose you. Choose your market means go niche, go very niche, and I'll show you in a minute how to do that. So write compelling headlines. Forget about, people saying, yeah, you are using clickbaits and you're using, very this thing. See, you are here for a purpose, right? So, beshak, befikar, bindas, use compelling headlines, yeah? That's the reason I also used compelling headlines, secret ingredient of content marketing. Yeah, it's a clickbait. So use it. Your content is your PR. And it's also your sales team. So they work basically while you're sleeping. YouTube videos, when you create, is for long term. Embed those YouTube videos on your website, yeah, along with the content. Get a content writer to transcribe your video content and put it into your website as blogs and articles. How to create engaging content? You can use Canva, AI tools like Canva and ChatGPT, and use your magic. That is where things turn around, yeah? Use your magic, use your imagination and use your experience to enrich that content. Basically what they are giving us is, these are all templates. These are lifeless templates that are ready for you to use. Use it and customize it thoroughly for your purpose. Use audio-visual content. So way back, I happen to have a degree in education, so I have B.Ed. There, we studied that in 1900s, there was this discussion of making audio-visual aspect come into for teaching. Now it is happening. After 100 years, we are using audio visuals for teaching. Teaching means, by teaching I mean your video, when you create content, you are giving educational content, right? So we are basically in the knowledge industry where we provide knowledge, solve a problem, and then sell our product in the background. That's how we use audio visual. So use YouTube. If you are not happy with showing your face on YouTube, do a podcast. Go to anchor.fm. It's amazing. You can infuse music into your voice, and you can try that out. Use text on website, social media, and book. And write a book, please. It's very easy. Write a chapter. It's very easy to create content. When you have the idea of what content goes into what chapter, you can harness the power of ChatGPT for that. And it's not a secret anymore. Everybody is seeing this, on the internet. The content writers, the people who used to create content for books, ghost writers and angel writers. So optimize your content for SEO. SEO is very technical. I don't think it's very technical, but keywords. Harvest your keywords very wisely. Long tail keywords. What is long tail keyword? A keyword is not just one word. It can be 2 word, 3 word. It can be a long sentence. It can be a long question. Yeah? So use long tail keywords for optimizing your content. Harvest your keywords using Google Keyword Planner, and other tools are also there. So go micro niche with your keywords. Go brutally micro niche. Use them in your textual content and do social media marketing. Now, how do you promote your content? Leverage social media brutally. Brutally, yeah? I've made so many videos of this, and I'm going to go out there and put a lot of content for social media, because it's purely marketing, yeah? And find where your audience hang out and put it over there. There are only 2 types of people on social media: people who sell and people who buy. It's as simple as that. Yeah? So who do you want to be? People who consume the content, or people who sell and make some money out of it? So create your content marketing calendar. There is an amazing tool called Meta Business Suite in FB, where you can connect your Instagram and Facebook and schedule your content. Yeah. So if you hate content marketing, just think about making 1 blog per week. That makes 52 blogs in a year, and your website would be, so much full with content, and you will get a lot of traffic to those blogs also. So study your competitors, what they are doing. So Prithviraj, he's a young actor in Kerala. He used to say that in the late night, if somebody calls me for doing the shoot, he would say that even if I don't want to go, I will think, what would Mammootty do in such a situation? Mammootty would get up and go. That's it. So Pakka professionals inspire professionals. Yeah. So look at your competitor, how they are doing, and think about how you can do better. Now track and optimize. Look at the analytics, how it is functioning, look at your audience, what are the questions they are asking, and then optimize, get their feedback and then optimize. Recreate, repurpose, and reposition your content, yeah? Sometimes your content gets obsolete. So don't worry if you want to take it down, that's fine too. When is the time to optimize? Any time when you find that thing is obsolete, do take it down. And you may get a few trolls and everything. You feel like breaking down, don't break. Take a break, don't quit from this game. Remember, content marketing is a long time game. We are here for the long term, yeah? So are you going to be here in this game as a long time player? Your answer should be yes, because it will take you some time with the content marketing, yeah? So recycle, repurpose, and reposition. market is always disrupted with lot of different technology, lot of different products. It's always disrupted, yeah. So you need to upgrade and upskill yourself. Change is the only constant. It's a paradoxical statement, I know that. Change is the only constant. You have to upgrade and upskill, otherwise we will not be in this game for a very long time. You need to change, and change means evolution. You are evolving. So collaborate with different brands. For example, this is, you can see here, this shoe is Adidas shoe that has been collaborated with a hotel. The hotel's name is Ravi. That hotel has made this shoe in collaboration with Adidas it's a marketing tool, yeah? The shoe is costing some $500, but it's a marketing tool. And this is Aramula Kannadi, that's here. Kerala government gives amazing entrepreneurs and amazing artists this award. And this award, they are using Aramula Kannadi as an award. So this is an example of collaboration. So never say never, and keep making your content. Never stop. Keep moving forward. One piece of content at a time, one piece of content per week. On social media platform, one social media platform at a time, and be calm and carry on. Time well spent will give you a bounty of results, yeah? Enjoy the process and have fun. Don't take trolls seriously. Trollers are here for marketing, and so are you, okay? Yeah, my time is up. So, thank you so much for listening to me. And if you have any questions, I'm here. I'm sorry I ended up my this thing very abruptly, but yeah, I'm here for your questions.
Okay, I guess there's no questions. You have a question here?
The session was very good.
Thank
I'm
you.
also in the same area. I'm a blogger. Okay. I'm coming from Ahmedabad city. So I have one question, like I'm starting my own content marketing agency. Okay. So what is your 5 important suggestions for that? Or your takeaways for that?
You are starting your own content marketing agency?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you, so you can offer content for what? People ask content for what?
I mainly work with IT companies and agencies.
Yeah. So they would require content for ads.
Yeah.
So you can create content for ads.
Okay.
You can also create content for social media.
Yeah.
Create content for website.
Yes.
Create FAQs.
Okay.
Create amazing articles on website. Content revamp is another major revenue source. Yeah? So there are these websites who have old content. Pitch to them and ask for a content revamp. It would be amazing, revenue income.
Yeah. And as you said that about the podcast, so as I come from Gujarat, so we are starting our own podcast channel in Gujarati language, only for WordPress community.
Amazing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good, good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, WordPress, WordCamp, and amazing time I had here. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. We have Aravind here to give a memento for you.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so next we have our speaker, Hardik Gohil. And here he is in a black t-shirt. Wow. So he is currently working as WPMU Dev as an ISTQB certified QA engineer with 10 plus of profound experience in quality assurance and quality control. And he is also passionate about software testing. Wow, that's great. And he's going to speak for WWH of WordPress plugin testing, building and delivering high quality plugins. Yeah, so you guys ready? Collected your goodies, happy? All good? Okay, so let's give the mic to Hardik.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah? Yeah. So, yeah, I'm Hardik Goel, working as a QA and currently working in WPM with Dev. So today I'm going to talk about WWH of WordPress plugin testing, building and delivering high quality plugins. So we all know, right, that plugins are, the integral part of WordPress ecosystem. And there are tons of plugins, but everybody uses different plugins, sometimes same plugins. And if the plugins are with the quality, they are like here for ages and forever. So that's we are going to talk about today, that how to deliver quality plugins and through testing. Yeah. So this is the outline. Why to test WordPress plugins. Another W is for what types of tests required for the WordPress plugins, and the H is how to deliver high quality WordPress plugins. So let's start with the video, if it's gonna play.
The new 500.
So I guess everybody got the idea what I'm talking about. So as you can see, this video is for the reference only. So that's how a tester should test its product, right? Extensively, with the views of a customer, that how customer is going to use it, or like a negative testing, you can say, that how to break it, right? So these kind of areas as a tester we need to explore. So let's look at them one by one. So to ensure the best quality, tester should ask these two questions, that if it is not working or something is breaking, why? Right? And the second one is, if it is working, then why? Right? So these two questions will always give you your answers for the quality, for any product, be it a plugin or be it a theme or anything. You can apply these things generally as well in any kind of development, right? The next one is to improve performance and security. So nowadays, as we all know, internet's gonna be very fast, and some of us already talked about few improvements of performance and everything. So whenever you deliver a plugin with performance, or which is very fast, which does not have any glitch in performance, so public always liked it, right? People always like it, and they use it more and more. So that's the one for the performance. Security is also the aspect. We all know that nowadays security is at most important in plugins as well, because there are plugins with, let's say a payment plugin. So if your plugin is not secure, it can be hacked. Your customers' money can be, withdrawn. So all these kind of things can happen. Even let's say a simple XSS attacks, right? So these kind of attacks will happen if your plugin is not secure, right? So these kind of things will happen if it is not secure, and ultimately your website and your customer will suffer, right? So that is the most important things. And one more thing is satisfaction of the customer, right? So when your customer is satisfied, that kind of smile will appear on his face, right? So it is very important to deliver a plugin with, with customer satisfaction, whatever you may call it. But when you deliver a quality plugin, that smile automatically, appears on the faces of customers, because they want to use it, they want to, explore it as much as possible, and for their benefit also. So testing also helps saving money. Of course, this is on the organization purpose, right? So when we develop plugin, we go through all the processes like design, development, requirements, gathering and all. And when we deliver it, and if that plugin has any issue, like a critical issue, right, and if it is not found during the development, then it will be very costly to fix. When you go through the same iteration, like you have to, go through around it, you need to find the root cause. So that will be very costly when you go around it again and again. So from saving the money, the means is you need to introduce the testing earlier in the process, as much as early possible, like after requirement gathering and designing process. So when you introduce the testing early, it will help to minimize these effects, and it will help you ultimately organization to save the money, right? So that's the thing very important, that why we should test any plugin. So now the second part is what type of test required for WordPress plugin, right? So let's go through them one by one. So these are some generic test types: unit testing and integration testing. So this is more like of developers' code. Developers should do it, right? If they check like basic scenarios, in my opinion, if they only check basic scenarios, that will always work, right? If you say like 1 + 1 = 2, that will always work. But if they do like impact testing, or when I say integration testing, that if one is merging to another one, and will it make 11 or will it make 2? So that's the testing I'm talking about, that developers should think ahead a little bit, not more, because of course testers were there. So the developer has to think a little bit more in unit testing and integration testing, and they have to pass the module, or you can say plugin, to testers after doing such testing. The another one is functional test. So this is now completely testers area. Testers has to, test all the functionalities of the plugin that we all know, whatever the critical functionalities we are delivering to the end client. UI test. So as I said, if you introduce testing earlier in the process, like starting from the requirement phase, so if testers are included in that phase also, when requirements gathering is happening, designing is happening, so they can give their input earlier, and you can minimize, bugs right from the starting process. So if this user interface testing, when design happens, designers should send those designs to testers just for the review. You can get fresh feedback as well, or you can get those bugs as well. So user interface testing is always fascinating, because it happens on multiple browsers, on multiple devices as well, right? The another one is regression test. Now regression test is for the after effects. So when you fix anything, like testers gives developers the bugs, and developers gonna fix it. So what happens after the fix? So we have to check for those after effects, that there is nothing gonna break after fixing a particular bug or a critical bug, right? The next one is acceptance test to match the requirement with actual results. So we, as a tester, we always have actual results on our hand. We always match with the current result. So we always say expected result and actual results. So whatever the expected results are, we always have that from the client or from the requirements as well. And whatever happening currently in the plugin, when we test it, we always compare with the actual results. So when we don't find the similarity, that's a bug, you can say, that's an issue. So we raise that as an acceptance test, we raise those issues. Another is performance and security. As we talked about earlier, performance and security nowadays is very important whenever we test. So it's a combination of Ferrari and Hummer. We all know that Ferrari is fast and Hummer is the strongest car in the world, right? So we want that kind of plugins in our websites, that it's fast as well as secure. So we always have those combinations, and customer will always like it. Next one is feature and usability test. This is more like an observation, you can say, and you can match the purpose with this. So if your purpose is to deliver, let's say, a payment plugin, so is it served when you deliver it to the client? So you always test for that is it served? Is client is able to make the payments through different payment gateways and all, right? So for that, you need to check the features and usability test. Now let's see some compatibility tests. These are the tests which we usually do with our plugins. So first is site type compatibility. What I mean site type is single site and multi-site. So we all know in WordPress we have multi-sites. Clients have multiple sub-sites and one site. So we have to test. There are plugins like there is one interface in admin panel which is in network site, and there are plugins which have interface in network site as well and in sub-site as well, right? So when we have those kind of plugins, we have to test network site as well as the sub-site, and we have to match the result with single site also, because it happens that sometimes the plugins fails in the sub-site. Some modules are not showing in the sub-site, or some functionality is not working in the sub-site. So that's how we ensure that it is working in the multi-site and single site. Next one is we should do version compatibility with PHP and WordPress. So these versions are keep updating, we all know, right? PHP is now delivering like 8+ versions. So when you deliver a plugin, before that you need to test that whether it is compatible with old PHP versions or old WordPress versions. Usually we do like 7+ PHP versions and 8+. And with WordPress we already have 6.2, I guess. So we need to test that whether it is working with below 6.2 version of WordPress, or below the 8+ version of PHP. So these kind of compatibility tests we should do. Another is, I talked about earlier, browser compatibility. So these are the most common browsers we always use: Chrome, Firefox, Safari. As far as the desktop is concerned, I mean in mobile it's always a Chrome and Safari, but in mobile there are various browsers as well. But let's take an example of these three, which are the major browsers. So we always test our plugins in these three browsers, and we ensure that all the functionalities are working, because there are sometimes some functionalities are breaking in Apple with Safari browser, and everything is working in Chrome. So we have to check the compatibility of the browser as well in browser compatibility. The another one is theme and page builder compatibility. So these are some common page builders and themes which we usually test with. So our plugins are should be compatible with at least these common page builders and themes, because clients and end users are using this very commonly, like Elementor and DV and WP Bakery. So all these things are very common in our WordPress system. So we have to test our plugins with this kind of theme and builders, theme and page builders, so that we know that it's not breaking anywhere. And along with that, these themes and page builders are also working, seamlessly. So we have to test that in this compatibility test. So another one is mobile compatibility. So we all know there are Apple devices and Android devices, and it's not possible to check all the devices, because all the devices are different OS, different resolutions, right? So what we do, we usually test common resolutions, common devices, or you can say latest devices specifically, because in specific UI or in specific upgrade of UI or upgrade of an OS, the plugin might not work. So we always need to check the latest versions as well as the older versions as well for the Android devices and Apple devices. And the UI is also breaking from phone to phone, or it varies from device to device. So that's why we need to check the mobile compatibility as well. The another one is language translation. Now this is important if you are delivering your plugins like globally to the global market, to your global customers, because it might happen that customers are from different backgrounds and different countries, and they don't know the English language. It might happen. So you need to convert your plugin language to another language. So that should be compatible. GDPR compliances. This is for the data security of the clients. Sometimes your plugin is storing the data from, taking the data and storing the data from the clients, like personal data. So it should be GDPR compliance as well. Now, how to deliver, right? So this is the first stage where we test the plugins. We have to set up the staging environment. Staging environment should be the exact replica of production environment. So it is beneficial for the testers that they will get the exact environment like production, and they can test the plugins extensively. They can do whatever they want to do on staging, but they cannot do same on the production, right? So they have to set up a staging environment first, then test the beta version of the staging. So plugins generally have the beta versions. Developers give testers the beta version, and they have to test on staging. So they can use as many test cases as possible, negative, positive, whatever. They can break it, or they can do whatever they want to do on staging with the beta version. So ultimately you will be able to deliver the final product which have the utmost quality. This is also, you need to perform the test we earlier discussed on the staging as well. And use automation as and when required. So we all know automation will cut your time, your testing time very extensively. So, but it is not always required. So that's why I wrote as and when required. So if you feel that you have some repetitive process or some process where you need to compare your data, so in these kind of situations, you can use automation, and it will be very helpful, and it saves your time. Another thing is perform the upgrade procedure. So upgrade procedure is, you already have a version on production, right? Let's say 1.0, and now you are releasing another version 1.5 on the production. So what we generally do in this upgrade procedure is, we gather all the data of 1.0 plugin, and we compare it. After taking the data, we upgrade the plugins on the production, and then we compare the data of 1.0 to 1.5, that all the data and all the, you can say all the pages, all the UI are same as 1.0. So that's the upgrade procedure we usually do with our plugins when we release on a production. And that is very helpful to catch the critical bugs sometimes after the release. So that's very important. And the same part is the smoke test after release. So you need to go through the critical functionality when you release the plugin once. So if there is any critical bug or if something is breaking or your core functionality is not working, you will get to know immediately once you do the smoke test. So that's all I have, sorry. That's we discussed like importance of testing, why we should do it, what types of testing required to, deliver the high quality plugins and how to do it, like setting up the environment and all. So, yeah, that's it. Any questions, guys? Yeah, sure.
Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you. It was a wonderful presentation, and I'm sure it will be helpful for a developer and tester.
Yeah.
My question is on the first topic that you discussed,
Okay.
about the two questions. If it's not working, why? Which is an obvious question. And the second was, if it's working, why? So my question is on that why, like why we should ask why.
Okay, so when you ask those two questions, like not working always you understand, right? But you don't understand the part why it is working, right? So why it is working, we ask that question to have the negative testing. We always do positive testing, like we always test scenarios, base cases and all, but we never do negative testing. I mean, rarely we do negative testing. So when you ask that question, that why it is working, it means it should not work in particular situation. And you have to generate those situations where it is not working, right? So that's why I asked that there are two questions, why it is working and why it is not working. So why it is working, you need to find those negative scenarios while you are testing the plugin, and you need to execute those scenarios while you are testing.
So is this question for a developer or a tester? Like,
this is particularly for the tester, not the developer. Yeah. So developers usually do like unit testing and integration testing, that's it. But other than that, testers are extensively test anything. So this is more for the testers, not the developers.
yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
How we can automate plugin testing effectively?
Okay, so what I'm using currently is a tool called Ghost Inspector. So that is very easy tool. You can just record your whole scenario and you can play it, like you can test it like after playing it. So you can have accession as well. You need to add the accession manually, but generally the whole scenario will be recorded at once. And then again you can play that scenario as a testing. And you can add accessions, you can add JavaScript, you can add whatever you like all the scenarios you like, all the checks you like, you need to add it manually. So that's what I use generally, which is very helpful and which is very easy. So if you don't know the automation, like you don't know the coding or you don't know any specific language to code the automation test, you can just have these kind of recording tools where you just record your scenario and you can have it while you are testing it.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you guys. Thank you listening for
Okay, so yeah, it has been our pleasure. So Nebu will be presenting a memento for Hardik. Yeah, thank you so much, Hardik. Okay, so moving on to the next talk, I'm going to invite the founder and CEO of BlogVault and Malcare and WP Remote, which successful. Let me finish your intro, okay? It's pretty impressive, So I need to finish it. So it's said that he is himself very known for his ability to teach himself things. Interesting. So since starting BlogVault, Akshat has transformed a side project into a profitable venture that is scaling new heights in the Indian startup space. Wow. And as a member of WordPress community for almost a decade, Akshat's core belief when building any product is to ensure the end user doesn't need assistance and to assist them in the best possible manner if they do. Okay, so here he is to take an interesting session on the topic WordPress firewalls, the most important protection for your website. All the best. Over to you.
All right, thank you. Hello, can you guys hear me? Should we reset this counter or? Yes, yep, there we go. Yeah, hi everyone. I wasn't expecting that thing to get, my intro to get read out like that. That's, yeah, way more flattering than I would have liked. Yes, so hi everyone. How's it going? I'm Akshat, as the introduction was. I'm the founder of BlogVault Malcare. So those are our products. And you know, we've been doing WordPress for over 10 years now. These are some of the things, a quick introduction about these are some of the things that our products focus a lot on, and we are very, very passionate about security for a long time. All right? So before we get started, you know, we're going to talk about firewalls and the impact of it, because what we have seen is that while a lot of us are, you know, we want to have a secure website, we don't completely understand like what's the best way of securing the website. And in our opinion, firewalls is one of the most important things you need to do around security. And again, firewalls itself there are so many flavors, so many things going on there. So I thought in today's session, I'm going to cover firewalls in detail. Right? So before we get started, we actually need to know, before you go about protecting your website, you need to know how websites actually get hacked. Only once you know how websites get hacked, will you be able to protect it effectively? Okay? Then what are the different mechanisms people use to hack the website? And finally, how do you test it? Like, so you've come up with a security solution for your website. How do you make sure that the security solution is effective? Okay, so before we get started, we have this graph which shows how actually websites get hacked. Does anyone know what the big red one would be? Like, what are the biggest cause of a website getting hacked? Sorry? Yeah, the password. Actually, that's the wrong answer, and which is again the problem. So 95% of the websites get hacked because there's a vulnerability on the website. Okay, and almost all of us make that mistake that the big red represents passwords, and passwords only happen, password breaches only 5% of websites get hacked because of it. Right, and we have seen tens and tens of thousands, maybe like very, very large number of hacked websites, and in our experience, 95% of the websites have gotten hacked because there's a vulnerable plugin, theme, of some kind. And unfortunately, the people who get blamed the most, they are responsible for less than 1% of the websites getting hacked. That is web hosts. Okay, so if you go online, go to the forums, you will see that web hosts are the ones who get blamed the most. So they're like, oh, I have a terrible web host, they didn't protect my website, and they are responsible for the overall security, but you know, the root cause of websites getting hacked, a web host is responsible less than 1% of the time. Right, so we have the problem is malware. You know, they are ever changing, there's a different type of malware, there's an infinite combination of it, and a hacker or a malware only needs to succeed once, like our typical cricket analogy, right? The bowler only has to succeed once to get the batsman out, whereas the firewall option, the plugin, the security option, there are many options, very difficult to identify which is a good option, and it has to succeed every time. So, as an end user, it's very, very difficult to identify if this is an effective security solution for you or not, right? Because preventive measure is always tricky and you don't know how to measure it. So when it comes to WordPress security, and again, we'll zoom out to the overall picture of what WordPress security is, and then again, zoom back in. You have firewall, which is a protection mechanism. You have malware scanning. Again, that's the second big pillar of security, where you need to check if a website is, you can protect your website as much as you like, but you always need to know whether there's always a likelihood of something going wrong, and you need to constantly monitor yourself for it. And finally, you have malware removal. So in case something goes wrong, then how do you remediate it quickly? So these are the three big pillars of WordPress security, right? And now going deeper into WordPress firewall. So what is a firewall? Does anyone use a WordPress firewall on your website? How many of you use a WordPress firewall currently? Some sort of a firewall. Okay. And what kind of firewall do people use? What firewall do you use? Sorry? Patch stack, okay? WordFence, yeah, so. Okay, so some of them mentioned Sakuri, patch stack, WordFence. We also make one, but yeah, and iTheme security. iTheme security actually does not have a firewall at all. So again, not disparaging iTheme security, but again, the problem is that a lot of people don't understand what security plugins provide what functionality, right? So not every plugin comes with a firewall. Different plugins have different types of firewalls, and very difficult to differentiate, right? But firewall, it's good to see that people use firewall for protecting their website. And if you think about firewall, firewall is nothing but just a filter, right? It is a filter which sits between your site and all the visitors that are coming to it. And what does it do? It checks in incoming traffic and lets the good traffic go through and blocks out the bad traffic. And and how does a firewall typically, like, what is the essence of a firewall? So what enables a firewall to do this is our rules. A firewall is nothing but a set of rules essentially. And these rules identify what traffic is good and what traffic is bad. And this is the real difference between different types of firewalls. Like what are the rules, what is the configuration that enables a firewall to let in good traffic and keep out bad traffic. This becomes critically important because the last thing you want to do is you want to block traffic which is good. Like and we again see this so often, and which is one of the fears which people have with using firewalls or different security solutions is that what if it blocks out good traffic? What if it blocks out Google from indexing my website? And these rules determine help a firewall separate good traffic from bad. Okay, so now how does a firewall protect a website? So we mentioned two big reasons why sites get hacked, right? You have obviously vulnerabilities and password, login getting compromised or credentials getting compromised. So before we go to the vulnerabilities bit, which is a bigger one, we'll start off with login security again, because there's so much emphasis on login security, and a lot of people think that sites get hacked mainly because of login security. I thought, let me cover login security first. And so while login security gets most of the attention, it only comprises, actually there's a mistake in my slide there. It comprises 95% of the attacks, but 5% of the successful hacks. So every website you go to, if you ever go through their logs, you will see that there are constantly people accessing XML, RPC, WP, login. They're always sending requests to it. So everyone, we have this fear that our websites are constantly under attack, and because of this, people trying to crack our password, our website will get compromised, right? And that does happen, but it only happens 5% of the time. And It is important, but it's not the most important thing, right? There are many hardening measures, many security plugins you might be using, which solve for login security, right? And the most important part of login security actually is passwords. So if you use a strong password, you use a password manager, and if the password is unique to every website, then you know that the website can be protected. You can do a fairly effective job of protecting your website. But the password management aspect of it is outside the scope of firewalls. What the firewall can help you do is protect you from brute force attacks. And brute force attacks is how a hacker tries to compromise your password. So just in case you're not using a strong password which is not unique to your website, then a hacker can get in. And even in spite of that, a firewall can protect you from that. So let's understand what happens in a brute force attack. So in a brute force attack, a hacker creates a bot. Basically, it's a software which is programmed to test out all combinations of username and password, right? And this password, again, while the bot can try out all combination of username and password, that would be an infinitely large universe. So what they do is they are obviously smarter than this. They use a dictionary attack. They use compromises from breach. So what has happened is a lot of us are in the habit of using the same username and password across all the products or services that we use. So we might use the same username password for our Gmail account along with our WordPress site. So and maybe we'll use the same username password for some other service. And if that other service has ever gotten compromised, then there is this list of username password combination which hackers have access to. And then they will use these combinations, right? And they will try out all combinations on a trial and error basis until one of them succeeds. So the way to protect you from this is by making sure that you do not allow multiple login attempts to happen from the same IP address, right? And by limiting this, and this is what a good firewall lets you do easily, you can easily block out such attacks very easily. And further, because a hacker is not only doing it on one site, they are interested in actually hacking as many websites as possible because they don't know which one they will succeed in. You can learn from these patterns from across the websites and preemptively block such attempts. So this is something which we have seen, like one example of where just attacks getting blocked even before they try to log into your site, right? Just because you can learn from the whole network of what's happening across the WordPress space. The second one again, and this is where this is the big red portion, the 95% of attacks or 95% of hacks happen because of vulnerabilities, right? And what are vulnerabilities? Vulnerabilities are nothing but bugs which allow unauthorized access to a website. Now, in WordPress, while WordPress, we have a very poor reputation of security, the core WordPress itself, and this has been repeated n number of times, is fairly robust and secure, but it's the plugins and themes which typically get the vulnerabilities. Now, that does not absolve us as an ecosystem from the responsibility because no one runs a vanilla WordPress site. Everyone is using a customized theme, and that's the main reason we are using WordPress, right? That they have, we can use like 20 plugins and to solve every one of of the needs of our website. We end up using more and more plugins. So there's always going to be plugins and themes that we use, and there's always a risk of those plugins developing a vulnerability. And when a vulnerability happens to a plugin or theme, the most important thing you can obviously do is to make sure that update it, because when a vulnerability happens, most reputed plugin authors or theme authors, they will also release an update for patching the vulnerability. But how do you protect yourself preemptively against a vulnerability, right? So apart from doing an update. So the two main strategies is using updates, and the second one is using a firewall. So to protect against 95% of the reasons why a site can get hacked, firewall, after updating a site, firewall is the most effective solution, right? And there's always, so while a plugin will get updated, and updating it regularly is a good solution, there's always a window between when the vulnerability gets introduced and when it gets patched. And in that window, your site can still get hacked. So in that case, a firewall is a good solution to protect your site. Right? And now, a typical web application, WordPress is nothing but a typical, but a web application, right? A typical web application, because security of web applications has been so well understood for so many years that there are standards to protect against it. And the standards and the kind of attacks that happen. And this comes under OWASP top 10 types of attacks. So you must have heard of SQL injection, XSS, CSRF. These are types of attacks that a typical web application has, and you need to, if you protect against these, the likelihood of your site getting hacked or a web application getting hacked reduces significantly. And any firewall tries to cover these standardized or these known problems in a very effective manner. Right? So apart from the standard, OWASP top 10 type of vulnerabilities, there are also very WordPress specific vulnerabilities, which cause, which are not directly included, they are indirectly referenced in OWASP, but there are no standard rules you can create for it. Right? So something might be very specific to a plugin which will not come up, which will not match any rule associated with a OWASP top 10. Right? So it might not be a typical XSS vulnerability. In that case, a firewall or something like that, a generic system is not sufficient. And that's where something specialized for WordPress is important. So firewalls will protect against OWASP top 10, but they also need to protect against WordPress specific vulnerabilities or WordPress specific issues. They have to have an understanding of it. Right? Just as I mentioned, for example, there can be an attack which lets you, and this happens so much more or so often with different plugins you use, that sometimes it will let you convert a subscriber to an admin user. Right? And that can happen through a SQL injection attack, but it can also happen through something very specific to a plugin, just the behavior of the plugin. And in this case, special rules are needed to protect against WordPress specific threats. There are multiple types of firewalls. We have, again, cloud firewall. Someone mentioned Cloudflare, Sakuri. They are cloud-based firewalls. You have plugin-based firewalls, WordFence, PatchStack, etc. And you have network firewall. So, again, people don't know, distinguishing between which is good, because all of them have pros and cons, all these types of firewalls. So we'll try and cover these three firewalls and which ones to use and what are the pros and cons of each one of these. So we'll start with cloud firewalls. The major one, I think the most famous cloud firewall is Cloudflare. A lot of us use it for different websites. Cloudflare typically focuses on OWASP, OWASP top 10 categories. So they don't have any rules specific to WordPress. But they do a very effective job of protecting you from a SQL injection attack or an XSS attack. They are also really good at DDoS attacks because they are sitting outside the boundary of your web host. But they are not specific to WordPress at all. So they don't have any rules related to WordPress. Also, because they don't have an understanding of WordPress or your WordPress website, it also leads to higher false positives with them. Okay, because you might have a user, the WordPress admin, right? If a WordPress admin is logged in, Cloudflare does not have any way of identifying whether the user has logged in or not. So in that case, it might block you out because as an admin, the kind of facility or the kind of abilities that you want to have, maybe upload a plugin, that you want to allow through, but Cloudflare might block that out. So because a cloud-based firewall does not have the context of WordPress available, that becomes a very big limitation. Further, apart from not even knowing like specific vulnerabilities which affect a WordPress site. So that's the downside. Obviously, Cloudflare and the likes protect you from OWASP top 10, which again is a very, so of the 95% attacks, maybe 70% attacks hacks can just get blocked because of OWASP by doing an effective job against OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. There's another downside of Cloudflare is that you need to set up DNS to point to Cloudflare or any other cloud firewall. This brings us to plugin-based firewall. Again, these are very, very popular. A lot of us use WordFence and the likes, which comes with a built-in firewall. This is made specifically for WordPress. So they have OWASP top 10 rules, but they also have many rules which are specific to a WordPress site. There is a config, there is a setup inside these firewalls which are like, okay, fine, if it is an admin user who is logged in, let them do a lot more than, let them upload a plugin and stuff like that. Right? And they will also have a vulnerability maybe that, okay, fine, let's take Yoast develops a vulnerability. They can create a specific rule for Yoast saying that, okay, if this type of attack is happening on Yoast, block that out. And that's a big advantage. And to protect you from such an attack, only a plugin-based firewall can help you out. Right? Unless you are willing to create a custom rule for your cloud-based firewall, which frankly, in all these years, I've rarely come across a person do so. It's really difficult to create these rules as an end user ourselves. Right? And just keeping on tap, knowing what kind of vulnerabilities happen continuously and creating these rules is super difficult. So that's where a plugin-based firewall can be a very, very effective solution to protect your site. Right, just as I mentioned, an admin user. The final thing is it's really close to your website and it's endpoint security. So obviously there's lesser chance of anyone contacting your website directly. I will mention one thing about the endpoint security also has a downside that it cannot protect you from something like a DDoS attack, because that's all the hackers are actually finally reaching your website. Okay. Network firewalls, these are typically used by web hosts or infrastructure owner. As an end user, we'll rarely come across these ourselves, and we are rarely making a decision on network firewall ourselves. So because of this, I've not gone any deeper into it, because most web hosts have some level of network firewall, but because as end users, because we don't really have a say in it, I didn't want to go explore this any further. Okay? Now, quickly tell about, like, we spoke about all of these things, and there are different types of firewalls. You don't know, how do you know a firewall is effective? It is through penetration testing. And again, this is a very, very complex topic, but I just wanted to mention there's no other, penetration testing is the only way of knowing how effective a firewall is, or your security is. So it's very easy to get swayed by, oh yeah, look at the number of attacks it blocked, or I have not gotten hacked yet, that my security is good, or I've got effective security, and that all of those are false. The only way to do it, to know how good your security is, by actually trying out just as a hacker would. And even then, let me be clear, there's no such thing as foolproof security. Okay, so again, we are reiterating how to select a firewall. some common misconceptions about firewall is it slows down your website. That's not necessarily true. Anytime you add any code to a website, there will be some impact because of it, but because it blocks out attacks, the otherwise load caused because of attacks also come down. It's not as effective as hardening. This is as false as it gets, but unfortunately a lot of us feel that, oh, we have tried out 20 settings hardening our website, and that's great security, which is not true at all. And finally, only big sites get hacked. This is again not true, so all of us need an effective security, because hackers are using automated systems to attack millions of websites at a time. Okay. Concluding, does a firewall, all things said and done, does a firewall provide 100% security? No. There's no such thing as 100% security. So, but firewall is the most effective way of reducing the surface area of attack. All right. Thanks. You can find me on, you can email me at akshat@blogwall.net. I'm on WordPress, Akshat, on Twitter also as Akshat. All right. Any questions?
Any doubts?
Okay, so hardening is, if you've used any security plugin without taking names, you'll see that there are a bunch of options like change username, change WP login, and hide X, hide Y. We are actually against a lot of those things, and we can go deeper into it. But that's typically what people think of WordPress security as, right? And that's barely that barely protects your website. What you really need is something like a firewall. But unfortunately, because you are presented with 25 different options, you get this false sense of security.
Hello. As a plugin developer, how we can make sure that websites don't get hacked due to our plugin?
See, obviously, that's actually a very, very vast topic, and it's impossible for me to give an answer there. There are a lot of good practices to follow. Have thorough code reviews. The most important is be mindful of the responsibility you have as a plugin author. That's one. Because as soon as you become mindful that how important your plugin and what kind of damage that can get caused because of lack of security, then automatically you'll start taking steps. Having said that, security is nothing but a type of bug. And bugs will happen. That's the nature of software. So while plugin author takes all this care, also understand that bugs will happen. And when these bugs happen, make sure that you patch them fast because of the impact that can get created. So being mindful of the responsibility that you have, following the best practices, which again is a vast, it's like a workshop by itself. And then patching the issue if and when it happens, because there's no such thing as foolproof security. So if you do these three things, I think you will be you would have served you would have done a good job.
Thank you.
Two questions. One, a simple form, contact form, has got an option of typing unlimited number of things. With or without CAPTCHA, is there any effect on the site? Number one. Second is, some people say you block the upload folder itself. So what is your view on that?
Okay, so blocking upload, let me start with the second question first. Blocking upload folder is actually a form of hardening. And it's a good thing. Frankly, there's no reason for a PHP file to exist you can block upload folder from executing, and that's a good thing to do. But it's a very, very small part of overall security. So you can do all of those things and they add up. But how much of impact they create, like in the bigger picture, it's a tiny thing. Would I want to block out uploads? Many actually WordPress firewalls will make sure that you don't execute stuff in the uploads folder. So firewalls, a good firewall will have rules to automatically take care of things like that. Now coming to the first part, you if I understand correctly, you said the importance of CAPTCHA. So I actually have two views about it. CAPTCHA can be a security tool to some extent, but mostly it's a spam protection tool. Okay? And if you think about how a WordPress form plugin is written, the presence of CAPTCHA does not protect you, because if at the code level, if you think about it, the presence of a CAPTCHA system can still lead to security issues, because if there's a vulnerability in the plugin, that vulnerability can exist even before the CAPTCHA code is validated. So there are multiple factors there. So CAPTCHA is a good spam control mechanism, but I would not necessarily consider it as a security system in this case, at least for the kind of attacks you're trying to protect yourself from. All right, so there, we have the buzzer. I'll be around through the day. Thank you again for your time. I'll be upstairs. We have a booth up there. So yeah, please come and visit. Looking forward to having a chat.
Yeah, thank you so much, Akshat. Now we have Ajit for giving the memento. It was really worth the intro, right?
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, that's lovely.
Okay, so we have a couple of announcements to make. First thing, those who didn't get their tags. Is there anyone who didn't get their tags here? Yeah, it's ready at the registration desk, okay?
Where do I keep
Go get it. And the next thing, guess what time it is? Lunchtime. So those who are in here, track 1, please go to there, left side. See? You see there the platters and all? Okay, so you can go there and have your food and come back by 1:55. Okay? Yeah. So after having your lunch, you can go up, have the networking sessions, whatever you want. But be here at 1:55 because at 2 p.m. we have a hot fire-based panel chat. Yeah? So I guess that's it. Happy fooding. Okay, a small reminder too regarding the sticker page, the sticker sheet you guys had in your package. You need goodies, right? More goodies? Yeah, drop it in the box kept at happiness bar. Happiness bar in the networking session. There is a box kept there. Drop it in. After lunch or before lunch? Whatever you guys want.
Creating a website can be complex. Choose Hostinger, a simpler place to host your WordPress site. You'll love the quick access, intuitive control panel, and its sleek design. The built-in plugin scanner detects security flaws in real time and patches them to protect your WordPress site. The scanner also automatically updates your plugins to prevent malware attacks and secures your site to keep spam away. WordPress has great SEO tools to help people easily find your blog or online store on search engines and drive more traffic to it. Choose freedom. Hostinger 3, 2, online.
अब बिजनेस इंडियन तो होस्टिंग भी इंडियन। जुड़िए भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ वेब होस्टिंग कंपनी माइज वेब के साथ और होस्ट करें अपनी वेबसाइट बड़े आसानी से। साथ ही पाएं 24/7 सहायता, सर्वोच्च श्रेणी की सिक्योरिटी और 99.95% अपटाइम जो रखे आपके बिजनेस को हमेशा ऑनलाइन। आज ही चुनिए अपना सही होस्टिंग प्लान और पसंद न आने पर 30 दिन के भीतर पैसे वापस। माइज वेब, आपका भरोसेमंद होस्टिंग पार्टनर। अब बिजनेस इंडियन तो होस्टिंग भी इंडियन। जुड़िए भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ वेब होस्टिंग कंपनी माइज वेब के साथ और होस्ट करें अपनी वेबसाइट बड़े आसानी से। साथ ही पाएं 24/7 सहायता, सर्वोच्च श्रेणी की सिक्योरिटी और 99.95% अपटाइम जो रखे आपके बिजनेस को हमेशा ऑनलाइन। आज ही चुनिए अपना सही होस्टिंग प्लान और पसंद न आने पर 30 दिन के भीतर पैसे वापस। माइज वेब, आपका भरोसेमंद होस्टिंग पार्टनर।
It could be that special one of many. Maybe you promised one-day delivery. Maybe you just want to share your passion with everyone. Or maybe to make a living by doing the one thing you love. When your one thing really matters, bring it online with one.com.
website can be complex. Choose Hostinger, a simpler place to host your WordPress site. You'll love the quick access, intuitive control panel and its sleek design. The built-in plugin scanner detects security flaws in real time and patches them to protect your WordPress site. The scanner also automatically updates your plugins to prevent malware attacks and secures your site to keep spam away. WordPress has great SEO tools to help people easily find your blog or online store on search engines and drive more traffic to it. Choose freedom. Hostinger 3, 2, online.
अब बिजनेस इंडियन तो होस्टिंग भी इंडियन। जुड़िए भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ वेब होस्टिंग कंपनी माइज वेब के साथ और होस्ट करें अपनी वेबसाइट बड़े आसानी से। साथ ही पाए 24/7 सहायता, सर्वोच्च श्रेणी की सिक्योरिटी और 99.95% अपटाइम जो रखे आपके बिजनेस को हमेशा ऑनलाइन। आज ही चुनिए अपना सही होस्टिंग प्लान और पसंद न आने पर 30 दिन के भीतर पैसे वापस। माइज वेब, आपका भरोसेमंद होस्टिंग पार्टनर। अब बिजनेस इंडियन तो होस्टिंग भी इंडियन। जुड़िए भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ वेब होस्टिंग कंपनी माइज वेब के साथ और होस्ट करें अपनी वेबसाइट बड़े आसानी से। साथ ही पाए 24/7 सहायता, सर्वोच्च श्रेणी की सिक्योरिटी और 99.95% अपटाइम जो रखे आपके बिजनेस को हमेशा ऑनलाइन। आज ही चुनिए अपना सही होस्टिंग प्लान और पसंद न आने पर 30 दिन के भीतर पैसे वापस। माइल्स वेब, आपका भरोसेमंद होस्टिंग पार्टनर।
It could be that special one of many. Maybe you promised one-day delivery. Maybe you just want to share your passion with everyone. Or maybe to make a living by doing the one thing you love. When your one thing really matters, bring it online with one.com.
A general reminder, those who haven't collected the tag are requested to collect the tag as soon as possible.
Hey all, had your lunch? Happy? Full? Yeah, cool. Okay, so next, like before lunch, we had 6 talk sessions, right? And a single tea break, and then we had those sponsors, networking time. You guys earned so many goodies. That was fun watching you guys and myself also. Okay, so jokes apart, now we are going to have a hot panel discussion. We are going to talk about WordPress hosting. Fireside chat with the experts. Okay, so who are these experts and what are they going to speak? So there is no discussion on WordPress if we don't include the web hosting part, right? Because web hosts are like an integral part of WordPress. Okay, so there are several active, conversations that we should be keeping in mind. Like they focus on performance, optimization, security, and yeah, not to mention the cost also. So let's see who are these experts that we are going to witness. I have here the community manager of Hostinger, Dominica Missionate. Yeah, she's here. And the senior solutions architect team lead, Karan Desai. Okay. Also, associate product manager, Bluehost, Newfold Digital, Nathan Di Mello. Okay. And then senior software engineer and team lead. Oh. You can start joining, okay? Those who called, I mean, yeah, those are called. Okay, so senior software engineer and team lead, one.com, Robin Chalia, yeah. And also, business development director, India Walter will be, yeah, Vinod Chaku, come on. So these are the experts that we are going to have. So here we go. WordPress hosting a fireside chat with the experts. At the end of the discussion, audience can engage with the questions. Okay? Over to you.
Should we wait for people to join in? Or? Okay, no, for the audience, I meant. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining. And I guess some of us are still having lunch, but I believe they'll be joining later. So meanwhile, we'll start. And I would start with a thanks note. First of all, thanks for having us here. I guess I am quite audible till the last row and on the upside as well. Yes. Little closer? Okay, thank you. Now I think it's better.
Yeah.
So I'll do the honors first. I have Vinod Chaku here from the Culture. So I think it would be good if we start the introduction from here.
Yeah. Hey everyone, so a little bit of me. I know a lot of people here personally because it is my hometown. And I have been working with the community for last 15, 16 years. And in Vulture, I have been trying to help the WordPress users with servers and help the managed providers get better things out of the data centers that we have. So Vulture is a server provider or a cloud provider who has data center across 30 locations, and we are not a managed provider, but we have a huge amount of WordPress users, and we know the nuances and complexities and easiness of being a WordPress user and a WordPress provider.
Thank you. My name is Robin Chalia, and I am representing today one.com. We are one of the sponsors as well. So we offer online presence to European customers mainly. That's our core market, the Dutch regions and the Scandinavian countries. We are expanding at a rapid rate as well. We are also the number 3 privately held organization in the whole of the Europe in the hosting companies. And today we are here, I'll be talking about the managed WordPress hosting from the one.com. Before we get into the depth, I'll pass on the mic to the other members.
Hello everyone, my name is Karan Desai and I am a solutions architect at AWS, Amazon Web Services. In my role, I help people design and build their websites on WordPress and host them on AWS on the cloud platform. And also from moving on from WordPress, sometimes we also find that people want to explore other services also available in the cloud to interconnect with the rest of the WordPress hosting. So I work with small businesses and pretty much all sorts of customers across India to help them design this kind of solutions which involves around WordPress hosting, but also then beyond WordPress hosting with the rest of the technologies available in the cloud as well.
Hey everyone, my name is Nathan DeMello. I've been associated with WordPress for about 8 years now. And most recently, I've been working at Bluehost, looking at the managed WordPress and WooCommerce products for the Indian market.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dominika Mkšianaitė. I work for Hostinger. Our goal is to help anyone that goes online to achieve success. At the moment, we have around 1.5 million customers worldwide. Out of those, 70% are WordPress users, which we love and appreciate. And overall, they're hosting around 2.4 million WordPress sites with us. My role at Hostinger is community manager, so you guys are much more technical than I am. But I'm very proud on what we are offering at the moment. Actually, just a short promo, if you would like free web hosting, come to our booth and get free web hosting for 12 months, as we are here in these events to collect feedback from all the professionals that take part and to make sure that WordPress experience is the best it can be. I think probably what we wanted, so we don't have a moderator, so this is, we will do this one by one, but I think one of the first things that we wanted to discuss probably are the challenges that WordPress users are facing at the moment, and maybe you guys would like to start on what you hear back from your users.
I'll start with the unmanaged point of view. So most of the time what we see at Vulture is that there are two types of WordPress users. Someone comes of their own, spins a WordPress site for $5 or less than that. And then they forget that the site is there. And then they take it for granted that the site will be secure, etc. So, but WordPress has some problem that a small problem that the plugins get updated or a new vulnerability gets released, and the original owner of that website becomes oblivious of those problems because they are not connected with what is happening in the developer side of the things. So keeping the plugins, themes, or even the WordPress core up to date is a very core responsibility of such user. So as the time passes or when they become less aware of those things, the site becomes a spam house or a origin for a lot of outbound attacks or something like that, and the IP gets banned everywhere. And ultimately, as a hosting provider or as a IP owner, we have to take that site offline for some time till the problem gets resolved. So that is one major challenge as an unmanaged provider we see on a day-to-day basis. So I'm sure managed providers like Hostinger, Bluehost, and one.com has a lot of steps to stop that from happening, but as a unmanaged provider, Vulture does not do any of those kind of things because of obvious reasons. That is one challenge that.
Thanks. And if I have to go with some numbers, then talking about the challenges later and the numbers. So we, as of January 2023, we are 8 billion people on the planet, and out of them, 5 billions are the internet users. Out of that, we have only 1.8 websites. So those 1.8 websites are there, but only 25% of them are active. So there is some gap, like 75% of the websites. Where are they? What are they doing? Are they stuck, stalled, suspended, attacked, or just expired? So we have a huge gap over here, and we know the popularity of the CMS WordPress, that it powers the 43% of the overall websites. So it's fraction out of that 25% active websites. I mean, it's very easy to calculate that out of those 75% websites which are not active, there will be many WordPress websites as well. And there are, of course, challenges. So as Vinodji highlighted that, the first thing which is very flexible in the WordPress is the plugins part. People install the WordPress and they straight away go to the plugins section. They install the various plugins. In the process of trying out various plugins and themes, they end up having very unnecessary data getting collected on their web spaces. This includes mainly the WP options table. You may be familiar in the WordPress DB, which has a lot of data which is now not in use, and they are also lot of the records in the WP option table gets saved as auto load true. So it means that whenever your page will be loaded, a lot of database unnecessary, unwanted will get loaded. So I think that's one of the challenges. And other is, of course, the challenge for the whole web is the security. We see vulnerabilities being reported every day, attacks being happening. With the less price for the internet and computing devices, there are now more attacks every day. So it means that the problem is now becoming bigger, and in the future as well it will be becoming bigger. So we'll have to scale up with that to meet those challenges. Yes.
Yeah, and to add to that, from a managed hosting WordPress hosting perspective, we see a lot of users specifically coming to managed hosting when they are, just starting out with WordPress, looking at building a blog, starting a new business. Typically, those users, while with all the benefits and flexibility you get from open source and WordPress, there is still a learning curve that they need to kind of get through to get their site published and online. So there's tremendous opportunity, I think, to make that a bit more seamless and help them handle them to get online quicker. There's also a lot of focus now on performance, especially with Core Web Vitals and SEO and general user experience as well. And you often get inundated with a lot of different plugins for optimization, and people kind of tend to make the problem worse by installing a ton of plugins there as well. So there's a lot of opportunity there as well to kind of help users achieve their goals of getting online with the right performance they need for their site, and having a great WordPress experience.
That's a great point that you bring out. Right? One of the challenges that I have also personally seen with a lot of users is that getting started on WordPress is really easy. That people will get a WordPress hosting ready, you get a basic website up and running, and then when either if your business grows or when I want to scale ahead of it, right? Like, okay, I got my website running, I have a WordPress hosted site. Now where do I go from here, right? If I'm going to go for scaling it more, or I want to, now I'm getting into cost concerns, or I need to expand, and how do I manage additional traffic or additional geographies or new features I want in. There is many different directions that one can take at that point. And that is something that I've also seen, that sometimes you'll see it as a challenge that, okay, I've got this far, now how do I take the next step beyond that? So that is something also that needs to be addressed.
So thank you so much, my colleagues. I mean, you covered a lot of points, but I have to agree that when it comes to creating WordPress, I mean, we are all here because we love WordPress. We love the flexibility of it, how you can build amazing sites and with so many functionalities. And I think that a lot of newcomers are struggling with what you said in installing a bunch of plugins, not even knowing that, you know, if you go to advanced settings, you can, instead of having a plugin, you can just, you know, set something up and it's not gonna stop the performance. And I think that educating people on how to properly manage their WordPress and get the best possible, you know, speed and security, etc. I think that is one of the challenges because, you know, what we see from other platforms, they make it so easy to get online and set up a website, whereas sometimes with WordPress, people get a little bit lost. And I think for us, that's how we are trying to resolve this issue by, you know, we have a Hostinger Academy, for example, where we're posting a lot of videos on how to optimize your site, what sort of plugins to use, and how to achieve the best possible performance. So I think that's on my side.
I think what we should also talk about, we did talk about the challenges, right? So how do we address these challenges? I think that's what the audience would really like to know, right? So would you like to start from your side? Maybe we can start from this side. The challenges that we talked about, right? And how are the products that we know or like the companies that we are associated with? Maybe we can talk a little bit about what are the benefits and how are we able to overcome these challenges, right? What's the solutions?
So from our perspective, it's actually quite interesting because we just started coming to WordCamps just from last year. Our first WordCamp was in WordCamp EU in Porto. And we realized that, you know, coming to these sort of events and collecting feedback from, you know, all the amazing freelancers and agencies that are participating it's like a golden pot. And what we have done so far, for example, when we went to WordCamp US, we got some feedback, and now we implemented object caching within our platform. You know, we offer unlimited migration, we offer unlimited bandwidth and things like that. So what we do, for example, also in Hostinger, we have client interviews where we speak with our users and we collect the feedback and we pass it on to the product team where they look into how to resolve these issues. And that's how we're working on. So we try to provide the best possible product for the people with the feedback that we receive from the events, from client interviews and through other channels.
Yeah, and just to add to that, on Bluehost, just to take an example, and I know a lot of other hosting companies as well are doing this, focusing a lot of efforts into making that initial install and onboarding more seamless. So right from the time you complete your purchase, a new fresh WordPress instance spun up for you, taking you through the important steps that you need to get online and giving you the resources you need to get started. I think that goes a long way into helping you get online quicker. There are also other things we've done, like a lot of managed WordPress hosting providers today, like Bluehost, do offer one-click or pre-configured performance optimizations and different other services and caching. CDN, for example, we have a one-click Cloudflare integration with CDN so that you can quickly deploy even if you don't have too much technical expertise. Yeah, those are some of the ways that we've been addressing these challenges.
That is a good point that you brought up, right? How do we make the onboarding easy? Now, this is one of the things that we also realized that a lot of you actually, we've been talking to you guys today since morning also and prior feedback also, and we got to know that people who are hosting their websites on WordPress or just getting started, they have that initial hesitation that can I run this thing on like a large cloud provider like AWS, for example? If I want to leverage something like that, that is maybe for the bigger users, right? I can't run something like a WordPress on a large cloud provider. So what we have been doing at AWS is essentially build specific solutions that are around getting started with WordPress as a packaged offering, which you can get started in a few clicks, and within 5 minutes you can actually have a WordPress hosted site up and running, which takes all the benefits of the underlying global scale and security that comes with what you might be hearing in the tech community, that we have this large Fortune 500 companies and big companies using all this clouds like AWS. But what about players like, if I just want to run a WordPress hosted site, is this still the solution for me? So the reality is that yes, we are seeing people use that as well, because it is actually not that difficult. There is a myth in the market that we saw, that people think that if I want to build my WordPress website and host it on the cloud, it is something like a very complicated process and it takes several months. It's not like that, and I think there is a lot of education that's going around that anyone, even if you're a single person and you want to host on the host a website which is built on WordPress and put it on the cloud, it's very easy, and it can be done within just a few steps as well, whether it's through AWS or whether it's through other providers as well. The barrier to entry is actually not that big.
And talking about addressing the challenges, I think if we think it's in whose interest to manage the WordPress websites. It's both in the interest of customers as well as the hosting providers, because WordPress somehow still has some loose edges. It will allow self-harming things. For example, a customer can install 100 of the plugins, but WordPress will not notify you in the red color that, oh, you have too many plugins. So it is somehow allowing itself to get attacked, or let's say get abnormally used. So it's in both the interests of managed hosting providers as well as the customers. And when we talk about managing the website, then I think it's the most important thing is the vulnerability, because we at one.com offers the vulnerability scanner for everyone. Irrespective of unmanaged or managed, we offer it to everyone, because if we are allowing the sites to be stored at our servers, then it's our native responsibility that we keep them alerted of the vulnerabilities that they are having. Otherwise, they will keep ending into that 75% of the global websites that are stale, suspended, attacked or dead. So we at one.com offer the vulnerability monitor, then update manager, because we are dealing with a lot of plugins that keep on getting outdated. It can be the plugins, themes, WordPress core, as well as we offer the Health Monitor Pro, which talks about the health of the website. So thing to be noted over here is that customer expects that all these services will take care of all the things, but these services many a times notify the customer that, hey, something is problematic going on in your website. You need to take a look. Because if the hosting providers started managing everything, then the freedom and flexibility of WordPress will get compromised. So it's quite a tricky balance that we have to maintain at a managed hosting end, that we allow the customers to enjoy the freedom of the WordPress, at the same time keep them safe, so they don't feel that they are bound with this particular host. So that's a very tricky situation the managed WordPress hosting providers get into every day. Yeah.
True. It is a shared responsibility. So when you host a website, be it on a managed hosting or an unmanaged hosting, you are responsible for your code. And you need to be on top of the number of plugins you have, which all themes are active, inactive. Is it in the themes folder? If it is in the themes folder, why should it be there? Or if the plugin is inactive, why is the plugin there? So those are the things that you have to be aware of, and then you should also keep them up to date as and when. Most of the time, when a vulnerability appears, the plugin installer or the website owner is the last person who knows. And most of the time he knows once his site is compromised or the data is breached or something else happens. So you need to be on top of the plugin development phases, or what are the changes that are happening. I mean, it is not an easy thing, but it is still a shared responsibility of a managed hosting provider or an unmanaged hosting provider and the website hoster or a developer who is developing it. So getting along with it is not an easy task. Otherwise, you should go for some PaaS solutions, no-code solutions, etc. So keeping up WordPress up to date and keeping up the code up to date and keeping the plugins up to date is one responsibility. And there are a lot of security plugins or security tools available. So you can use some of them to make sure that your plugin is, your code is not corrupted, your plugin is not up to date or is kept up to date, or if there is any vulnerabilities, etc. So those kind of things you need to keep on a regular. You should do that as a religious practice or something like that. So not only it makes your site secure, and it also make your site does not lose its speed. So if there is any compromised plugin or something happening in your website, the performance of the website will get compromised. So that is one point from me.
We request audience to interrupt us and ask the questions in between, because we'll keep on going otherwise. So yeah.
So I think I'll just throw a question to the panel. I've got this question a lot, and I know many of you may have it as well. There are many options available today in the market for WordPress, right? You have right from a normal shared hosting, you have managed WordPress, you have VPS dedicated, and then you have the cloud suite of products as well. How does one go about choosing which is the right product for them?
I'll tell my point of view. So if you need to go from one point A to point B, it is you have to choose. Should you go by walking? Should you go on a bus? Should you go on a car? Or should you go on a Ferrari? So that is one point. I mean, if the traffic is the same, going by bus or going by a Ferrari doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make any difference. Yeah, that is one thing. But if you are going to grow a lot on the website, shared hosting does not make a sense. But if it is going to be a static website or a small e-commerce website, shared hosting does make a sense because there are limitations to it. But auto scalability, and if it is something that you need to grow as you progress, so a dedicated hosting, it could be a managed hosting, or it could be a managed dedicated hosting or an unmanaged hosting. Definitely it has to be managed by someone. So that does make more sense to me.
I agree with you. I think, especially for new people that start, are they on their beginning of their journey, I think that can be a difficult question to answer. And I think, well, I personally always do a lot of Google research, right? And these sort of questions, you know, you can ask. And it really depends on what you're planning to do, whether, you know, you're going to write a blog for your family and friends that will visit while you're traveling the world, or whether you're starting a affiliate marketing website where you're planning to get a lot of traffic. And I think that, you know, it's always good to start with even a smaller plan and see how it goes. Check it out, you know, the bandwidth, what sort of things you're getting, you know, whether you need daily backups, whether you need weekly backups, like what sort of clients that you're getting that are visiting the site. And it is always easy to upgrade as you go along. And I think whenever you are hosting with the hosting provider, I think, you know, really trust the customer success team that you can contact and ask these questions, like, hey, you know, like my website is down, like, can you tell me why? And, you know, get those answers and say, okay, you know, they will always say, okay, you know, maybe you have too much traffic and you should upgrade your plan. And that is such an easy thing to do. So really not being afraid to ask questions, you know, and even things like, for example, since I've been in WordPress ecosystem, what I noticed, WordPress are really friendly. And if you join in, you know, WordPress, make WordPress Slack, if you start following people on Twitter, people will help you. They will answer questions. You will even ask, like, hey, can I have half an hour of your time? People will say yes. And, you know, I have spoken to people that work for the core contribution, to marketing contribution, people that are running their podcasts, and all of them, I was asking questions, you know, like, for them. And I think that is the key to anyone that is starting, that to be able to go, ask, get answers, and listen to them.
So also addressing the question asked by the panel, that what are the factors the customers consider before choosing a managed WordPress host? I think we all know that nobody of us will try 5 or 6 or 10 different hosts before finalizing or finding that, yes, this is the one. So I think here in this era, try before you buy feature is the must-have. Like, at least you try your our services or someone's services for 3 months, 6 months, and then decide whether you would like to continue, or otherwise you download all of your data and just close that account with that host because they didn't like. So that's one of the services that we also provide at one.com. Thanks.
One point is just adding to Rohan's thing, never go for a very long-term commitment with any hosting provider. That is one suggestion which I have learned in a very hard way.
One of the other things, I think this is not okay. Maybe I'll try this one. Okay, so one of the other criteria to also look into, right, beyond what we already heard from the panelists, is where do you see your business or for use case for which you have built your WordPress hosting site go from today where you are to the next 1 year, 2 years, right? If you're starting a new company, let's say if you build a WordPress site for a new startup that you're just starting, and if you're anticipating I'm going to have like a 10x growth in the next 1 year or in the next 2 years, maybe today I'm hosting my website on one server, but maybe by in the next 6 months or 1 year, I'll need 2 servers. I'll also need like to load balance my traffic between like a fleet of servers. Maybe I will need a dedicated database as well. Maybe I will need some dedicated firewall services. You know, just thinking about what you anticipate your future is going to look like, I think that is also one thing to keep in mind, that not just where you are today, but where do you want to be 1 year from today or 2 years from today, right? And then see like if the provider that you're choosing or the hosting platform you're choosing, does it offer all of that flexibility? Where will you be able to grow? How will that work out for you? I think that is also something to keep in mind when you decide where are you going to be running your WordPress websites, right?
Hello. Yeah, I think that's fantastic points raised by the panel, and I couldn't agree more because, you know, there have been instances that I've personally seen where, you know, someone who's just started off somehow through recommendation or through, you know, from a sales pitch or whatever, ended up on a VPS when they don't know how to manage it. And all might be well right at the start because, you know, many hosts provide auto installers and stuff, but when something goes wrong with the server, they don't know how to bring it back online, that's when they get stuck. So if you're probably just starting off, don't have, depending on your level of expertise or access to resources that you have, you might want to start small and then scale up. You need more hand-holding guidance, managed solutions do offer you a lot of these experiences where you just one click and we handle a lot of things in the back end. And obviously, as you scale, as you grow up your traffic, you always constantly evolve and adapt your setup.
Yeah, you were all talking about easy onboarding process for the new people who wants to experiment, right? So why don't you make at least the SSL as part of the system? Because many times people who buy the hosting, and especially the ignorant one. They end up buying the bare minimum and end up paying huge cost for SSL. SSL anyway is a letters and script, but anyway it is a open source software. So why don't you make it as a part of that on the initial onboarding itself? I have two more.
Yes, sure, go for it.
So there are many hosting companies who provides SSL for free, but giving out SSL for free while they have a different SSL product, that is sometimes does not align with their business. That is why they put SSL as a buying option, but definitely as a customer you can use, there are multiple options. For example, the easiest option that I would suggest is to use Cloudflare instead of normal thing, and you can use their free SSL certificate even if you don't have a proper SSL certificate in the origin. So that is something that you can do as a customer. So as we were discussing, you before choosing a hosting company, you should do your diligence, and it's better be late than being sorry. So you need to understand what you want. If it is a free SSL certificate that you want, free SSL certificate always is a domain validation certificate, not anything much more than that. But when you go for a paid SSL certificate, you have the choices. It could be extended validation or much bigger certificates, but do you need it? Or do you need SSL only for the SEO purpose? So those are the questions that you need to answer as a customer first, and then choose your hosting provider or your service provider. So if you are going with provider A and you are going to get tied up with them, and are you open to have multiple vendors? So SSL one vendor, maybe it is Cloudflare, it goes with the DNS, and hosting is with someone else. So you can do that. Or if you are on a VPS server, bring your own SSL certificate, let's encrypt, whatever it is.
Yeah, so just to answer that question, right, why do hosting providers not make it a point? Actually, we do. I can personally talk about AWS because that's where I work. So if you see, AWS is a WordPress hosting service that we offer, right, which is called a product, is called Lightsail, which is a package solution for hosting WordPress. You will find that it's already included, because you mentioned, right, SSL is so important that we actually do offer it, that, a free SSL certificate, plus if you're delivering all your traffic over HTTPS, because that is what is recommended today, right? If you go to a website and you are not running over HTTPS, you will see like a big error on the top. So how do we push all the traffic over HTTPS, making sure that it is leveraging SSL and it's not costing you extra money? That is already offered by several providers. I'm sure some of the other providers also do it, but I can tell you personally, like from an AWS side, if you're building your WordPress hosting on it, you get your thing where you can auto upgrade, like all of your HTTP requests will go over HTTPS. You get your free SSL certificate included in it, so you don't need a third-party provider. So these things are getting packaged by providers as well. You just have to see what you want to get in. And these options are actually very much available in the market because it's so important to have the security of your web traffic.
Okay, thank you. I have, okay.
Sorry, can I just add? Hostinger gives unlimited SSL certificates, and we're giving out 12 months free web hosting. So come to our booth, get unlimited SSL and free web hosting.
I have one question regarding the plugin. So people say plug which company develop rather than a one person develop, because we don't know the life of that, the what do you call it as maintenance. Whenever he doesn't like to maintain that, he will stop it, right? So what is your opinion on that?
Coming from that hosting company who also offers the plugins, I think that's a very fair choice. If I has to be a customer, I'll go with one provider only who can handle all my queries at one place. So my preference will be go for the company offered plugins. In our case, at one.com, we provide various plugins sufficient for the job that a person can need.
Thank you.
Do we have more questions from the audience that someone would like to bring up now? We have somebody at the back. Can someone pass the mic to them, please?
Hello. Okay. Nish Kashera, and my question is, nowadays we are using the natural resources without thinking about future generation. And the question is, at hosting level, what we should need to take care of sustainable development? Means, and how we can achieve sustainability at hosting level?
So that's a very good question, and it's our common responsibility that whatever we consume, we preserve at the same rate and the same quantity. I will again go with some numbers. Out of the 14% global carbon footprint, it's like out of the 100 global carbon footprint, the 14% is resulted because of the data centers. So, and internet also consumes 1% of the overall globe's electricity. So here, a lot of people will talk about some goals that they have, some responsibilities, but very less will follow. And some of the hosting providers have already started doing that. I am answering this question because I have one thing to share about my organization here, that one of our data centers is completely on the wind energy. So we are hosting your websites on a completely green hosting. We don't consume the electricity generated because of some coals or some natural resources. Thank you.
At Vulture, we are also committed for sustainability and a less carbon footprint. So in India, we are collaborated with Airtel to provide us the data center services, and the Nextra, that is the arm of Airtel, which is doing the data center services for us, is committed to be carbon neutral by 2025 or 27. That is what I understand. So taking our servers in India makes you a carbon neutral company as well.
Yeah, I'd like to add one example from my side as well on this, right? So see, when you look at a hosting provider, if the hosting provider is somebody who is operating at a large scale, they have the economies of scale to invest in sustainability efforts as well, right? So I'll give you an example from AWS side, right? From Amazon Web Services. We have globally, AWS has mentioned that all data centers that run across 30 countries right now in AWS, they're all going to be carbon neutral and 100% sustainable energy hosted by 2025. And not just energy, the other important thing is water, right? What are we doing with water? Because data centers use a lot of water. So there's also the goal that right now it's there for being water positive by 2030. That is what AWS is aiming for worldwide, including the India data centers, that we'll basically giving more water back to the community by cleaning and filtering it out than what we are consuming for the data centers. Now, what does mean for you as an individual, right? What can you do? The company will do their sustainability. But if you are hosting something, like where is your responsibility or sustainability come in? That is by optimizing what you are doing, right? Am I right sizing and am I utilizing the right amount of resources? Or am I over provisioning, like, what I actually may or may not need? So, for example, at AWS, like we have something that we call a carbon emissions calculator and a sustainability calculations. So that way you can see that, okay, if I am hosting a WordPress website on these two servers, what is my carbon footprint contribution because of this, and what is happening? Can I reduce this by maybe moving to a newer generation of servers which are more efficient in their power utilization? Can I optimize my storage and database and use less of the things so that I am not contributing towards a more pollution? So yeah, this is definitely a very valid point that you brought up, and there are the solutions available that you can look into it, and then you can make the right decision that yes, I am building my things in a responsible manner, and I am not the one contributing towards degrading our planet Earth in the future.
Before we get any other questions, I would just like to have a closing note on the previous question, that I am sure that many of us are developers here who write programs. Every single line that you write will consume some resources of this planet. So please check your code. If you are writing some loops that are not optimized, please optimize that, save this planet.
I think we have about 5 minutes. We got a call from behind. So if we have some questions from, should we take audience, or do you have something to add here, sir?
Yeah,
let's talk about the future of WordPress or how it is going to be. So, so what I understand is maybe 5 years before, most of the WordPress sites was built to be a small cross-section of the society. But nowadays what I see is when a site is launched, or within some time or within no time, it gathers a lot of traffic and it is able to scale immensely. So in my opinion, auto-scaling or WordPress on containers, Kubernetes, and those kind of things that should come. I'm sure it is there. Maybe it should get more accessibility, so that people can spin up more servers, so that the websites can handle more traffic than it was able to. So that should be the one way of going forward. And the second is a safe place inside the web for WordPress. So that's again a collective responsibility, but something should come up to make sure that on a proactive basis about security or DDoSing or hacking or whatever that is.
Future of the WordPress, on a very different note, if we see after 10 years or like 15 years, the biggest factors which I can see right now will be the virtual reality and the augmented reality, because anything that will be sold online will have a completely different way to demonstrate that product or feature to the customer. Right now, today we just see a picture and we analyze that picture, we see the colors and we just guess the size of that item or just weight of the item by the written description. But the full customization experience will be with the AR or VR. That's the future. And second is the uptime. I will again go with the numbers if you allow. So the downtime cost of a data center is like for 1 hour, if a data center goes down, then it costs the company or the customers $300,000 US per hour. That's a huge amount. So the hosting in future, I think blockchain is the future for the hosting, but it is in the trial. There are some players who have jumped into the blockchain hosted data for the website. Of course, it has some limitations as of now, but as we know, 5 years ago, the cost of internet and computing devices, and if we compare that with today, and if we compare that with upcoming 10 or 15 years, then I think the cost of internet and the computation devices will be very, very less. It will be quite available with everyone. It means that there will always be extra bandwidth, extra storage available with every person on this planet, and that storage will help us in hosting the data of the websites in those devices using the blockchain. So in my opinion, the future of WordPress, I think, will be touched by AR, VR and the blockchain.
That's a very interesting point you brought up, right? Just to add a little bit about the scale, right? I mean, if you see in the next year or 5 years or 10 years, the number of internet users in the world are only going to keep increasing, right? If you look 10 years ago or 5 years ago, it is said in one of the reports that I was reading recently that the world has gotten 1 billion people more online in the last 3 years because of the ease of availability of internet, especially on mobile data devices, right? Everybody has cheap internet available, people have mobile phones, people are online pretty much all day from morning to night. What this means for you as somebody who is hosting or running WordPress websites is that you are constantly going to get more and more traffic coming to you, right? There are more people who are going to use your traffic, which means more compute, more database, more storage, which all of it results in more cost, right? And nobody wants that, right? So one of the bigger things that I see in the future is how do we cost optimize something that we can deliver at a very large scale. And I'm pretty sure that is where a lot of efforts are going to go into as we go, especially with uncertain economic conditions also, that how do we deliver a very good immersive web experience to a large number of people at a much lower cost than what it is right now. Sorry, I think the big buzzer rang, but I think we should cover that.
Yeah, I think the only last point I had, the fantastic question we had, right, is as a world, we've already, a lot of companies have done some work in terms of sustainability and, green energy and stuff, and that's very important for a responsibility for us as hosting providers. And I think we'll only see more of that, and it'll take a lot of time given the scale that most companies operate, but I see a lot of progress being made there in the coming years.
I will be very quick because we ran out of time. But I think one thing, it's really amazing. You guys are seeing really big picture, and it's amazing, you know, to hear all of that. But I think it's actually the way people will be creating and the way they are creating already, which AI, right, artificial intelligence, and the way people will be making things or are making things, the way they're creating the websites, the way they're presenting things. I think that is going to change quite a bit because, you know, a lot of people are scared that they might lose the jobs, but I think actually it will help to use the skills that every person has to the best of their capability. So I think AI is already becoming, but will become just as a standard part of life, and I think that's really great because that way you can get rid of all the manual, boring tasks and really, really, you know, fire up your creativity and do the best things with it. So I think that's my ad. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was really fireside chat with that wonderful question asked by that audience too. So now Denny and Bigul is going to give away the memento to our very wonderful panelists here. Okay, so Dominica, come on, a round of applause for them, come on. Vinod Chako, Karan Desai, yay! It was so nice of them to, you know, share their insights and perspectives, how they like spend their time discussing themselves and also with the audience. Thank you so much. Okay, so meanwhile they clear up the stage. 2 minutes relaxing session. So how did it go? How did it go? Well, nice. Okay, great. So let's just refresh what we did today from the morning. Who was our first speaker? Aditya Kane. Okay, cool. What was he talking about? Huh? Yeah, why should we contribute? Great. Who was the second speaker? No. Jijo, great. Jijo Verghese. Yeah. And he was talking about fasten your seatbelt. Explaining up the WordPress sites, right? Like faster WordPress sites. Good. The third speaker? Vishnu Gopal. And he talked about? Great, great, great. Okay, so Baki will refresh rest. Now, as our chairs are cleared, we'll go on to the next speaker. Okay, so who we have here? Oh my God, it's Bachchan. I have heard he's so passionate about FOSS, free open source software. And he is a person who believes everything must and can be built and designed. I'm not finished.
Okay.
I'm not finished. Okay. He also helps many startups, you know, to grow. And he's presently experimenting with native mobile app development.
Yes.
Yeah. So what is he going to talk about? He's going to talk about building PaaS, SaaS with WordPress, no code, low code, and just code. So we have here Vachan. Over to you.
Hi everyone, how's everyone feeling? So my session, if anyone has seen any of my sessions earlier, they're going to be very informal, okay? So interrupt me anytime and whenever you want it. I'll keep moving around, so sorry cameraman. So yeah, the idea over here about the session, building SaaS with WordPress. By raise of hand, who knows about SaaS? What is SaaS? Not the CSS, but the system. Okay, so a few hands than I expected, so I'll probably have to stay longer on the slide. Okay, about me, I love WordPress. I've been working with WordPress since 2006, and my agency is now 21-year-old, when WordPress was not born, but then when we started understanding WordPress and its potential, we now purely focus on WordPress, and as said, I like to work with people who are interested in the free and open source software. So that's the reason I've been part of the WordPress community. So I'm part of the Mumbai community since 2013, its inception, and have been a part of all the WordCamps that the Mumbai WordCamp community has organized. Just a few disclaimers, just to be, whatever you're going to see is just something that is through my experience, and it's undocumented. So if you ask me what's the source, I may not have it because it's through experience that I've collected across these 15, 20 years working, in 17 years to be specifically in WordPress itself. So yeah, that's the one disclaimer. So the people who did not raise their hand for SaaS. SaaS is nothing but software as a service, that's the acronym. It is a way of how softwares are provided as so when I say it is a software, it's again, this is through Wikipedia, but when it says the model is which is software licensed on a subscription basis, over here let's differentiate. The license is not the GPL license. It can be any form of the software license. It's just the way it is, in a way you can say monetized or used. Wow, okay, that's too big, nice. So anyone, okay, let's make this interactive. Anyone has any clarification required for SaaS? Is my statement clear? Is this, because Wikipedia sometimes can confuse people. So if you have, so it's as simple as when a software is provided to you as it is, you just need to use the software and you can build something on it or use it as you want it, just by using the software and not building necessarily. So the talk is actually about how can you create a SaaS product. So I hope that's clear and to people's expectation. So who are the stakeholders in a SaaS environment? So one is the service provider, basically the SaaS provider whom we call, the software as a service provider, who is running the show, who's running the software, who's running the program for the user or the consumer, right? Straightforward, very simple. Now, why to use WordPress? I would rather say why not? Because WordPress gives you all the liberties that any product platform would want. Now, what kind of things, what I'm saying, why WordPress is so simple and easy to use to make a SaaS product is, firstly, it can have themes and plugins. The entire ecosystem of themes and plugins, it makes it flexible to whatever extent you want. Themes you can give it any look and feel you want to your product, the SaaS product that you're building. Plugins, either use existing plugins or you make a plugin for your own SaaS product, and it makes the functionality go from a simple CMS to a complete complicated product. Like, let's just take an example of a product which is like WooCommerce. It makes your entire WordPress ecosystem into a shop. As simple as that, right? So plugins can extend your functionality to any extent possible. And the newest flavor is the REST API. So why SaaS is getting popular is because it's not necessarily, what you can do is SaaS allows you to do also integrate with other platforms. You're not limited to that platform, but you can use your platform and connect with multiple integrations. And how do you do that is as simply using the REST API, which is now a part of the WordPress core. So if you're building your SaaS product with WordPress, you're automatically getting the look and feel control. You're automatically getting the extensions of your functionalities. and you're automatically getting a complete connectivity to the ecosystem of all the other integrations possible across in the world. And these are just the major points which I feel makes. Yes? Oh, I thought you had a question. Yes, someone can help with the mic? As I said, just keep it interactive. It's very informal. Have any question, interrupt me, no problems. Not on. Yep.
So my question is that what's the difference between plugins and REST APIs? Because both of them do the same thing, right?
Okay, so plugin is actually sitting inside the WordPress ecosystem itself. So what it is doing is it's adding that functionality. Let's take an example. So let's say you want a contact form, okay? So you can install a contact form plugin. It could be anyone, contact form 7, Gravity Forms, Forminator, whatever, irrespective. So what it will do is it will add the functionality to your existing website. Versus REST API is going to give you something called as endpoints. I'm getting a bit technical. Let me know if I get overhead. So it just gives an endpoint. So what I'm going to do is now, if I have to collect data, I can collect the data from Google Sheet. Using REST API, put it into my SaaS product. Or vice versa. I can extract the data from my website and put it in Google Sheet. So that is what REST API is doing. Not necessarily you need a plugin for it, but REST API gives you something like an open end. The best example I can give why the maximum use of REST API would be done is, let's say a mobile application. You want to build a native mobile application, you just need REST API to kind of build your entire environment and just fetch the endpoint data. Yeah? So that's the major difference between the plugins and the REST API. Plugin is increasing the functionality of the website, whereas REST API is completely independent of your website. It's just the data and the structure is over there. You can use that data anywhere across any integration. And these are the major ones which I felt, but of course there are other things like, the transferability, accessibility. Accessibility is something which is very much neglected in my point of view, which we should actually be taking care of a lot. And that's inbuilt into WordPress and ecosystem. The documentation is so well documentation that if your product, when you're building a SaaS product, your SaaS product will already have some sort of a documentation which you just need to refer and take it forward for your own documentation. So that gives an advantage. Translations. Easily translatable, 160, correct me polyglots over here if anyone, 160 translation languages already WordPress is available in. And of course, if you want to code, you can directly just start coding. Not only contribution, what we've been talking about, even for your own product. You don't need to even necessarily contribute that product ahead, but code ahead, but you can just code and build something. One thing what I wanted to bring to your notice was the reason why I feel I could have taken this talk is these are the 3 products that my organization is working on, and all these 3 products, the first one is of course my organization, but the first one, QTabs, is something which we've built. If you'll, the title of my topic, no code, low code, just code. So the first product, that QTabs, is something which is completely no code. So you can probably build a platform, a software as a service without writing any code and just using plugins and functions. You can actually build a complete SaaS product. The same goes with KDC Pay. This is an example for low code product, wherein we've used low code. So what I mean by low code, I'll explain later, is use part plugins and part actual writing code of our own, versus Store IVR, which is purely just code. So the entire system architecture is WordPress, but it has nothing to do with WordPress in the front end. So that's the idea why I feel that this talk will make more sense. So let's just take a very basic skeleton of what SaaS would do. What is a SaaS? It has basically a backend and a front end. Okay. Why would you need a backend, and why, again, bringing back why WordPress makes it more sensible is you can have something called as custom post types. So WordPress allows you to have your own post types. So posts and pages. Pages is also, again, not very recent now, it's almost 10, 12 years. But yeah, post was also not something which was initially there in WordPress. As WordPress grows, many things come in. So first it was only posts, then there was pages. So same way, custom post types. This will be more explained in the next slide. Just let me break it up for you so that there's custom post types, there's taxonomy, then there's a front end. The front end is where the user is interacting. So you remember my slide where it said, the service provider, that's the left side, and the user, who's the right side objective. So the front end, there's a data output and a data input, as simple as that. I've just broken down it I've made it very concise. It can be broken further ahead, but I just wanted to make it simple for the process right now. So let's take an example. The reason why this may be, may not make sense to many people. Why? Because there are OTT platforms who creates a DVD library, but this is very personal to me. It's nostalgia in one way, because my entire PHP programming started because I wanted to build something like this. And that time I'm talking about 2006. So that time WordPress, maybe I was not aware, and plus it didn't have these many functionalities and features which it has in today's date. So I'm just taking this as an example so that there's more clarity if I'm being very fast and vague, which I have been pointed in the previous talks which I do. So correct me by raising your hands. So just let's take what I was talking about, a product, right? Let's say the product is a digital library of DVD collections. Now, when I say, why is this a SaaS product? So let's say I am a person who is a fanatic of DVD collections, so I built this site, but I say I have a limitation of only 500 DVD collections that I have. But the scale and potential is of maybe 2 million DVD titles. So why would I would want people to kind of contribute their DVD collection titles over here, and they can use my software as a service by using it as a lending tool or a renting tool, maybe free or maybe paid or whatever, that is secondary. So let's say if you have 30 DVDs, someone has 500 DVDs, someone has 250 DVDs, all of us can just use one website wherein we can manage our DVDs so that your DVDs are not lost, okay? So this is an example of what I'm taking as a SaaS product. So the admin will be having that CPT which I was talking about. So there's a content type called DVDs, which could be all your DVD titles. Then there will be the taxonomy. Again, I might get technical for non-developers. So taxonomy is nothing but the classifications of how you can have categories and various kind of tags that we have in WordPress posts. Same way. So let's say for DVDs, you could have genres, actors, directors. These could be your various taxonomies, okay? And also WordPress has something called as metadata, which is basically what you can say is for a specific title or a post, or in our case a DVD title, it is available with the owner or not available with the owner, or it is rented. So that could be a status that is being stored, So that kind of system can be created within the WordPress ecosystem itself. And how would it help the users? The users would get to see what DVDs are available in their city or wherever they are, wherever the product is being used. And based on the titles, they could search and various things. So the front end is taking care of the title listing, which is coming from that admin area section. And I was talking about, there are two types of data inputs, right? So there would be, one would be an output, and which is the display of the titles, and the input, which is basically collecting some information. So the collecting information could be someone wants to rent the specific title, they can just fill up a form or click a button. So that's kind of an input that can be taken from the user. So what are the ways we can do this, So just breaking into the 3 different ways that, as I gave you an example, how we also have built 3 different products based on these 3 different, ways of building. One is no code, low code, and just code. By no code, I simply mean you just use plugins and existing plugins. You don't need to build your own plugin. You don't need to kind of know coding. You just use mix and mash of all different plugins from experience or user references that you take, and you can build a SaaS product. Let's just take one example how that would be possible. Okay, so these are something, again, no affiliations of anyone. It's just that this is from my experience, which I, as an individual, have used maximum those products, and that's why I've put these names. There are multiple providers you can go through and have. There will be multiple providers for everything, but this is just my collection of plugins and ideas that I work with. So one is custom post types. So it's a UI tool, which is user. So they have a interface wherein you just fill up a form and it generates a CPT, which is a custom post type. So the example that I took, a DVD collection, you just need to input that data over there that, okay, this is my title, this is how a singular name, this is how a plural name is, what all features it has, should I allow REST API, yes, no, is it query, can it have a public query, yes, no, is it hidden from the public or only for admins, all that, it's just tick boxes which you just fill up a form and it creates a CPT for you, which you can just directly start using on your environment itself. Again, an alternative is pods. I have not had experience, that's why I can't explain much, but the concept of all these are the same. So when I'm talking about CPT, you can just use plugins to create your CPTs. Now coming to metadata, the metadata is something as I was explaining, right? Let's say if there's a status of whether it is with the owner or out rented. So that can be handled by something as simple as a tick box. So how do you create that tick box? You have these tools wherein you have something like ACF, which is advanced custom fields, which allows you to add elements to your CPT. Now when I say elements, is like it could be a form, it could be a text box, it could be a radio, it could be radio buttons, tick boxes, buttons, irrespective. There are multiple field types what you can use. So depending on your use case that you're building as a tool or a product, based on that, you can define your structure, and then it's basically an architecture design that you can do. And this will just help you to make that architecture executable. So again, what I'm doing is, let's say I'm creating a tick box, but I don't need to write the input type equal to checkbox. You know, it's as simple as just using this tool and saying I want a tick box, and it will give you a tick box in all your DVD collections. As simple as that. That's what this does. Similar is the meta box. The taxonomy and all that is everything, again, a part of the CPT. Those can handle all your CPTs. Both of those plugins can handle all your taxonomies like genres, director, actor, all this, because technically they're tags or taxonomies in one way. The output in today's date, talking about the inbuilt Gutenberg, which is the WordPress editor, that itself allows shortcodes. And most of these the metadata providers will give you a shortcode which you just need to place. So let's say if there's a title, DVD title page, okay? In a DVD title page, you'll have the title, an image for the DVD, the genres, various genre, the various directors, everything. All that, you can just build it in your page builder. It could be Gutenberg itself, and add these snippets of shortcode. Anyone who does not know shortcode or who's shortcodes, everyone's aware what's a shortcode? Okay, good. So it's as simple as just taking that bracketed code and placing it in your editor wherever you want it, and that's how you're creating your layout. So the front-end output which I was talking about, that there's a front-end output where you can see the page, whole entire title of what is the description of the DVD and all that, a movie title. All that can just be simply using, without code, you can simply place your shortcode and that output is ready. So as I said, there's also an input feature, right, that you would require. Now someone if wants to request, okay, this is in with the owner, now I want to request this to rent. So you'd probably need the address or something, or just, you know, some data, the collection that you need to do. You can use any simple form builder, and that form builder will allow you to accept this input, and based on that input, you can again process the whole thing ahead. So that's the whole system. As I said, the entire DVD library SaaS product which I was talking about can be built without even writing a single line of code. Everything can just be used by these existing plugins, and you can make a SaaS product and launch it and just market it. Your job just becomes now to market it and use that as a product. The same thing, let's take a concept wherein, okay, it's too many moving parts. I want to build something more complicated and not just a DVD library. What you could do is you could have this combination of a part thing which is handled by your plugins and a part which is coded. You might probably need a low-level coding experience, or a developer who might have understanding of low-level coding, so that you can do some functionalities and build the product and launch it. So what kind can be replaced? So I'm just keeping the earlier generated references also. So the simplest and the easiest thing in a CPT is, because the CPT action is a one-time action. Now once I have created a DVD collection as a CPT, I don't need to repeat this action. So what I would rather do is, if to make the SaaS product more viable and scalable, I would use either I can use the entire code by itself, which is the register post type, which is the whole extract that is there is from the WordPress repository itself. Or alternately, as I said, you can use the plugins to generate the code, and most of these plugins will give you a copy paste option. So what you could do is you can probably generate it once, copy it, paste it in the place where it is required, and delete that plugin. So that plugin is not becoming part of, as the earlier discussion also they were doing, you know, how do you make it safe, how do you make it concise, is like you don't keep extra plugins which are not required. So a part of your product is pre-built, copied, and pasted into the source, and then you remove that plugin. So what's happening is you have a good balance of existing plugins and just plugins for one-time use and moving them out. So advanced custom fields, metadata is something which is very critical and it will keep changing, can change depending on your development cycle. So having that as a plugin makes sense when you're doing a low-code solution. Coming to the output, output can simply, what's going to happen is there are going to be probably 2 or 3 pages that will be very important for you to run your SaaS platform. One is, taking the example of the DVD library, one is the title, like the movie listing, that would be 1 page. Single movie item, that would be 1 page. And probably a request would be a 1 page. So those are main 3 pages that are there. So that also has split into code and no code and low code. So what you could do is, you can just understand a little bit of how the get post meta works. Based on that, you can build your code, the one-time frame of your website. And once that one-time frame is done, you just need to paste it in the right theme directory. And that's it. Your product is live to go. And collecting information can be tricky. So again, in a low-code environment, I would recommend to use a form to collect the data still, so that you're not messing up with a lot of the data structures. And that's why the low code works like this, as broken up into part code, part plugin. Now coming to completely just code, let's say your SaaS is working great, phenomenal, the product has just got wave from everywhere, and you just have to scale it. Whatever earlier options, they are scalable. There's definitely a limitation in that scalability. So to make it extremely scalable, of course, having a fully coded, just coded solution makes the most logical sense. And because our base is WordPress, even with the existing low code, no code shifting to low code, and again shifting to just code was also very easy. You just need to understand what we need to pick up, how we need to pick up, and what we need to place where. That's it. So for that, I've just given a brief idea. This might just get too geeky or Greeky. But then, yeah, the idea is simple. If you just know a few of these core, all these functions that I'm showing are core functions. When I say core, it's from the WordPress core itself. No plugin required, nothing. It's just understanding the knowledge of WordPress as it is and just utilizing it to your potential, to your use case. So again, just since we spoke about that already in low code, what you could do is, instead of using a plugin for your genres and all those checkboxes, you can probably create your registry taxonomy. And so there's a register meta box. Those coins also that are also there, which you can enhance it. This we've covered. So instead of pulling data from a form, what actually the form is also doing is collecting data and actually putting a database entry. Most of the form plugins will do that for you, which are, instead of collecting the data from a form, you can generate the form and add the data yourself, because again, as I said, scalability matters there, because less of JavaScript will get used, less of CSS will get used if you're creating your own form and adding the data. So you can add data or you can update data. So as I said, add would be, let's say a new address has to be added for the rent person. That can be added, and the update is probably just changing in-store to out on rent, as simple as that. So that's the thing about how you can use the entire just code and build and rather iterate it from a low code to a completely full-fledged self-coded solution. That's it. That's my time. That's my point of contact. If anyone is interested, I'm little difficult to kind of get in touch with, but that would be some easy points to kind of, if you want to connect with me. LinkedIn also, I'm very responsive. If any questions, also you can put in your feedbacks. Vachan, you're always too fast, you're too slow, or too technical. All open.
You were really good.
Okay, thank you.
If you guys have any doubts, you can also ask at the happiness bar, which is on the top floor. Okay?
Yes.
So let's wrap up. We have Hari here to present the memento for Vachan. Putting in time, for sharing such great knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vachan.
Thank you.
Okay. So next, we are moving on to another talk session, which is a 10 minutes brisk talk session It's by Deepak Patania. And talking about Deepak, he is a full stack developer. And he has a proven record of building scalable products and leading high-performing teams. And he is also working as a leads for developer productivity team at WooCommerce, at Automatic, yeah. And it's also written that he's a seasoned hacker. Wow. Like he has won prizes in 10 plus hackathons. And also the co-founder of Hack Society, a platform to organize and discover hackathons all over the country. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so what his topic is, he's going to speak about speeding up our CI pipeline the pragmatic way. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you. Hello. Am I audible at the end? Can I just get a quick show of hands? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Cool. Hi, my name is Deepak. I work as a tech lead at Automatic. Specifically, I lead the developer experience team in the WooCommerce Transact division. So we take care of payments and all of that jazz. Today, I'll be talking about speeding up our CI pipeline. The pragmatic way is silent, but we'll get to that. Yeah, let's get started. I am on Twitter as Debug Patania, which was supposed to be a clever pun on my name, but doesn't seem so clever. But yeah, cool. So we'll start. Okay, so speeding up our CI pipeline. So CI is the main keyword, right? So CI stands for continuous integration. A quick show of hands to people who are already aware about continuous integration. Okay, so I'll quickly explain. So continuous integration in theory is essentially a software development practice where a bunch of developers are contributing code to a single repository constantly, which is pretty common. Practically speaking, CI pipelines mostly institute running a bunch of automated tests every time a new code change is pushed, right? So every time somebody pushes code to a repository, you want to run a bunch of tests to ensure that the quality is there. That could include linting tests, ensuring that the new change doesn't break compatibility with any WordPress or PHP versions, or running end-to-end tests to see that the UI is intact and nothing is broken, and things like that. A lot of people also use CI pipelines to sort of publish their plugin to the end directories if all tests pass. So that essentially is what CI pipelines are. I'll be talking about how we sort of sped up our own CI pipeline. So to start with, like one quick heads up, this is sort of a case study which doesn't necessarily equate to best practices, right? This is something that worked for us considering our resources and constraints. So, you know, take what you can from it, but doesn't necessarily mean that this is the only way forward or the best way forward, right? Cool, so we'll start with the problem statements at hand. There were two essential problem statements that we were trying to solve. One, that our plugin release process, so we take care of the WooCommerce payments plugin essentially. So the release process for WooCommerce payments was a little detailed. It had a lot of steps. So for somebody to come in and do it as a first timer, it could be a little scary. And considering we work as a remote team, you know, there isn't a lot of hand-holding sessions for somebody doing it for the first time. So we want the process to be as automated as possible, as easy as possible for anybody to step in at any time and to be able to complete the process. So that was problem number one. The process itself was too tedious and there were a lot of manual steps involved. The second problem was that we had this E2E testing, end-to-end testing action within the pipeline. I mentioned that with every code change, you want to ensure that the quality of the code base is sustained, right? So as a measure of that, we ran a lot of end-to-end tests every time a new code was pushed. What we started noticing was that the end-to-end test kept taking a lot more time as more people started adding tests for different flows. And they were also flaky in nature. So sometimes they'll take a lot of time and then they'll fail for random reasons. So that reduces the overall developer velocity. You want people to be confident in contributing new code, and the time from contributing code to it being deployed should be as minimal as possible. So we wanted to solve these two problems. So this is the most important slide of the talk. Take this, if nothing else, from the talk. This is the pragmatic way. So the pragmatic way is basically how we try to approach any problem at hand, which is what we applied to these two problem statements as well. So the first step is basically just to break down the process into multiple steps, right? That, okay, this is the entire thing that you're trying to optimize. Let's just break it down into individual steps that can be reasoned about in isolation. Then start with the smallest step that you can think of and try to automate that, right? And then build up from there. Trying to take these smaller things, ensure that there is a clear thing that you can measure against, that, okay, we just moved this thing in isolation and that led to this small change. So you have a single metric to sort of correlate this change to. And then have a feedback loop built into the process. Every time you make a change, ensure that it somehow moves the needle for the end process that you are trying to achieve. So every small thing that you automate somehow leads to the overall goal that you wanted to achieve when you initially set out to. And then rinse and repeat, right? Keep trying to find the next smaller item that you can automate. Keep trying to see how that feedback loop works with it. Okay. So now let's get to the first problem statement, which was that the release process was taking a lot of time. So we started figuring out, okay, what all steps can we start and automate? The first thing was the changelog itself, right? We saw that, okay, multiple people are contributing to this, and then every time we release a plugin, we have to create that changelog to tell people what all this includes. So that itself was a manual process and took a lot of time for the release lead. They had to aggregate and accumulate all that changelog in one place. Then they had to publish it to the relevant directories. So that's the first thing we automated. We built a small pipeline step that took the changelog from all of the PRs that were created in a particular release, aggregated that in a single place, and created the release log for that next release. Right? Next thing was the code freeze. When you're building with so many people in an asynchronous nature, you have to have those cutoffs that, okay, any change beyond this point would go to the next release. So we had that code freeze, and in a remote environment, for somebody to be available and tell people in different time zones, it becomes a lot of hassle. So we created these scheduled calls wherein before a code freeze, there would be a release plugin created for the testing teams. There would a notification would go out to all the relevant ones that, hey, any change beyond this would be cut off, and things like that. Similarly, pre-release. So pre-release is where we worked the most. We basically worked on ensuring that a new release branch and a release PR is created for each release with all the relevant changes. All the meta tags, like bumping up the versions, metadata updates, translations, all of those things were automated as a part of that. And then at the end, we looked at, okay, what are the steps that a release has to do after a release has ended? That included creating a wiki for the next release, handing off items to the next release lead, and things like that. So we automated all of that stuff as well. So this is just an example of how, starting from first principles, we could build up to something like this, wherein now the plugin release process for WooCommerce payments has almost 85 to 90% of the process automated. Anybody who tries out the process for the first time, it's a breeze for them. There isn't a lot for them to do, actually. So we don't actually even consider this to be a super bandwidth intensive item for any release lead who takes it up. And these actions are all open source, so you can actually go to the WooCommerce payments repo, see if there are things that apply to your plugins as well. Right? We do a lot of stuff like building the zip, creating pre-release branches, end-to-end testing automations, and stuff like that. So whatever works for you, feel free to tinker around with it. I have less time, so I'm trying to speed things up a little. So the next thing was optimizing the end-to-end test, right? So we realized that, okay, there are two problems here. One, the tests are flaky. Two, they take too much time. So the first thing we did was we said that, okay, there has to be a stopgap solution. So we basically, as a stopgap solution, stopped running end-to-end tests on every PR. That was a huge move, right? We do not want developers to feel discouraged in contributing code. So we stopped running end-to-end tests on every PR and shifted it to a scheduled basis that, hey, let's run end-to-end tests on a daily basis while we figure out why these things are happening. So that gave us some breathing room so that, not every developer is out to us telling that, hey, my PRs, end-to-end tests are taking too long, what do I do about it? So that gave us some breathing room to work with. Second, we started looking into the flakiness part of it. So the flakiness, we realized, was a lot due to DOM selectors being not relevant. Like a lot of people would say that, hey, pick the nth selector in this page and tick that checkbox. And as and when you add new UI items, those nth selectors no longer hold up, right? So having test-specific selectors in this environment means a lot. So that's the second step we did. For performance, we did a lot of stuff, but to summarize, we worked on looking into selective asset blocking so that in the testing environment, you no longer need to load everything that you do in an actual environment. You block all the unrequired assets just to focus on the testing condition at hand. We also looked into fixing typing delays and replacing like Dockerized setups with live server instances so that setup time is reduced a little. And then the most important thing that we did was we worked into looking into test splitting, right? So every test that you used to run sequentially earlier, we decided to create these logical groupings that, okay, all merchant tests are one branch, all shopper tests are one branch. Then in merchant, there are block tests, there are non-block tests, then there are subscription tests, non-subscription, right? So we create UPE, non-UPE, right? So all of these logical groupings were created, and we decided to run all of those in parallel instead of running all tests in a linear fashion, which led to a lot of performance boost. So if we look at the numbers, we were able to optimize the E2E testing pipeline by more than 80%. It was at one point taking more than an hour. Right now it's down to around 12, 13 minutes. Still a lot of way that we can improve it. But just as a benchmark, it's a pretty good sign that the pipeline is usually green, and it gives the developers also the confidence to rely on tests rather than always trying to figure out what is breaking them. And that is it. I think I'm on time, so yeah, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Wow, like really on time. So much knowledge in 10 minutes. That's great of you. Okay, so next we have a memento for Deepak, and it's given by Hari again. Come on, guys, a round of applause for Deepak. Come on.
Thank you so much. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, nice.
That was really powerful.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so next, a quick announcement. Please, please, please do put your sticker sheets, that lucky draw sheets, in the happiness bar. There is a box kept, so please do put it up, okay? Now, we are going to have a break, a tea break, from 3:30 to 3:45. The next session starts at sharp 3:45, and the lucky draw winner will be announced later. Winners will be announced later. So we'll be closing that in this break time. Okay? So please put your sheets in the box. Okay? Enjoy your break. your tea, relax. Yeah, over to you, Lex.
On? Is it on? Hello? Can you hear me? Anyone can see me? Where's the speaker? What color shirt I'm wearing? Okay, nice. So anybody still feels dizzy? Tea, not coffee? Okay, cool. Here? Okay, I'm in the picture. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's get started. Today I'm Lax. I'll be talking about WordPress security, and to make it simple, I'm planning to talk about for how we can do the security in 3 levels for site owners. So if you own a website, in your knowledge level or the way you use WordPress will be different. And if you are a user, I'm just using WordPress for blogging and stuff, you'll be doing it differently, right? And if you are a developer, developers do WordPress in a very different way. Like you might be hacking WordPress. You may not use the same standard WordPress that it comes with. You'll be using a lot of actions, hooks, filters, plugins, and everything. So let's get started with it. Clicker works. So if anybody is a studious student, like in your school, hey, I always study the next chapter for today itself. Like, so if you want to watch the slides and follow along with me, you can scan. Otherwise, if you're just casual and cool, sitting relaxed, and you can continue. Those 2 guys from balcony, it look great. Thanks. Okay. I hope some of you scanned. And how many of you remember this character? What's the name of the character? Name of the guy who's standing there? Anyone? Yeah, Vijay Sethupathi, but the character name is Das. So it's from the movie Soodhu Kavum. It's a Tamil movie, and if you didn't watch it yet, so go ahead and watch it. It's one of a laugh riot, and it's good. So the main reason I keep it here in this presentation, the connection is, so there are certain simple rules he had, and he didn't follow the rules, and he gets into trouble. So it applies to the same with WordPress security. We all know, I'm not going to talk anything new, it's not rocket science, or I'm not selling any snake oil here. So we all already know what is security, what could go wrong, but we still not follow it. So that's why I think this is my second time talking about this in a WordCamp. The first one was in 2019, I guess, in the Philippines. So I've just added some points and changed new memes. So carry on. So the agenda for today is like a quick introduction, and then, like I said, I break down into like first we'll cover what site owners in the security in the perspective of site owners, and then for users, like if you are just a user, I'm using WordPress, hey, at work I have to publish blog post or I do something with WordPress, but don't ask me anything more than that. I'm a marketing person, I just use it, things like that. And then for developers, I like React.js, I like something else, but I still have to stick with WordPress. I get you, I love WordPress too. So this is our own Nivin, right? So some of you might be in the same category. Like you might be the user, you might be the site owner, you might be the developer, but still, I have some points for you too as well. And this also comes as like, user is like is a teenager or a school student in the first one. So it's like users know a little, or I don't want to say like your knowledge is limited or something, but maybe as a user, you may use little or known areas. You may not explore more. So, but a site owner is like, their view or their expectation is different. Hey, I'm a business owner. I just pay some guy to do the stuff for me. I don't want to touch this crap. What is this? I don't want to hear all this jargon, something like that, right? And as a developer, you might be a rogue, or like, you might be like, I can do anything I want. I don't follow rules. I want to break the rules. So let's go with it. quick introduction about security and stuff. So I'm not a security expert myself, and whatever I say here is coming through my own personal experience and the experience through job, but still it might be useful for you. So first, this is the statistics. I'm very sure, I would say 200% sure you cannot read it. So you'll have the slides, or when you watch it in the YouTube, you can zoom in a bit. I think I'm even having trouble to read it. So it's like, what happens when your website is in a security risk or hacked? So most of the points are listed out here. It's from security survey. And the main stuff that is like a loss of time. So if you have a website and it gets vulnerable, it gets hacked, and you need to hire somebody to fix the malware or fix the hack and get it up and running, or you may have to restore the content. And in my personal experience, one time I didn't follow the rules as well. Okay, what happens? Like, I just let it be like that. So I didn't follow the rules, and one of our website got hacked. It's due to shared hosting, but I don't say shared hosting is bad at all, but it's like there was a vulnerability in the plugin, and I didn't know it, I didn't update it, I didn't use the latest version. So what happened is the website got hacked, and we had to restore some of its content. It was like a SQL injection, so we had some data were breached, or some data has some unwanted information. So at that time, I kind of tried to restore the old database backup. But the problem was the old backup and within the new backup, there were like 5 or 10 contact form entries. So I had to manually go and find and restore it. And then that's like a hard run to lesson. So from then on, I was doing the incremental backups, and also I update plugins and do other steps regularly. So the point here is, from my experience, you can take it as the time. So you may have the backup of your database and files, but it's like, for example, you submit a proposal to a client, or you are applied for a job and showing your portfolio to your prospective employer and that stuff. And then what happens, like if your website got hacked or your website is down, it's like you get a bad impression. And if it's your first time communication, it's bad, right? First time impression, and if it's a bad impression, it's not good. And you can never get it back. You cannot set it right. So to avoid all this stuff, the best thing to do is just follow the rules. I'll explain. So let me clarify here what is maintenance and what is not. And this talk, the title, if you don't know the title yet, some of you who joined can take your list, and you can see my name there. Yeah, the title is How Not to Maintain WordPress, and it's about security. So what is maintenance and what is it not? Software updates, updating your plugins, themes, and core WordPress comes under maintenance. If you do small content changes, that's also maintenance, like you add a new image, you edit something, you change the category, or whatever. And also you do a backup, scanning your website, all those stuff coming under maintenance. But what is it not maintenance? For example, you are redesigning your site, rebuilding something, like you are adding a new feature. So that's totally different. That's not maintenance, and that's not we are covering in this talk. And this one, like, how many of you know the character name? Who's this guy? Oh, no. Oh my God, OMG. Freddy, very good, because I thought maybe many of you are young, because if you don't know Scooby-Doo. So it's from Scooby-Doo. This is Fred. He's our lead, one of the main characters. He always solves the mystery. So in this one, Fred find out like who's causing the issue, and it's him. So it's like who makes your website vulnerable? In most cases, it's you. So this is the introduction, and let's go with the site owners. When I say site owners, I mean, for example, you are a developer, you own your website, you are a site owner. You are a marketing person, you have your own website for yourself, you are a site owner. And you are a business person, your corporate website runs on WordPress, and then I call you as a site owner as well. For example, let's say a big corporation, like I don't want to name any company, let's say a multinational or a big brand, international company, and you work for the company as a CTO, CMO, or you are one of the key decision maker, and you are site owner as well, because it's your responsibility to maintain the website. So what a site owner do in terms of security is like authentication. So to keep users authenticated, authentication, there is a confusion of jargon, like technical words. A lot of people use it, like authentication, authorization, what it is. Or even in lawyers or attorneys use attestation, right? So authentication means you check and validate, oh, okay, this person is a legit user. This person is a correct user, registered user of the website. That's authentication. So what you could do to keep your site safe and secure, you can go with multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication at least. So how many of you get one-time password when you log into your, not website, maybe banking site or anything? Okay, for those who don't have OTP, change your banks or change, I don't know how the way you log in still. Or the tea is not a good time, you should give them coffee. And so the second one is like, maybe some of you might seen the screen. It is WordPress. If you are an admin user, if your WordPress capability is admin, administrator, WordPress will show you this screen often. And it means WordPress is asking you, hey, is this email is correct? Can I keep this as an admin user? So sometimes people don't even change this one. For example, let's say you hire a freelancer or you have an old employee of your company and installed the WordPress for you. I have this in my throughout my career. I still get it even now. Like I install a WordPress for a friend or somebody, a client or someone, and then they don't change the admin username at all, admin emails as well. So I still get the notifications like, hey, website is down, or somebody filled out this, update your WordPress, or this website got updated, all that stuff. So you should update your email address, or if you have a trusted person in your company or someone is doing the job for you, at least you should use their email address so that they will know when site goes down or something is happening. And secure your login credentials. So in a survey, WordPress, not just related to WordPress, in I think it's 2020 survey. So in a popular survey, a lot of Americans use the very insecure passwords, like easy to guess, easy to hack. So a lot of people use like 1, 2, 3, 4 at the end. If your form asks for you to say, like, when you create an account, and they say, hey, we need a combination of number and a capital letter, and people just type password 1, right? So they are smart thinkers, and they don't, they take the risk. They like to live dangerously, but it's not secure all the time. So you have to create a password, and that password make sure it has capital letter, small letter, numbers, and a special character. So keeping that as and remembering all the passwords is difficult. That's why you should use a password manager, LastPass, 1Password, or anything. Some of them have a free plan, and I think there are open source and free tools as well. Or you can store your password in a secure way, like encrypted stuff. Don't store all your passwords in an Excel sheet. If somebody gets your laptop and you got their Excel sheet, maybe you may be a millionaire now. You might be, what do you call it? You'll not have money in your bank because that might get lost. And you should stay updated. And how many of you are interested in drinking an expired medicine? It can be a syrup, cough syrup, or anything. Like, nobody wants to try that, right? Expired medicine is like, it's risky, and it's not has the potential. Like, it may not cure your disease. And it can even cause you death. So it can happen to the website as well. So if you are active on Twitter, make sure to follow me and tag WordCamp Kerala, and maybe tweet this one as well. You have surprise gifts for those 2 of you who noted this down. You had 2 seconds. I'm going to change the screen. Thank you. Let's go. So you have to choose a good hosting plan as well, whatever that goes with your goals and needs. For example, if you are a startup, you are just starting out, you don't have to go and choose the expensive hosting plan because your competitor does it. You don't have to waste too much of your time. Any hosting, like our if you go to our happiness bar or networking area, you can find our hosting partners are there. You can ask them. You can start with a very minimal hosting plan. DigitalOcean, I think, starts with $5, but you have to do it manually. So you can go with a reasonable hosting plan and managed hosting plan. And it comes with you all the monitoring, all the backups and everything. You will not have enough. Already in life, you might have a lot of headaches, right? Like wife, in-laws, so many things. And why you don't want to mess up with the hosting already. And if you are working for a company, it's still the same, And this section I'm talking about business owners. So if you are a business owner, you wanted to avoid potential, mistakes and stuff, and you want to use the resources and time well. So if you are a wise businessman or a businesswoman, just invest in a good hosting plan. And set alerts. So for example, if your website goes down or something even for SEO related, like if your page goes down 404 errors kind of thing. So whatever it is, set alerts and get them notified. So that actually helps. So that you will know, okay, website goes down for it. Most of the hosting companies or most of the sites, they don't go down for a long time. It may be just 1 minute, 2 minutes, or it can be a DNS hiccup. Everything is fine, just your domain name is not working. So it can be up and running in just 1 or 2 minutes, but you will still get an alert. So that's good to have an alert. It's also a possibility. It's also the responsibility of the owner. I'll like to take a minute and stress about this one. A lot of people say or think, hey, I'm a non-technical person, or I'm a businessman, or I'm an alien, I just jumped from the, jumped into this planet, so I don't want to, it's not my responsibility. So don't do that, because it's like, if you buy a cell phone and what apps you do install and how do you use it, it's your responsibility. If you get a car, you should know the traffic rules or the taxes or whatever, right? Anything, whatever we do, as an end user, we have some minimum responsibilities to be taken care of, and this is one of it. You should have these kind of alerts. And I get you, sometimes it's like technicalities is not your jam. I get nervous even when I type password, or I'm worried that what if I delete something in my website, or what if I do something wrong? So I get you. So that's the time you should do it yourself, or when you call a professional maintenance, a team or a guy. So if you have really low budget and you have more time, and I know most of you might have gone this phase, so you can go with do-it-yourself stuff. And if you mess it up and you feel sorry, I did something wrong, and that time you can consult a professional person. And this also has a catch. So for example, if you approach a company in your city or anywhere, if you approach a company, they might have their own price range, and you think what, 10,000 for this? No, I will not pay for it. Or 5,000 for this? You might have thinking like that, right? So a professional or a company might charge you a little more. So that time you have to decide, I should hire a freelancer, or I should hire an independent contractor, or I should go with a company. It's all up to you, depends on your financial stuff and everything. But when you go with them, make sure you give them, you don't have to give them the same password. So for example, this month you hire somebody from Kerala, and next month you hire somebody from Tamil Nadu, but you still keep on using the same username and password. That's wrong, because that's the old guy that you hired might have the password as well, right? And you may not pay him, invoice is still pending. He might go and delete your site. So it's so that's why when you hire freelancers or an agency, it's always good to give them, that it's your end user stuff. You should know how to create an admin user and send them that password. And if you find it hard, we all have internet, you all have mobile, YouTube or anything. You can just Google how to create a new admin user, how to create a SFTP user, whatever. It's you can do all that stuff. Some of it, if you find it hard, you can find a trusted, reliable agency or a person, and then you can work with it. And now comes to the users. So users, like I said already, users are just a blogger, a marketer, or someone who's not into tech, or also someone who doesn't have the burden of, it's not that they are owning the site. They are just using the site. So you can notify the admin. I think I forgot to add the screenshot. Let me see if they are now. Oh, I should go back this way. So WordPress will give you a notification, says like, hey, the plugins are not updated, themes are not updated. So if you get that notification, you take a screenshot and send it to your site owner or the developer or someone in your team. So for example, you are a marketer and you have an IT department, you tell them like, hey, I'm logged into this site and I see that some plugins are not updated. Go update that monkey, something like that. So, you should not call your employees monkey, yeah? But that's how someone called me. Educate yourself. What is educating yourself comes through. So for example, what is a plugin? What is a theme? How to install a plugin? Or how to update certain stuff? How to change your password? So for example, if you see something is wrong, so for example, you are logging into WordPress and you see something is different, something is wrong. Or if you're looking at in the front end, something is different. So all this stuff is coming under educating yourself. So I'm just a user, why should I see all this stuff? So for example, you might be uploading content to one website, one client, and you might be uploading content to some other client, and you might see some notification, like something is wrong, something is different. So that time you can notify others, and also that's how you get educated. You get more friendly with WordPress. Oh, this is the admin screen, and this is the plugin screen, or this is the how I can see the contact form entries, all that stuff. So there's two things. One is like you can help the site secure. Other things are like you will not screw things up. For example, you may not delete something that you are not supposed to do. So it's a role of the users. And lastly, the developers. So if you are a developer, like you should sanitize your input. So validation is different from sanitization. If you know the difference, I can give you maybe a chocolate, or I can get you a t-shirt from the sponsors. Let me know. If you know the difference, come and meet me. And prepare your SQL queries. Like if you do any SQL queries through the database directly, use the prepare method, the WordPress that comes with. This will sanitize or this will avoid any MySQL related stuff. SQL based injection or all that stuff will be prevented. And protect your API keys. Like for example, if you use a third-party person or somebody who just use your API keys, you should change it. And it's always good to change your API keys regularly. For example, Instagram will change your API keys 30 days. Every 30 days, automatically the key will expire. And I think GitHub does it too. A lot of websites, a lot of hosting providers, a lot of SaaS companies, everyone change the keys by themselves. So you should do that too. If you have any API keys or passwords, don't use them for a long time. And some of you might be like, hey, I'm from India. One coffee costs here 150 rupees here, and I can buy a plugin at that price. I have a lot of, I don't have to buy the license. I can just download it. It's free in the internet. It's GPL, and I can download it from the internet. And why should I pay like 10,000 for this, 5,000 for this? So one thing is like it may have malware. Not only your reputation, your client website gets down and you may get a bad impression. And the second one is you may have to go and fix it. And the other thing is you may not get the enough support, and you cannot even ask that in forums. For example, you are using version 5 and the latest version is 6. You cannot go and ask somebody, hey, I tried and this plugin doesn't work, and now client is angry at me and my wife too. So what you can do? You cannot do anything, right? So happy wife, happy life, and happy client, happy portfolio. So it's same. If you are using nulled plugins, say no, like don't use it. It's a bad practice. Use always a plugin from original or get the licensed version. And restrict access, like directory indexing or anything. Like a lot of developers miss this part. Like they allow everyone to access all the pages. You can at least start with restricting admin menus so that people will not go and edit or update some stuff or delete some stuff. So that's why WordPress roles comes into handy. You allow the users to access certain areas that they can do. Do not allow them or grant them full access. And then educate your clients. This is a hard part, right? It's like it's one of the. You can climb a mountain. You can climb Mount Everest. You can finish a 10K marathon, but you cannot educate your client. It's very hard. I get it. That's where I'm here, like trying to educate as much as possible. It's not like your client is hard-headed or something, but they have a lot of other things going on. For them, their performance or their money or what do you call it, their business growth is important, but they don't understand that a website is something you think like it's just a website, but it is not. For example, your Facebook page may have like, let's say 100K followers or 10, like how many, like 1 million followers, 10 million likes, whatever. What if Facebook bans your page? You lost everything, right? And you have to start from scratch again. But if you have an email list of your clients, customers, and subscribers, or if you have your own website, nobody is going to throw you out. Like if one hosting doesn't work, you can use you can host your website from your own. You can host from your own stuff, like use a VPN, whatever method. So the main takeaway from this one is like, do not take your website for granted. So it's like website is the web gives you the full control, own your data, and it gives you the own stuff. And for security related news, like follow this stuff. And if you are already reading a lot of things, yeah, I read already subscribed to a lot of movie news. I already subscribed to a lot of WHO already saying again, COVID, whether I used to use mask or not. Like you might have a lot of other stuff, right? This is another stuff, security related stuff. If your website is using WordPress, subscribe to at least 1 or 2 of this, so you will know. Maybe your developer is on a vacation. He may not know that website, this plugin is vulnerable. So you can go and check it like, hey, we are using this one, and can we update this one to the latest? Some things like that. So these are some of the most trusted news. And some of the resources, the last one is just curated by me. I'm working on it. So hopefully in this weekend or so, this is already weekend, right? I feel like Monday. Okay. Okay, so so hopefully in a few days I'll compile this more. So you will get a checklist. So if you have a website, you can go and see. I have these points to cover. It's my website is secure, things like that. And takeaways, anyone can summarize this one. So this is not a college or school. I know you may not do it. I will summarize. I will do that for you. So the summary is like, keep your stuff updated, educate your client and educate yourself, and also make sure use the product or any plugin and theme and everything you buy, make sure you have the activation code or license keys so that you can get support, and as well take backups so that if something goes wrong and you can do it, choose a good hosting plan. And also if you hire multiple freelancers, make sure you give them, change the passwords frequently. Don't use the same password for 3 years. I have a client from Australia and it's not WordPress, so we don't, but still we can talk about him here. So he has a WordPress and he do the printing stuff, right? You know, your name will be printed on whatever, maybe the cap or what. He does a lot of bulk printing orders. He's very successful, and every time I log in and see, I'm happy for him, like a lot of orders on his site, but he gives me the same password for 3 years, and even now, and he hired multiple developers and designers, and a lot of people work for him. Everyone has the same admin access for his site, and someday he will be in trouble. So this is another takeaway. So please change your passwords. And what else? Did I miss anything? Anyone? Did I miss anything that I shared? Vijay Sethupathi, Sudhukavam, the first one. These are all the basic stuff. If you miss things up, you might be in trouble. So it's like already you may know, but you still make sure to do the stuff and stay in touch. Luckily, I got this social media handle in all platforms. So it's like if you are more of a video, sorry, what do you call it? If you are more into Instagram, you can find me there. If you are into LinkedIn, Twitter, even Reddit, everywhere, I'm here. And if you have any comments, feedback, questions, you can ask now as well, and also later. I'm here. I'll be around here. And thank you. The food was great, and people and everyone was great. Kochi is great. And what else I can say? So thank you. Thanks for listening. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, Lex. That was more like entertaining with tech, like chai with tech, right? Was really good. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, so can I have Lash giving up at the moment to Lex?
I'll keep it.
Guys, one more round of applause for this guy.
Yeah, keep clapping. Thanks. All the cameras. 1, 2. Anyone from this side? Thank you. Thank you. It was good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so moving on to the next talk session. We have one talk session left, a panel discussion, and also a small surprise maybe at the end, because we always save the payasam at the end of the sadhya, right? Okay, so keep waiting for that. So next we have the country manager of Hostinger International. He has 8 years experience in web hosting and domain industry and has also worked along different web hosting companies and domain registrar. So he also has hands-on experience on technical side as
cool.
well as
Should I go
sales
down?
and operational side. Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah.
So can I have Stephen Hivali on the dais to speak about the power of customer obsession? Over to you.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, thank you. Well, hi, everyone. As introduced, thanks for the introduction. My name is Stephen. So it's been a very great pleasure to be at the WordCamp event. I really love the enthusiasm, the energy, the sessions going on, the education. Everything is just so wonderful about the whole ecosystem. And like Mariyappan, right? Like he said very correctly, the food is also so good. And when the food is good, I'm sure that the energy is going to be good. So before I just start with my presentation about power of customer obsession, let's do a small exercise, because it's always said that when you have the presentation at the end, the energy is a bit low. But I don't see the energy low here, but I would like to do a small exercise which is for all of us. So don't worry, you don't have to run anywhere. You just have to sit where you are, and just we'll do a small exercise. So it's a very simple exercise. You just tap your finger. When I say second, you tap the second one. When I say the third, fourth, and the fifth one. Okay? So is it clear? Can we do it? Okay. So tap your first finger, the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth one. Louder. Thank you guys. I think this is for all of us who are being here at the event and who are putting up a really wonderful show. So talking about the power of customer obsession and what exactly customer obsession is all about. So before we begin with the presentation, I think it's very important to understand what exactly a customer obsession is all about, or what a customer obsession is. So before I put my ideas and I explain my ideas, what is it all about, let's have this session like an interactive session. So anybody from the audience who would like to give their feedback or who could like to explain their understanding about customer obsession. Anyone? Anyone from the audience? No one? Really? No one? Okay, so I think then I can start with the explanation what exactly is customer obsession all about. So for me, if I put customer obsession in a very simple way, I think it's a kind of a reverse engineering where you put customer at the first place. So if I talk about this statement, it might be like a very high volume statement, because it talk about engineering, it talk about the reverse thing, it talk about taking backward. But let me put an example here what exactly I mean by putting your customer at the front, at the center. So let's take an example. For example, if I want to build an online store, if I want to go online, and if I want to be in a particular niche, then I'll just go to my team, I'll just explain the whole idea, and we'll try to build some kind of a service and a product. So when we try to build this kind of a service and product, we think from our perspective, but we don't go exactly to the customer and understand their pain points and what exactly their needs are. So this reminds me of Amazon Shop. When they were planning to do a grocery store online, they did this kind of a reverse engineering when they actually went to the customer and they understood the pain points. The pain points were very different. People used to stand in the queues, they used to have complications with the payment gateways and so on, and then they start building the product. So then they start building the innovation from the pain points what they got. So if we talk about the customer obsession as a definition, I think that the important thing is to put the customer at the front and then start building and start innovating it and put into your service level. So now, since we know about what customer obsession is all about, let's understand why is it very important, or why I'm here to emphasize more on why customer obsession you should follow, or why any of the companies should put this into practice. So now, while explaining about the customer obsession and its importance, I would like to put another example here again from Amazon. So I remember Jeff Bezos, when he was giving one interview, he was emphasizing a lot about customer obsession, and he was talking about the reverse engineering and putting the customer at the front and then going backwards. So where he clearly mentioned that when they were planning to launch the tablet product in the industry, and they were planning to design the whole ecosystem of selling the tablets in the market, they actually did not plan from their perspective. So they actually go to the market, they understood the pain points of the customers, and then they started innovating it, and they started looking it backwards and creating something which is sustainable. So now in this whole process, they actually cut down their own margins. They did not add a lot of margins in the product, but they actually win the trust of the customers, and they really created a very good funnel of the customers, which is sustainable for a very longer time. I think this example is really important and relevant in any industry. So here we are gathered, and we are mostly from the WordPress ecosystem. We are here from the hosting industry, the software industry. But from my personal experience, I think it's very much common in all the industries. So be it logistic industry, e-commerce industry, or whatever industry you are, customer obsession plays a very important role. And by this example, it's very important to put this into action. Now, when I talk about putting this customer obsession into action, what exactly process any company can follow, or what general process any company can implement. So this process are from my own experience, which we also follow in Hostinger when we actually talk a lot about customer obsession, and we give the priority for the customer obsession. So here the first approach, which could be the client interviews. So I think the best example of client interviews is the WordCamp events, because today when I came in here, I found out many of the people who are already using the platform of Hostinger in order to create the websites and go online. So when I was having discussion, the good things obviously make us happy, because they appreciate us and they talk good things about us. But also the best thing what I like during this whole journey or during this whole process, they actually mentioned the pain points. They actually started saying the pain points, what they have and what they already expect from us. So I think the client interview thing is one of the best approach which any of the company can follow in order to put customer obsession into practice. And taking into consideration about client interviews, in our hosting company, we make it as a very good practice, wherein all of our CEOs, CMOs, technical guys, they have a guideline where they need to reach out to the customer online, offline, and they need to take the interviews and understand their pain points. So explaining this in a better way, I would like to again quote an example here from my personal experience. When I joined this company, I was asked to do some kind of client interviews. So when I first reached out to a customer where I actually wanted to discuss and have a talk and understand his point of view, so the very first thing what he mentioned about that, are you going to be there for real? Like the very first thing he mentioned that I'm going to be there on the call, like I'm going to talk to him. So that was the first thing what he mentioned, and that was very surprising for me. I mean, I thought that at that point of time, like everybody is doing this, and this is a very common thing, like reaching out to your customer, talking to them, understanding the pain points. But then I realized, okay, this is something which is not super common, or this is something which need to be done frequently. So talking about this customer, I remember him very clearly, because he mentioned that when he got online, it was very easy for him to get online, and it was not of a big trouble for him, because he saw some of the videos, some of the tutorials, he saw some of the influential channels. So for getting online was not a very, very difficult task for him. But then he started having this conversation with me, what exactly was the trigger, or what exactly was the pain points in order to go ahead and create a good website or create a full-fledged website. So then he started saying that, okay, the database is missing, the plugins are missing, so your platform doesn't have this, they don't support some kind of a plugins or something is missing. So then I started digging more into it and started understanding his perception in order to get more idea about what exactly a customer would think and how exactly he would like to perceive a supplier. So I think this approach really, really helped us a lot in order to collect the data and also in order to improve the service. And the one thing which I mentioned at the beginning is about the reverse engineering. So once we have this data, it goes back to the first page and we start to innovate the service and the product. Yeah. So talking about the second approach, which any company can generally implement at their side, is about the golden questions. So I would like to just throw this question in the audience. So anybody here knows about golden question, what exactly it is about? Anyone in the audience? Come on, I know, I mean, it's a very tiring day because we are here since morning, but this is going to be the last session, so let's put some energy in. So anybody in the audience, would like to discuss about golden questions? Come on, no one. Or am I the only smarter guy here? Come on. That should not be the case, right? Sorry? Yeah, sure, Hari.
Hello. You were asking about open questions. So I was thinking like approaching the customer with curiosity, like really to find out what they want. So to find out what their pain points are, to quiz them, to basically to approach with the mindset of knowing more about it. Is that what you're?
Yeah, that's correct, Hari. I mean, that's the one thing which I also like about the the WordPress as an ecosystem. So when we meet here, like when we had this kind of conversations, when I was talking to different organizers and stuff like that, so we were having this type of questions, like what you think about the whole ecosystem of WordPress, what you think about the hosting as in general, and what you think about the different technology in the IT industry. So I think these questions are really very important, and we can term this as a golden questions. So at Hostinger also we follow this type of an approach where we do some kind of a survey where we ask few of the questions, and these are very generic questions which any of the company can implement in order to put the customer obsession into practice. So here you generally ask about what they feel about your company as an overall service provider, what they think about the product, what they lack in the product, or what they want to have more in the product area. So here also I remember one really, really great story where actually for the question, for the last question about what's the one thing you hate the most about the web hosting industry. So that's something which is, I don't know, maybe something which is very commonly implemented with the hosting competitors, where they ask this type of question. And the strange answer what I got here was, one customer who was using the website and who was a very newbie, he mentioned that the web hosting company always confused with a lot of information. And when I saw this answer, so I went to the reverse engineering, to the backward after analyzing the pain point, and started thinking, is that the real case? I mean, is that the real case? Are we making it too complicated in order to make a customer go online? Are we putting a lot of information on the website or on the store, so that the experience itself is nullified or something like that? So these are the realistic comments what we get from the customer, and then we try to re-engineer and implement it. And I think these are the approaches what any company can follow. So not only in the hosting industry, but I think overall this approach can be really very well implemented. So going to the third approach, which is about NPS surveys, that is Net Promoter Score. So anybody here have seen this type of surveys? Like these are the very common surveys which are all over the e-commerce industry. Anybody? Maybe I'll just change to the next slide where you have the visual. So this type of a form, anybody ever seen in the life? Yeah, so there are many hands here. So I'm sure that this type of a practice is quite popular, where you actually sign up for the product and then you get a message kind of a thing where you have the score from 0 to 10, and you have to rate the product and the services which you are using or which you're going to use in the future. So I think the NPS approach is really, really good, and it's a very simple option where you have the ratings from 0 to 10, and that can be just pop up into your service screen or your platform or whatever business you are into. So also I would like to give the basic idea of what NPS is talking about, all about. So when you go to any kind of a store, like a physical store, or when you try to go online on an e-commerce store, so you are asked to fill the form. Like there is a big form where you have a lot of details and a lot of information. So sometimes it's easily, anyone can skip it very easily, because then you have to spend your time and invest in order to put all the information. But I think the NPS survey is a very simple thing, where you have the ratings which are from 0 to 10, and anybody can just rate the services, and based on the ratings, we can judge the service level, and we can also improve it. Okay, so yeah. So these are the few things which any company can put customer obsession into practice, and to collect the data and to understand the pain points of what a user can think. Now, we have the data already with us. So we got the pain points, we have the data, we have everything with us. Now what we are going to do with the data? Any guess? Like, we have the data, right? We are here from the technology field, so we have the data. What we are going to do next? Yeah, just try to implement it. It's that simple. So once we have the data, we try to put it into practice and try to improve the overall customer experience. So now I have an example again. So this is my own personal example and own personal experience. So when we get this type of a data, how we are going to put into practice? So we usually create some kind of a blocks where we talk about how to create a website, for example, how to use the WordPress themes, how to easily connect your database to your WordPress website, and so on. And just talk about this, share the information. It's more like a KB session where you put all the information, all the guidelines which anybody can use. Secondly, we also have a YouTube channel which is in Hindi, and it's in Hostinger India channel. You can just YouTube it, and you will find the information there. So we also have this channel, and we also have the presenter right here with our team. So there we talk about different struggles, different problems, different pain points, what a customer would like to understand from us, or what information he would like to get from us. So for example, here are some of the screenshots which are shared, where we talk about how to create a website, how to build your WordPress website, for example, how to become a web developer, and what themes you can use, what plugins you can use, and how to easily manage and use it. So once we have the data, we can put this into the blogging way, we can put this into the YouTube way. Also, the third and the most important factor, which I realized today itself, is this type of events. It's the best platform to be here and to meet everybody in person, because this was something we all missed during the COVID time, where we had no connections, like the physical connections to talk with the people and to understand them. So once we have this data collected, once we have all the information, I think the best way to put them into practice is by doing this kind of experiments, this kind of exercises. But there are many more ways where you can actually reach out to the customer and put the information in front of him and what he needs from us as a supplier. So, well, yeah. So once we know what customer obsession is, why we need a customer obsession into practice, and what process any company can generally follow in order to put the customer obsession, in order to get the data, in order to implement it, do the reverse engineering thing, and innovate it. So from all this presentation, what I think is the major takeaway would be that customer obsession is going to be the future. So we talk about any big e-commerce industry, we talk about Amazon, we talk about Flipkart, we talk about, you name it, we talk about all these big industries. You see that they are putting a lot of efforts in order to be customer-centric and focus on customer obsession. So when I talk about this, this factor about all the industries, they are using this customer obsession thing and putting them into the reverse engineering and getting the data and implementing it. I think the business is going to be successful because you really understand the pain points and you really work on it. And before getting into some kind of problems where you might fail into the long-term goal, you already know what exactly you need to do. So if you ask me from my perspective, the major takeaways would be, it's a very simple thing where you know what you have from the market itself, from the customer point of view, and then how you're gonna do it. So, that's something about customer obsession. And I have some time here left, so I would like to run through some of the questions. And yeah, so this time is yours. Please feel free to ask me some questions if you have any, or any feedback or suggestion you would like to tell about customer obsession. Yeah. Anyone from the audience? I mean, I know this is the last session, but I'm sure we all are excited. I mean, we also have an after party, I think. So before that, any questions from your side? I would love to address them. Not really?
Hello.
Yeah, we have something. Yeah. So your name, please.
Riaz.
Riaz, yeah. Hi.
Now, when you said you wanted to put some
Can you please hold the mic?
You want to take some questions from the client.
Yep.
When you on a pre-sales mode.
Yep.
Correct? Most of the time they come because of some word of mouth. They already know the source, how they're coming.
Yeah.
All right. Now, at that point of time, if you start asking, what made you to come to me?
Yep.
So most of the time, they don't like that questions.
Okay.
Because first of all, they're coming to you. You should appreciate that. On top of that, you're asking why. Because already there is a reason why they approached us.
Okay.
All right. Maybe that question is supposed to be asked later stage in a much more in a friendlier way. You can ask that question. I believe that question will actually it will backfire you. Actually. Okay. That is what my feeling is.
Yeah. So actually, that's
I tried a couple of times.
Yep. Sorry.
What made you to come? Because I know how they come, but it didn't succeed. So there is always a backlash on that when I ask this question in the pre-sale mode before even closing that. When they ask first meeting, all right. This is applicable when you meet them in a later stage in a casual way. When you take the feedback, what made you should have? There are so many good agencies are there. What made you to approach me? You can ask on later stage, on the feedback stage, not on the pre-sale stage. Your view on that.
Okay. So thank you for that question. And just to give a short answer about your question. So actually, at Hostinger, we have two approaches with us. So the first, like you mentioned about the pre-sales. So when we talk about the pre-sales, we actually don't put this question at the priority where we ask why they are coming to us. Because when they are already coming to us, that means their mind is very clear that they want to use our platform. So that's very much clear. So here we don't put this question as a priority in order to ask them. But at the later stage when they are onboarded with us, when they are already using our services, so we have a channel of emails marketing kind of a thing, where we send out emails to the client and where we try to get this feedback. So as you said it very correctly, because even I had experienced this from my personal, personal journey that, clients do not like it because they already want to work with you. So in this case, you can do it in a reverse way, I would say. Once the customer is onboarded, you can set the timeline of 90 days or 30 days and then, go to your customers. Yeah. Does that answer the question? Yeah, thank you. So any more questions from the audience? Come on, I want to keep this like an interactive set. Yeah, one more. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Can you please use the mic? Yeah, I can hear you.
Where do you want to put that particular golden questions?
Sorry?
According to you, where do you want to put that golden question? At what timeline?
Yeah. So once the customer is onboarded and he start using our services, then I think this type of questions, like, they make sense because, then you can ask them much deeper and they are also very comfortable in order to answer those questions. Okay. So any more questions? Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Gautam.
Yes.
in my opinion, it's little easy to get feedback from our existing clients. But how can we get the feedback from the clients who did not take our service?
Okay. So I think just to answer your question in a very simple way, I think you are at the right environment to get this answer. Once you are here, like for the WordCamp event, and you talk to people, you get the answers very easily. You can just ask them. Like for example, I met few of the very good prospects or few of the very good people who are into this WordPress community ecosystem, and they build good websites, but they are not using our platform. Like they are not using Hostinger. So when I talk to them, when we do some kind of interviews, and when we have a conversation with them, I really get the feedback why they are not using. And that's the main motive of having the customer obsession, because when you get this kind of a feedback, then you actually try to implement it and do the reverse engineering and innovate your service. That's it. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yes. Yeah,
what happens when you get a negative feedback? How are you approaching that question?
Yeah. So for this, for example, I'll go back to the, forget it. So I'll go back to my point of client interviews. So at Hostinger, we have made a system where all of us are involved. So for example, if I am from the marketing side, and if I interview a client where a client says that he has a problem of connecting a database or installing a WordPress theme, for example. So when I collect this type of a data, we have built a system wherein all of our technical team, the product person, and everybody from the company is involved in a Slack channel. Like it's a common Slack channel. So when we get this type of a feedback, when we get this type of a pain points, we actually put all the information there. Now I'll give an example. Like it's a real example. So one of my colleague who was having an interview with one client, and the client told that there is a button missing in your panel. So there is no button, or there should be a button which will be easily accessible so that anyone can access. So he actually put that point into the Slack channel where the product team is involved and where the technical team is also involved. And we implemented that, and we built that, the button system in next 6 months. So answering your question, once we have this type of a pain points, we try to implement it. So it depends on how the scope of the requirement is. If it's too long, it might take too long. But if it's like a quick fix, then we do it. Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, I think that's it. Thank you guys for having me and my colleagues and the whole Hostinger team here at the event. And if you have some more questions, please do visit our booth, and we'll just have a talk. Thank you. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you so much, Stephen. It was really nice of you to, give insights and your knowledge about customer obsession and while dealing customers. So I have here Iqbal to give a moment to Stephen. A round of applause again, please. Okay, so we are moving on to the last session of today. So we are going to have a panel discussion. I did tell you before that WordPress is turning 20 this year. So far, we have had a lot of WordPress users, right? Most of you must be in it. And we are also going to have more users again also. So what is the, the future of WordPress, or what is WordPress economy going to be in 2023? I have here a set of WordPress entrepreneurs who are neck deep into WordPress ecosystem and are going to talk about their winnings, failures, the challenges they have faced, or what they have ahead, what we are to be aware of, or what challenges are we going to face, such and such, all the stuffs to be talked about. So yeah, the chairs are being arranged. So this time we have a moderator. So I'll be announcing one by one the panelists. So they can get onto the stage. Okay? So I'm going to announce the moderator. We have here Ashutosh Gaur, the founder of Riddleman FM. Onto the stage, please. Okay, so he will be the moderator. Yeah. Now, moving on to the second panelist, it's Akshat Chowdhury, our CEO, Blog Vault. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to call the third panelist. Yeah, he is the founder of WP Developer, M. Asif Rahman. Okay. The fourth panelist I have here, Aravind Ajit, CEO, Awesome Innovations. Yeah, okay. I was not expecting that entry. My bad. Okay, so the fifth and final panelist, Rajendra Zor. Oh, huh? Zore, okay. CMO Run Cloud and CEO host My Blog. Okay. Cool, ready? Okay, over to you.
We're just waiting for more mics to come in. It's actually fascinating that the first person they introduced was the moderator. I mean, we've got awesome people here, and they made the moderator introduce first. I was just standing here waiting for the others to sit down, and the first question everybody was, where are you sitting? So I was sitting here. So first of all, I want you all to just give a huge round of applause to all the people, because they've been a part of the community more than me, I'm dead sure, and they've been sponsors for this event and multiple more events. And while I was talking, you gave a very feeble round of applause, so can we have a huge round of applause for all these people? Yeah, it's okay, you can hoot also, it's not a problem, you know. Supporting these people, okay. So today we'll be talking about the WordPress economy in 2023. How many of you here are running a business of your own, you know? Just raise your hands. Okay, quite a lot of you. And how many of you have been users of WordPress? How many of you are here for the first time and haven't heard of WordPress ever? Trust me, I would have been really devastated if you would have said that. Okay, so we'll move on to, you know, the panel. And the first things first, I would love all of you to, you know, just introduce yourself, and then maybe we'll move on to the panel.
Hello.
So, yeah, hi, I'm Akshat. Yeah, so I'm the founder of Blog Vault, and we have a couple of other products, Malcare and WP Remote. We have been running WordPress-based products for over 10 years, and yeah, happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Rajendra Zore. I have founded a couple of WordPress businesses. It was just my escape from being homeless to doing something at least. So WordPress has tremendously helped me in all my career or whatever I do today. I've been in WordPress for past 10 years. I've built a couple of startups on top of it. And now I'm full-time into a SaaS, which is again contributing back to the WordPress community in some capacity, to simplify the cloud hosting and the unmanaged server space. So here I am, trying to contribute more back to the WordPress. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Aravind Ajit. I'm the founder of Awesome Innovations. Yeah, a couple of people asked me what I call it, AWSM or Awesome. So yeah, we call it Awesome. And yes, we are, I mean, I've been using WordPress for over 10 years, and I've been a great fan of WordPress, and since the day I found that there is something called, WP meetup community in Kochi, and actually I came to know about it in the WordCamp, through the WordCamp Kochi, that these amazing guys organized in 2017. And since then I've been a part of the community. I've been trying to give back in all the way I can. And yeah, here we are. And that, interacting with community, that helped me. We were mainly into services, with WordPress and other tech, but since I came in contact with the community, basically I wanted to give it back, and that's how I started building, designing plugins, and it's one of our main, source of revenue right now. And today, when I met Jewel and Asif, they were, inspiring me with more inputs, like to switch completely into products, so that you will get more time and everything to give back to the community. And that's something that I am going to think about from now on. So again, it's something that I benefited from this, this WordCamp now. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Asif. I started WordPress back in 2004. It's a long time ago. I'm a very old man in terms of WordPress community. In past 19 years, I started a lot of different brands and products in WordPress. I'm the founder of WP Developer. Actually, back in 2018, I tried to retire entirely from all of my companies, and I had to actually get back because WP Developer started to grow very fast, and I had to come back. In past 3 years, WP Developer was able to scale from 30 people to 110 people right now, and currently our plugin are used by nearly 6 million people. And I feel the WordPress has very bright future in terms of the business, in terms for the developers or anybody who is actually working in WordPress. So I'm a strong believer in WordPress, and today's the topic will be more about the economy and the future of WordPress. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. And just to introduce myself, I have been a part of the WordPress community and the development phase for the past 8 to 9 years. And currently I'm running an online radio station that goes by the name of Riddleman FM. And then people come to me and ask that, why are you talking about WordPress and radio? Because when I found my love for WordPress and I wanted to follow my passion, I just combined both of them. And today I've got a healthy running radio station, which has, multiple radio stations running, and I'm going to bring in my content. So, WordPress has been the first love, and I suppose it's just going to grow from here. So yeah, so we'll move on to the panel discussion now. And moreover, it's going to be a discussion rather than, guys, it's going to be a discussion. We're going to be talking rather than, question answers. So first thing I want to know is that, what do you feel about WordPress as into the business field? I just want to hear from all of you. Like, what is it that you feel WordPress is contributing when it comes to business? How does it help? Do you really feel that WordPress is the right way to go when it comes to business, starting a business, being an entrepreneur? I would love to hear from you guys.
He needs some time.
This was just the first question. I didn't even ask the hard one.
You've been hiding questions from us.
Really?
All
okay,
right.
Cool.
This is like so spontaneous. Okay, we don't know the questions, so that's a fun part about this. So I don't think I'm the right person to say how or whether WordPress is still valid to run a business or build a business or start your entrepreneurship journey on that, because WordPress is too big for a small person like me to even comment on its credibility. But what I want to share is my journey 10 years back. Okay, so I moved to this new city and I was a college dropout. I was pursuing my computer science. I dropped out. I moved to this new city. I thought it's all new and shiny. I'll achieve all my dreams. And apparently life hit very bad. Okay? And I realized that, okay, it's not easy as it sounds. And because I dropped out, disconnected with tech, I was obsessed with tech, but I was disconnected with it. And then when I decided that I don't want to live another night on street and want to do something of my own to pay off my bills, I came across WordPress. So I don't care what controversy follows it with every version, it means something for me. It helped me from being a homeless to whatever I'm doing today. It helped me feed my family. It helped me build my dreams. And it has given me a platform no matter how much ego I carry. I think it is one of the best technology and rather a contribution to the humankind. Because anyone, not each one of us can afford a, a high qualification, a big college, or go abroad and get a big education and work in Fortune 500 companies. People like us who comes from a low financial background, we struggle to even pay our fees, and that is where the technologies like these, WordPress, they give us a hope and an opportunity to not give up our technology dream, still pursue it, and build some $1 million around that. So I think the opportunity is endless. There is no limit to it. I keep saying the limit is here. It has unlimited. It started as a blogging platform. Today you can practically build a massive $1 million SaaS on top of it. So the opportunities are endless. It's just a matter of how you successfully leverage it to your advantage. Because it's a tech, it's a human-built tech.
True.
Make it work for you, So I think there's a bright future to that.
So
it's not going anywhere.
The way you actually put emotions into explaining what WordPress means to you, I'm sure there are multiple people out here who actually feel this way. WordPress has given us a platform and we've just risen from that platform. I mean, we guys were at a stage in our lives, calling entrepreneurs specifically, where each of us saw some dark days, but it just held our hands and it just took us to the next
level. See, we are a bunch of nobodies, but we are here in front of the audience here. It's only because of WordPress. Right? So I think there's always a good and bad side. Let's focus on the positives.
Absolutely. Asif, what do you think? I mean, what are your thoughts about WordPress being the next thing for the businesses? Do you think today people, when they start a business, is WordPress the right way to go about it for them?
I think like when we are discussing in 2023, there is no debate on it because WordPress is already powering 43% of the entire web. But you think from the business perspective, business opportunity in WordPress change a lot. Like maybe 7 years ago or 10 years ago, a lot of people, would actually try to build theme in WordPress because that was a very good business. You could make your own, you could try to sell in your own marketplace, or you could go to like Theme Forest or somewhere else. But that is not a viable business anymore. Instead of that, now we have something new called blocks, called pattern, where you could actually be a pattern author or a block author, and you could create a block plugin that could bring money to you and your company. And when you think about enterprise, WordPress has worked very hard in last 5-6 years to become more enterprise ready, bringing up the REST API, becoming more towards the API and everything else, actually push WordPress to be more enterprise ready. Now you could see like very large company are using WordPress just to serve the content. Maybe in the front end, they are using Jamstack. In the front, they could use an app that's probably serving the content to a mobile app or something. So WordPress created endless capacity, endless possibility, but things are changing. So a lot of discussion for today will be like, if we have young people in here who wants to learn and jump into WordPress, what kind of future ahead for us and how they should actually pursue it. So possibility is endless, but you need to stay aware about what you could do and how you could actually perceive it.
Absolutely, that's actually wonderful. Akshat?
Yeah, no, so just adding on to what Asif is saying, see, websites continue to be very, very important to any business. right? Just the power of websites. So even if you remove yourself from WordPress, just if you believe in the power of websites, which I thoroughly do, and I think in future with everything else getting invented and everything changing, I think websites will continue to be the most powerful medium of communication from a business to their customers and potential customers. And if you can add value in that process, then you will thrive yourself. So if you think you can create innovation and help businesses communicate with their customers through their website, which basically what we in the WordPress ecosystem are doing, then then there is a bright future ahead of us.
That's lovely. Arvind, what would you say about this?
First of all, when you asked this question, I was thinking, you cannot be asking this question here, because we just had WordCamp Asia and we are here, and we saw how many people were there and how many people were, fighting to get a ticket to the WordCamp Asia. That means something. That means, I mean, if the WordCamp did not have a business value, I mean, if WordPress did not have a business value, nobody will do that. So, it's the proof. So
examples were given and my question was shut out, so please note that. But yeah, I absolutely understand that, and Kochi got sold out, so that was something really nice. So hats off to you guys. Just give yourself a round of applause that you guys helped us to make this event a wonderful one. But talking to you, Akshat, you mentioned about the products, the innovations. Each and every one of you have actually worked on building something on top of WordPress in order to help the community and get people to use WordPress in a more simpler way. What was the first customer experience? How did you feel when you acquired your first customer? What did you do to acquire that first customer? That will help the budding entrepreneurs out here to understand what goes into getting your first customer for your product.
But this happened a long time back, but I still remember that instance very clearly.
I'm sure.
Very, very clearly. So just go back 10 years, right? Frankly, we have not sold at more than 10 years now. We had not ever purchased any software ourselves at that point of time. We selling on the internet again as fairly an outsider. So the concept that you can sell something on the internet was fairly, it seems commonplace, and maybe now to me it seems like a commonplace, but it was an alien concept. And internet was still fairly mature back then, but just sitting here in India where it was, you could not think about, first of all, selling software and or selling anything on the internet to like faceless people. And we built this product and we let it be there for 6 months, and we had some users come by. And we built PayPal integration at that point of time. There was no Stripe then, and PayPal was the only way to collect money in India. And suddenly, I think I still remember one evening I was just hanging out with my friends, which I received this mail which says that, hey, I'm trying to pay you, your PayPal is giving an error. And it was for a small amount of $29. But I still remember just receiving that mail and realizing that my PayPal link itself was not working. Forget about like the way to take money, and then I go back and fix it, and the customer purchases it within a few hours or something like that. Yeah, so it's a very, very fond memory, and that's how it is, right? So, and obviously today things have evolved significantly. It's changed completely, but going back there, at least that was my experience with it.
That's nice. This really it's actually a fond memory. And please tell me, you're still in touch with that person?
No, the customer did not. I think he renewed a couple of times, but yeah, it's you get busy. We've got thousands and thousands of customers since then, and as much as we'd like, a lot of early customers we still are in touch with, and they continue to use our product, which is again quite surprising how years pass, and you build those relationships into friendships, and yeah, customers go far beyond that. And again, if it asked me all of this would happen like so many years ago, I would have said no. I like that. Like so many of these people, all of them started as customers and became friends, and there are so many stories to tell on this front.
Absolutely, absolutely. What about you? How do you remember your first customer? What was the journey? What was the day?
We always remember our first, right?
Yeah, okay, that's we're talking about customers, okay?
Let's keep it to that. So yeah, even I was talking about customers, apparently. So I think these guys probably have started with the product to begin with, and it is fair enough because they were much more experienced in the market, probably doing their respective jobs somewhere, and they come back to product with the well-researched things and all. For me, the start was rough, which is clear now. I started and I have experimented WordPress to its fullest advantage from business category point of view as well. I'll explain that. So I leverage WordPress for service business. That was my start, my desperate start. I moved that and took my experience to have a recurring income out of a productized approach as a solopreneur. And even today when I'm doing a SaaS, I think that start and that learning phase is still helping me build my current startup, which is not directly a WordPress, but contributing back to it. I remember I was so disconnected and I was so helpless. I had to borrow a laptop from one of the guy I was mentoring at that point of time because I somehow managed to get my first work and first website job. I did not know anything about WordPress. I didn't even know how to pronunciate widget or widget. I was that bad. So I used to borrow this laptop for 2 hours, and apparently I built that one website for more than 50 times. And I was using WAMP, the local setup at that point of time. And I was just building, destroying, because if anything goes wrong, I don't know how to undo that.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's been there.
So it was like a training plus there's a deadline to ship, plus there's a limitation of hours because this guy will come back from the tuition and I have to give back the laptop.
And the resources, yeah, exactly.
But I still remember when finally after all the trial and errors, I finally called a client for the demo. He loved it and he gave me that first check, which I encashed immediately the next day and paid the pending to my hostel guy so he don't chuck me out anymore. So I still remember, unfortunately, that first client, that good friend of mine who gave me an opportunity just because in my past business I was too kind to him when my boss was being a little boss. So he remembered that, he gave me that opportunity. He's no more, he passed away back in 2009, but sorry, back in 2013. But I still remember first. And that is a great memory. That was a start, and I never look back after that.
That's amazing. That's actually amazing. What do you, Arvind?
So yeah, I actually started using WordPress for creating my own blog. I wanted to start. It was a design blog, and basically it was supposed to be my portfolio, and I somehow stumbled upon WordPress, and what I did was I learned some CSS. I installed the classic theme, and 2007, yeah, and I did, basically I tweaked the CSS and made my own theme, and soon after, after using it for a couple of months, I got bored and I again redesigned. And what I did was I just, put that, even that, I wanted some content. So I put that, basically the classic theme with my CSS as a download on my site as a, basically a freebie. And somehow it got picked up, and I started getting a lot of traffic to download that theme, and people started, basically emailing me, asking what is the license terms and things like that. I was like, what terms? Just use it. No, I mean, what if I use for clients and all? Use it. I don't care. And one particular a mail. She was very adamant that she has to pay something to me, and she was asking my PayPal address. I didn't know what was PayPal, actually. So, and I googled, found PayPal, and I got signed up. I mean, I somehow, yeah, I signed up, and I gave her the email ID in a week or so, because she was keep following me up, and she sent me some like $20 as a donation, and that was my first payment, and that's something, and later on, just I put that PayPal donate button along with the download link, and actually I started generating some money, some pocket money.
Yeah, that's what happened. You sometimes just stumble upon the, the solutions that you might want to put on your website. And that's how you got to know about the donate button. First of all, PayPal,
Yeah,
and then the
yeah,
donate button.
exactly.
And that's how it started. Yeah.
And yes, that's when I found the business opportunity, using the WordPress, and yeah, that's that one incident gave me the confidence to start on my own. I was working in a company in Bangalore that time, and a couple of months after I left the job, and I came because the same client, her name, I still remember her name. I am very bad with names actually, but I still remember her name. Her name was Adria Richards, and she then followed me up with basically designing and developing a new site for herself, and she referred another client. So something was happening. I was keep getting requirements. So I left the job, and I came back to Kerala, and I started working from home. That's how this all happened.
And you never look back after that. That's
Yeah.
lovely. That's lovely. Asif, we'd love to know your first customer.
At the beginning, I was mainly working with the WordPress core. So it took me a fairly long time to start building products in WordPress. At the beginning, I was just building website. So the first product I built in WordPress, it comes from a pain point that I faced, and I have seen in the online discussion, people are also looking for a easy solution. So I think the first plugin I built, it was a widget that will actually let you have your Facebook or Twitter profile in your sidebar. Too trivial, but I'm talking about back in 2007 or 8. So in that time, when I released something, I had this kind of ritual. If I release something, WordPress.org takes a little 1-2 day to approve your plugin. By that time, I will be impassionate already. So what I will do, I will write a blog post that this is the plugin I am creating. I will have probably a zip file link or something. As soon as I get approved, I will actually change that link to .org link. So I still do the same thing. If I be building something, I will actually talk about it openly, publicly in my blog. Then first users we will probably get from .org. As soon as we get maybe 10-20 user at the beginning, then you will actually have someone reach out to you the same way who would want to actually purchase. So that's how actually it happened for me as well. But when you have some user already, if you are building something, probably the first customer you could get from people who already know you. So if you have some customers, if you have people who have used your tool before, reach out to them, ask them to actually give you honest feedback. Some of them will probably like it and actually want to pay. So that's probably easier for you to actually get your first customer.
That's actually a very insightful thing to actually talk about what you're doing so that people know what you're about to launch, and maybe that'll just arouse the interest in people, and that's something going to help you with your product that you're about to build or launch. Akshat, I want to, and this is a question to all of you, but I'll start with Akshat. There must have been low phases where you got stuck. What's the tip to all the budding entrepreneurs when you're at the low phase, when we've already launched something, but it's not happening, it's not just going anywhere? What is the way to actually cope up with that? That's something that today's entrepreneurs actually need, because we've got a lot of them out there, and we really want you guys to, share your insights about that.
Yeah, so it's always a roller coaster, right? It's never a straight line. And See, I've been very, very fortunate. So in spite of the roller coaster ride, we are up here. So I definitely consider myself lucky. So take it for whatever it's worth as a example of one. But be patient. So even when things are not working out, be patient. Be at it. Continue. Like I think what we have got written right in front of us here. Be customer obsessed. Right? So even when we didn't have a customer, or just users, we were just obsessed with making sure that every of the backup was working, and we were just patiently working on the problem. And yeah, at least for me, for people like me, being patient and being obsessed with that problem, that's a philosophy we continue to follow even with the products we build today, and that combination definitely sees you through.
That's amazing. That's amazing. But just to add on to this question, sometimes the patience just wears off. I mean, just starts taking a toll on your mental health. It just you just don't know how to actually. Who do you talk to? What do you do? I mean, there are times when you would want to go ahead and talk to somebody. One cannot just go ahead and just be patient all along. So what is the thing that they should do? Should they go to a mentor? Should they talk to somebody or just a friend? What should they do in those situations?
See, again, I might not be the best person to talk, but again, we have also built products which failed badly, or which had some successes and then it failed. Right? And I can remember going back to 2006-07 time frame, we built the WhatsApp on SMS, and we had a huge amount of success and then a lot of pain, and you just didn't know what to do. But so be at it at some point. My general my framework for something like this is take it to its logical conclusion.
Got it.
And you'll know in your own mind what that logical conclusion looks like.
Right.
So, and when we saw that, okay, this is where the conclusion lies, and conclusion does not always mean a bad thing, right?
Right, right.
A positive logical conclusion is also a
True.
good place, but take it to its logical conclusion, and when you do that, then that's the point where you can make peace with one
Makes
way or
sense.
the other.
Right. So apparently, your own conclusion is what brings peace to you in the end.
and then you know whether to be patient through this or and to continue working on it, or maybe it's time to pivot or change.
Nice. Rajendra, we've heard about your journey, and it's been a roller coaster ride, a heavy roller coaster ride. I guess the one in San Francisco, the biggest one. So, in the down low, what is it that you would like to tell the budding entrepreneurs that what should they do? Who should they reach out to? What should they not do?
See, I'm a story guy. I have another story.
I've realized that.
Yeah. No, I want to add that in the world full of metrics, we are so obsessed with numbers and metrics and tools and everything. We have started ignoring our own instincts and gut feelings. And it still stands. Obviously, don't say that in front of an investor, but it still stands. If your gut says that it's done, it's the end of it, right? In my case, I think this is probably with my second startup. It was Host My Blog. I wanted to venture into productized side of WordPress because I realized after a few years of doing WordPress service business that it's not sustainable. And I did not have a bandwidth or a capacity to build a product. So I got a way of productize. I started this with my wife, and for almost 10 months, nobody cared. Except for 2 users, I offered them the free service to, right? But after 10 months, I started feeling that this is not going to work. And there's nothing more I can do. After 10 months, there's one thing I realized. I've forgotten my own base. I started copying other influencers and other businesses. I realized that I need to accept the fact that what worked for others in their life or in business it may not work for me. Even if I'm in the same ecosystem, probably running the same business, I need to craft my own path, you know. And that's what happens in our life, you know. We lose people, we have so many problems in our personal life. Even if the death is common between two people, the pain is different, the recovery time is different. So the same blog may not work for you how to recover from someone's death, right?
That's absolutely right.
So same applies to our business. So after 10 months, I realized that, you know what, there's one thing I need to do and go back to my roots and come back with all the learnings I have from there. I cut all the bullshit of marketing and I got back to the communication. And it was pretty simple. I started narrowing my niche and started talking to them. And the first thing I should have done, which I realized, was building my audience first. I started doing that. Next 4 months, I was so busy. I used to sleep at 4 o'clock, wake up at 7 o'clock. It was a crazy ride. And that is a time, and I never look back. And Host My Blog is serving hundreds of bloggers and help them move to their own secure place with their own domain name. And that happiness of giving them that tech service and making them that own, you know, personal real estate was a great happiness.
Right.
So during that 10 months, I think I was frustrated. I was giving up. I see other people being so successful. Where am I losing? And it is like all over. After a few years, I'm again back to the square one. I'm struggling and all that. I realized just one thing. It is important to be yourself. Understand your journey, look back, connect the dots, and you will realize that whatever happened in the past, there are lessons in that.
True,
and you can pick, and you will realize that all the solutions and everything is right there. I know we are in such a fast-paced world that we don't even get a time to introspect.
Right.
We are so materialistic today. If only we could sit for few minutes and just bring those questions back to ourselves. We have the best mentor in our own self if we talk to them.
Right.
Because the problem is ours and we have the most unique way of solving it. No one else can do that for
that's
us.
actually right. I mean, like Akshat said, and you said it in different words, but we're our own judges and we're our own, you know, conclusions. I mean, we're the only ones who can come to conclusions. So you just sit back and just think about the journey. You will get a solution from it, and I'm dead sure that's something that all you guys will be able to, you know, work on.
You know, acceptance is important. A lot of people are into their ego, holding their ego. You know, the moment you start accepting the things, it becomes faster and easier for you to work on it. Even if it's a mistake, just accept it. Only then you'll work on the solution. So I think it's all human thing. There is no one coming for your rescue. Trust me.
That's actually great. I mean, what do you think? I mean, what would you suggest the entrepreneurs who are, you know, who might be stuck at some point of time? What should they do in today's world?
So my 3 keywords will be consistency, and he said again patience and interest. And even if you have, the patience is very important because for any product to be success, like it will take time. It will take a lot of time. But if you are, if you're being consistent on what you do, like what you want to achieve, and work on it, and you must not lose, the interest also. Like in that, then it will definitely work. Someday it will definitely work, and it will start giving you the result. But when I said interest, you cannot make yourself interested in something that you are not. So sometimes even I have worked on products that actually I thought it will solve some problem, and this way it will work. But something when I started working on, and when I started spending some time on it, I realized that but this is not something that I would personally interested in, like solving this issue for others, or this is not something that I would be very interested in, or very keep on doing for a long time. I will get weighed off. I will get
so it'll just
bored.
wear off. Yeah.
So along the way, this it is going to affect the product.
True.
So if the idea, if the final product, that final product being used by a lot of people, if that idea does not, interest you that
Excites
much,
you, yeah.
excites you that much, like, then you have to let it go and you have to find a solution or some solution that interests you, that excites you.
So while
In
being,
that case,
yeah, so while being consistent and patient, it should excite you. And if at some point it's wearing off, it's not for you. That's what you're saying, right? Asif, what would you say to all the entrepreneurs, who are struggling maybe today or doing well, but might come to a point where it'll be just down there, just not wanting to do anything? What should they do?
So the first thing, anybody who is thinking about starting or probably doing anything of his own need to understand is business is very hard. Entrepreneurship is a very hard journey. Try to think in this way. Business or entrepreneurship is more like relationship. So you try something, you try to make it work as much as possible, but ultimately that's probably not the relationship of your life. So sometimes we take our business too close to our heart. We think like our business is our baby. Your business should never be your baby. Because like as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, you also need to know when to stop, when not to try. Hustling is a part of business, it's true, but at the same time, if you take it too close to your heart, if you become too much attached to it, there is more likely you will get too much emotional when things is not working. So every day as an entrepreneur, you will face problem. Probably you will face partner who will not live up to your commitment. You will face team members who probably just leave you in the mid of the path. You will face so much challenge that you don't think like today will pass. So if you think everything with like too much attachment, it will be very hard to go by. So it's very important to kind of like give yourself some space where you do business in a business way. At the same time, you still have your mental space left, where if something is not working, you have your own mental space, how you could actually still keep trying. So it's very important to try very hard, try in every possible way, but at the same time, don't try too hard that actually you kind of like ruin your own mental peace. So like don't like put everything on you too much. That's the advice I would have for any business people.
That's beautifully put. Since we got 4 minutes left, I'm going to just take a minute from all of you to understand the WordPress economy in 2023. What lies in front of it? I mean, people are talking about AI. I mean, that's something that's been there. So Akshat, what are your thoughts on that? Just a minute if you could give to that.
Yeah, no, like staying away from AI, meaning AI itself will have a very big impact on everything we do. I think the WordPress economy is only improving. Where it is today, the willingness of people to pay for different quality products is only increasing. For people to pay on a regular recurring basis is only increasing, it's not decreasing. So there's a lot of noise, there is a lot of competition, but when the overall economy itself is growing in such a rapid manner, and I have clearly seen this happen, that willingness is because businesses are getting more value from their websites and they're willing to invest in that. We might see some ups and downs because of the macro picture, with the global economy, but generally I think overall WordPress is in the willingness for people to pay for WordPress products is on an upward trend.
How about you, Rajinder? Would love to hear what you think about the AI in the room. Won't say elephant in the room, it's already there. So the AI in the room, what would you say about that?
I think any technology, not just AI, but any technology is built or come for our advantage. How we leverage it to our best possible output is up to us. No technology is against the humankind, right? So just to understand WordPress economy in numbers, I think it is already over $500 billion economy, right?
True, true.
And it is fairly, it's a fair understanding that 1/3 of the websites on this web are built on WordPress.
Right, right.
And WordPress is capable of anything and everything. It has literally turned a small-time freelancer into a $1 million business owner.
Absolutely.
And we have seen many, many examples of that. We have many of them sitting here. I
That's
think
what I
3
was
of them, not me. You know, we have seen, if anyone closely watching, how Bangladesh is coming
Right.
up. Thanks to the mentors like this and you know, great people like them who have built successful businesses. These shows a couple of things. Number one, there's a huge opportunity, okay? Anything and everything that comes in, one can actually turn that into his or her own advantage. So the opportunity is there, it is a proven model, and it is practical, it is realistic, right?
Right.
At the same time, if you talk about the AI, a lot of people, they keep debating about it is going to take away the work and all that. I don't know what kind of work or useless work they are doing that will go away. But I think when I see AI into WordPress, and we all have seen already that it has taken over the content part of it.
True.
But the human efforts are still there.
Precisely, there's a touch of human that's always required, yeah.
What I am looking forward to see is the page builders leveraging AI, where we just command that what we want on that landing page and it is all done.
Please note this is a business opportunity for all you people.
So I definitely see AI getting a little more leverage for page building, because we are moving very aggressively towards that. And Gutenberg is the answer to that desperation
Absolutely.
of the market shift. Otherwise, nobody asked for it. So definitely there was a layout shift there. So definitely there is plenty of opportunity there, and I believe we all have a share of pie.
Great insights, I'm telling you. Wow, that was a beep. We'll just take a minute. I wouldn't want, Arvind and Asif, I really want to hear the insights, if you allow me to. Right.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. Yeah, AI and FSC will be a deadly combination. And we'll see some things, starting to mature this year. And the products around that space will make a really good fortune.
I mean, there is scope for AI and WordPress to shake hands and give the entrepreneurs a chance.
Yes.
That's great, that's great. Asif, finally, what would you like to say about the WordPress economy?
Like anybody who is just starting up or probably doing some basic work in WordPress, I would request them to learn React even properly and in better way, because that's the path we are actually going through with WordPress, all through WordPress. Obviously focus more on blocks and Gutenberg, but at the same time, other page builders like Elementor and other things is not going anywhere, because every technology needs time to get mature. Elementor is a very mature platform and has a very powerful economy. So learn React, focus more on blocks, try to sharpen your skill. Whatever you are doing today, keep in mind, if you do not increase your skill, probably you will not be very relevant in next year. And AI will bring change in so much depth that try to think about Microsoft or Google. They have not done that much innovation in last 15 or 20 years that they have done in just 6 months. And they are forced to do it. So the way we work, the way we consume information, find solutions, make website, everything will change. But it will not happen from some alien. You guys will actually do it. We will do it. So be very ready, be very hopeful about what you could do, but always try to have more skill, try to increase the skill, try to see what's happening, and don't stick to a same job, don't stick to a same job descriptions, try to enhance your skill set. That's it.
Great, that's actually lovely. So guys, follow the trends, understand what's lying in front of you, and just make history by doing great stuff in WordPress. And thank you, each and every one of you. You guys have been, you guys actually, told, I've learned a lot from you guys, understood how, things can change in the entrepreneurship world and what lies ahead of us. So thank you so much. And a huge round of applause for our, speakers. Thank you so much, guys. And thank you for being such a patient audience and, listening to us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, moderator and panelists. That was indeed a very interesting session, I should say, hearing stories from each one of you. I'm sure that most of you guys must have felt inspired, learned something new, or, it was really, really nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we'll have the mementos now. Can I have Casey, Jagdeep, and Ajay on stage? Okay, so we are giving memento to Akshat Chowdhury. A round of applause. Giving to Rajendra Zore. Now it's Aravind Ajit. To Asif Rahman. And our very dear moderator, Ashutosh Kaur. Okay, so thank you so much. Now it's time for the most awaited session, as I told you. So you guys might have guessed it right. I have the lucky sticker contest box here. So what you're going to do, we are going to reveal the winners in front of you guys. Like, that's what we're going to have now. So you guys excited? Cool. So, yeah, we'll have this on the stage. We'll shake it, okay? Just shake it so good. Xavier, come on. Show the energy, the food you ate today. Come on, burn it. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so, okay, Casey, Jagdeep, Casey is going to take. Okay, so we have the first winner here. Deepak Shiv. Okay, so this guy is not here. So what you do? This is not fair, okay? This is not fair. I'm sorry, I'm not getting your last name. Shivahari. Okay, so Deepak Shivahari. A round of applause, please. Yeah, come on. Yeah, okay. Okay, so 20 people are going to get, okay? Don't fool me around next time. I have here Shyam Raj. Shyam Raj. Someone please call him. I have his mobile number. Shyam Raj. Shyam Raj.
Shyam Raj.
Okay, next.
We're skipping this, okay?
Just volunteers, just call in. If anybody is there, just call in inside. Hemant. What's your last name? Yeah, that's it. Come on.
This is not validated, okay? This
Okay, yeah. Okay, next one. Mohammad Razak. Mohammad Razak. So we are having here Hemant. That was Hemant. Congrats. This is Razak.
next turn, please.
Razak, congrats. We have here the next one. Tizan. Oh, giving out the gift to Tizan. Congrats. Next one. Any guesses? No. Muhammad Iqbal.
Who is that volunteer?
Okay, nice.
Is his phone number? Oh, okay.
Huh?
I thought the volunteer, that's it.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Nini Roy.
Nini Roy. Nini Roy Talang. Talang. Oh, yeah. Huh. So we have here Nini Roy. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Yeah. Congrats.
This is not qualified.
Next one is, I'm sorry, such an awkward situation. Okay. Ajay Shankar. Ajay Shankar K. Sponsor booth. Sponsor booth. Ajay Shankar.
So any representative?
Your name, please? Abhilash. Okay. Abhilash is getting prize for Ajay Shankar. Nice. Okay, so we have the next one. Ritnesh. Congrats. Next one. Mubin. Congrats, Mubin. Anita Joseph. Anita Joseph. Congrats, Anita. Next one. Tijo. Okay, we have Tijo here. Osama Shihabuddin. Osama Shihabuddin. Kripesh Advani. Is Kripesh here? He's there. Yeah, we'll continue. It's okay. Denny Paul. Denny Paul. Congrats, Denny. Sahil. Your second name, please. Yeah.
So next two, okay? Next two. Just one, please.
The last two. The last two. Right? Last four. Okay. Okay. Last four. Namida is Vijayan. Okay, next. Shilpa MK. Okay. So I have the next. Balu. Balu B. Next is Jayalakshmi case. Congrats, Jayalakshmi. Okay, so next we have two mega winners. Special prize. I don't know. Let's see. Come on. Get it down, get it down. Just shake it.
also not qualified. Not visited fast food.
Okay, so we have two mega winners here. Tremi Dilhar. The next one is last one. Alex. No, of course not. R. Srinath Menon. I won't trust you people. R. Srinath Menon. വിളിച്ചു നോക്കണം. അതല്ല. Okay, once more. Amrita Soman. The last mega winner of the day, Amrita. Congrats. Okay, so happy? Happy, Alex? Next time. Next time, Alex is going to win. Okay. So that's it. Lucky draw is over. All the sessions are over. Now moving on to the closing ceremony. I'd like to welcome K.C. Jagdeep, Abhilash, and Aravind onto the stage.
Any other? Actually, we have one special announcement that's just for the last. So please wait for that. The other one is actually we need to take a group photo. So also please always be here until this end of this event. That's the two announcement. And actually, how's the event? It's good? Wow, thank you. Actually, a speaker need audience, and audience need more swags and knowledge, okay, and networking and good friends. And always sponsors, yeah, they need participants. I think we are good, correct? Yes. All are happy? Yes. Thank you so much. And before this, thank you. Actually, just need to say sorry to all of you because I was the person who is annoying you with the bell in the networking area. Just need to make sure that the timing and everything is on track. Sorry for that. I know maybe that's annoyed you. And just want to give a thank you because this event is really just done because of all the people, organizers here and volunteers here and sponsors. Without you and all participants, actually, without you, this event is nothing. So thank you so much for everyone who are here. And also, this, actually, you know that IMA is a doctors association, just they run this entire organization. Actually, the part of the IMA team, the person actually, he was here, Sam, actually, I really want to thank him. So he arranged everything for us. At the same time, another person from this audio visual, they coordinate everything and the live streaming and everything. We really give thanks to them also. They helped us to making the sponsored stall and everything. The other thing is we had a very good lunch and tea, coffee, and herbal tea and everything. Actually, this done by Nila Catering. Actually, they are part of this. So we really want to give our sincere thanks to them also. And next year, we really want to organize another WordCamps in in Kerala. So we need, I think you know that now it's part of 4 communities, Kochi, Calicut, and Trivandrum, and Palakkad. So we need more meetup groups. So if any of you are interested to create their own meetup groups and have local groups, you can just coordinate with Bikul, or Hari is here, or other people are here on Happiness Bar. All India organizers are there, so you can contact. Aditya is here. So how to run a community and all details you will get. So I think we should start some community, because community is the blood of open source. So without open source, actually, I think it's no software development. Okay, so I'm just handing over this mic to Aravind. Thank you. Oh, you have.
Hello everyone. So, a very good evening. How are you feeling now? So, yeah, how was the event? Glad to know. So, yes, we did it. And as you all know, like I mean, an event like this, of this scale, it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. And I just wanted to, give you an insight of how it was like for us. And yeah, there is a couple of photos from today's event we picked up from the Twitter. And I hope you all had a great time again. And yeah, coming back to the event, so we had 21 organizers, 33 speakers, 35 sponsors, 35 volunteers, and they all come from 4 local meetup groups across Kerala. And those are WP Kochi, WP Kozhikode, WP Trivandrum, and WP Palakkad. So we have people across, literally from the south end to the north end, organizing, working hard, organizing this event. So a big applause to all the community members, please. And as Bigul introduced in the opening ceremony, opening talk, it all happened because of that, basically WP Kochi and the WordCamp followed, Lean WordCamp in 2017. And since then, yeah, we have about 3,000 members across, all the community groups. And we organized 4 WordCamps under the name like WordCamp Kochi, and now we have WordCamp Kerala. And we had 141 meetups across the groups already, and 250 plus WordPress contributions. Yeah. So it's been really, really great, like working with all these people. And we have active WhatsApp groups for the individual groups as well as for WordPress Kerala. And if anyone here want to join it, yeah, after the session, please meet anyone who has a blue t-shirt or a green t-shirt, and feel free to ask for the invitation. And so I say again, and it wouldn't have been possible, without getting this, without the help of all these generous sponsors. And when it comes to sponsors also, like this year we had a great success in organizing this WordCamp, because first of all we were able to sell out the WordCamp tickets a few days before, like 2 days before okay, yeah. And but when it comes to sponsors, we had to close the applications like many weeks before, and even after that, we were keep getting requests to be a sponsor. And we actually, when you see a lot of silver and bronze sponsors, many of them wanted to be in gold or platinum, but unfortunately we couldn't accommodate. So they are all moved to bronze, and that's how the response was. And we were really thrilled. And we actually, when we were planning, we didn't really expect this to be we didn't really expect this to be this widely accepted. So a big thanks to all the sponsors trusting us, trusting our community. And I am handling the mic over to Abhilash for basically inviting sponsors and giving out a memento.
Yeah, first of all, good evening all. And can I have all the organizers on stage? Organizers, please come on stage. And organizing a multi-track event with 500 plus participants is not a very easy task for us, like without the support of our sponsors. So I request one of the representative from each companies to come forward and to receive a token of appreciation. Platinum sponsors: Bluehost, Jetpack, GoDaddy, Hostinger, Flying Press, Milesweb, One.com, Mozilla, Support Sages, Weglot, Bluehost. Yeah, please, on the stage. Jetpack. Hostinger. Flying Press. Milesweb. Please. One.com. Mozilla. Support Sages. Weglot. And our gold sponsors: Awesome Innovation, Yoast, WP Remote. And silver sponsors: AccuWebs, WooCommerce, Impetus, FlexiCloud, GenX Web Hosting, Run Cloud, GenX, UCards, Run Cloud, TechBrain, Bronze sponsors, Akuwebo Hosting, NitPay, Matt Popo, Web and Craft, Retainful, Cube WP, C Media, Christine, Hosting Seekers, Miles Web, anybody from?
Okay.
Contributor sponsors, PNEC, Web SEO Tools, Sangamam Communications, W Poets, Sort Space, Web SEO Tools,
Now we request all the boys and girls in green t-shirt, please come to the stage. Thank you very much for your tremendous effort. Otherwise, we will not be able to make this event this much successful. And I would like to mention one more thing. Few of these organized volunteers, they are on fasting because of the Ramadan, but that didn't compromise their energy. So please give a big hands to them, okay? They were running around this big venue since yesterday evening. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, my dear boys and girls.
Hardeep. Hardeep, please come to the stage.
Good evening, all.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining in the first ever WordCamp Kerala, and you guys made it an amazing event, and hope you all had an amazing experience. So now it's time to announce our next WordCamp Kerala version 2. So any guesses about the location? I can give you one clue. It's known as, the location is known as City of Spices in Kerala. Yeah, Kozhikode. So Next year, everybody, Kozhikode ki ba, okay? So we will have a lot of fun, taste, variety of dishes. The place is mainly known for food, so we can have a lot of fun in an eating way, okay? So next year, meet you in Calicut. Thank you all.
Volunteers, please come back to the stage, and after this, we are taking a group photo together. Please come back.